Bueno, muy buenos días,
Okay.
bienvenidos,
Good morning.
bienvenidas.
Welcome.
Vamos a dar
We are going
inicio a
to
esta segunda
start this
jornada de
second
trabajo,
day of
de
work,
intercambio, de
of
aprendizaje,
exchange, of
de
learning, of
recomendaciones
recommendations,
y ojalá y
and I
mejore y
hope of
preservación y conservación
improvement
del
in
medio
conservation of our
ambiente en
environment
nuestros tres
in our
países.
three countries.
Mi nombre es
My
Julián
name is
Portilla, tengo el honor
Julian
de ser el
Portilla. I have the
moderador
honor of being
de
the
la sesión de
moderator
hoy.
for today's
Tenemos,
session.
al igual que
We
ayer,
have, like
un
yesterday,
listado de
a
intervenciones
listing
muy
of very,
interesantes.
very interesting
Vamos a estar hablando de
participations. We're going to be talking about
servicios ecosistémicos y la
ecosystemic
biodiversidad. Vamos a
services,
tener la oportunidad
biodiversity,
de
and
tener
we will have the
unas
opportunity of
perspectivas
having some
desde el punto de vista
perspectives
indígena
from the
de algunos de
indigenous
los temas.
perspective regarding
Tuvimos la
these
oportunidad de
topics. We
escuchar
will have the opportunity
algunas
of
autoridades
hearing
nacionales muy interesantes
subnational
y
authorities,
también
very
tuvimos la
interesting,
oportunidad de un
and
intercambio
also the
con el sector
opportunity to
privado, que
have
desde
an
luego
exchange with the
jugará un
private
rol
sector who
importantísimo
have
en
an
la manera de
important
enfrentar
role in
la triple
facing
crisis
the
planetaria. Para
critical
comenzar, quisiera volver a invitar
crisis.
al
I would like to
presidente
invite
del
the
Comité
president
Consultivo
of
Público
the
Conjunto,
JPAC,
el señor Esteban
Mr.
Escamilla, para
Esteban
darnos unas
Escamilla,
breves
to
reflexiones
give us
sobre
a
el día de ayer.
couple of
Esteban, bienvenido,
reflections
gracias.
regarding yesterday. Bienvenido, Esteban. Thank you.
Gracias, Julián.
Thank you, Julian.
Buenos días.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Bonjour. Bienvenidas y bienvenidos a
Welcome
este segundo
to this
día del
second day
Foro
of
Público
the public forum,
Horizonte 2030.
2030
El día de
Horizon.
ayer fue un día
Yesterday
intenso,
was a very intense,
muy productivo
very
y me
productive,
parece que
and I think
eso ocasionó algo de cansancio
that
porque
caused a lot of
no
tiredness
llegan todos los
because not
asistentes, ¿no?
all the
Esperemos que sea
attendees are
eso y
present.
no
I hope that
hayan
it's
sido
that,
los mezcales y
and
los
it's
tequilas.
not the tequilas and the mezcales that are
Pero bueno,
making their effect.
eh, hay tiempo para que
So
nos
we have
acompañen.
time for them to get
Nuestra sesión del día
our
de hoy
session for
examinará
today. We'll
eh,
examine
la tercera área
the
prioritaria
third
de
priority
servicios
area regarding
ecosistemas,
the services of the
aprovechamiento
ecosystems
y
and
gestión
recovery
sustentable
and
de la
sustainable
biodiversidad
management of
y
biodiversity.
diversidad biológica, un tema
Biological
central como ayer se
diversity is a
mencionó.
central topic, like was mentioned yesterday.
Además, hablaremos
We will
a
also
fondo
talk
sobre los ejes
in depth
transversales,
of cross-cutting
derechos indígena y
access
conocimiento ecológico
in
tradicional,
traditional ecological knowledge,
gobernanza y acción
governance,
subnacional,
and
con la
subnational
inclusión de dimensiones municipales y
actions with
urbanas. También,
municipal
como
and
se
urban
mencionó,
participation, and
tendremos
as was
participación
mentioned,
del
the
sector privado
participation of the
y la
private sector
responsabilidad de
and
las
the
empresas.
responsibility of the companies.
Una vez concluidos
Once we conclude
estos segmentos,
these segments,
contaremos con la intervención por parte de la facilitadora
we
del
will
grupo
have
de
the
especialistas de
a
ecological
specialist of traditional and
de la
ecological
Comisión de
knowledge
Cooperación
of the
Ambiental,
Commission for Environmental
Kathy Hudson
Cooperation,
Stokely,
Kathy Hobson,
seguida por un diálogo abierto con nosotros, los integrantes del Comité
by the
Consultivo
members,
Público
also
Conjunto,
participation of the JPAC members,
en donde ustedes
where
tendrán
you will
la
have the
oportunidad de
opportunity
intercambiar
of
ejemplos
exchanging
y también
examples,
experiencias,
experiences,
colaboraciones
um,
y alianzas
collaborations and alliances, successful
así como
alliances,
otros
as
temas que
well as other
gustaría
topics
compartir
that
y
you would
poner
like
en la
to
mesa
share
como
and put on the
comité
table
Comisión de
and
Cooperación
share
Ambiental.
with the Commission for
Y
Environmental Cooperation.
bueno, antes de volver a pasar
Before
el micrófono a Julián
I pass
Portilla,
the microphone to
quiero
Julian,
mencionarles que nos
I would
acompaña
like
el
to
día de hoy
mention that
Esteban
today
Salcedo,
we have with us Esteban Salcedo,
por ahí, gracias, oficial jurídico de la Unidad de Asuntos
legal
Jurídicos de la UNIDESCE.
officer of the SIM,
Algunos de ustedes nos
and
han
some of you
acercado para
have come
consultarnos
to
y
us to
platicarnos sobre
consult
algunos
and
desafíos,
to
algunos
tell us about
retos
some
en sus
challenges that you
comunidades
have in your
y bueno,
community.
y tienen interés
And you, if
precisamente
you're
los
interested,
oficiales de la unidad.
you can
Así que
contact
los
the
invito
members of
a
this
Esteban,
unit
aquí
to
como
look for
Esteban, como
Esteban.
mi tocayo,
Like I say, like we say
tocayo,
in Mexico, he's
para
my
que los pueda
tocayo.
orientar.
So we,
Y
because we
bueno,
have the same name.
agradecer nuevamente y
And
reiterar
once again,
agradecimiento por
thank you
estar aquí con
for
nosotros
being with
de
us
forma presencial y
in
online.
person as well as
Y
online.
bueno, le doy nuevamente la
And
palabra a
once
Julián
again, I pass the microphone
y
to
pues
Julian,
también
and
reconocer
also to
la
acknowledge
extraordinaria
the
facilitación y moderación
facilitation and
de Julián.
moderation that Julian has
Un
had.
aplauso.
Thank you, Julian, and applause.
Muchas gracias y que
Thank you very
sea
much.
exitosa
And I
la
wish
jornada
you
de
a
este segundo
successful
día.
day of the second.
Enhorabuena.
Congratulations.
Muy bien, gracias Esteban por
Very
la
well.
apertura
Thank you,
cálida.
Esteban, for your very warm
Bienvenidos y
welcoming.
bienvenidas a aquellas
Welcome
personas
to all those
que
persons
acompañan en línea
who
también,
are
nuestros
online, and we have
al
a
igual que ayer.
a large
Y
number of
bueno,
persons
al
online.
igual que ayer,
Like yesterday,
hicimos una pequeña
we
apertura
had
ceremonial.
a
Quisiera
ceremonial
repetir el
opening, and I would
ejercicio
like to repeat this
invitando
exercise,
a nuestro colega
inviting
Carlos
our colleague
Montaño
Carlos
de la
Montaño
organización
from
OMAI,
OMAI
Redes
organization,
para el Planeta,
Networks
a
for the
darnos unas
Planet,
palabras de
to
bienvenida
say
y
a few
bienvenida.
welcoming
Carlos, adelante.
remarks. Carlos, please.
Muchas gracias, Julián.
Thank you, Julian.
Gracias. Antes que nada,
Thank you.
agradeciendo a sus rostros y
First,
sus corazones
I
los
thank
pasos que
your
nos han
hearts
encaminado a este
for the
lugar.
steps that have taken you to this
Agradecido al
place,
gran creador de vida,
and thanking
quienes
the
somos
great,
los guardianes de estos
the
lugares.
guardians of this
Me da mucho
area.
gusto estar
I am very
con
happy
ustedes. Les
to be with
agradezco
you.
que
I thank you
permitirnos
for
esta
allowing me
plática
to
respecto
give you this
a los
topic
pueblos originarios.
as original indigenous
Continuando un
communities.
poquito con lo
We
que
want to
me
continue
por parte de mi
with
abuelito
what
Hipólito,
my
él nos
grandfather
veía
Hipólito
como
mentioned,
algo
not to see
folclórico,
us as something folkloric, not to
algo
see us as
pues no trascendental,
something that is not important,
entender
but to
por qué hacemos lo que
understand
hacemos,
why we
por
do
qué es
what
lo
we
que
do,
queremos,
what we
va a ayudar
believe,
a que este
and
pensamiento
this will
racional
help so that
se
this
una con
rational
el sentimiento y
thinking
la emoción
can be united
que es
to the
parte de nuestros
feeling
pueblos
that
originarios.
is part of our original
Me han
communities.
pedido
They
compartir
have asked me
la
to
historia de los
share the
pueblos.
opening
Para
of
nuestros pueblos
the
todo es un simbolismo.
the
No
sites.
tenemos
For
deidades, no
us,
tenemos
it's
dioses.
we don't have
Más bien nosotros
ideas, we don't have
acudimos a
gods.
las energías,
We go to the
a las fuerzas
energies,
creadoras
the
y
creative
las nombramos.
forces, and we name
Entonces,
them.
todas estas
So all these
arquetipos están siendo representados en los
archetypes
rumbos, en
are
los elementos.
represented in
Me
the
gustaría
element.
compartirles un
I would
poquito
like
qué es lo
to
que vamos a
share
hacer
what we're going
para que
to do
sepamos.
so that we know
Desde una manera un poquito más
from
racional
a more rational
y de esa
manner.
manera
And
acceder.
that way, maybe we can connect.
Para nuestros abuelitos,
For our grandparents,
dependiendo de
depending
la parte del
on
Anáhuac
the
de donde
part of
vengan,
Anáhuac where you're coming from,
pueden ser unas visiones
it could be
diferentes, pero
different
siempre nos
visions, but
concentramos en
we are
diferentes
always
energías.
concentrated in
Para
some
nosotros, donde
energies.
sale el sol,
For us, where the
es la energía
sun comes up is the
de
energy
Quetzalcóatl,
of the Quetzalcoatl,
es esa
which is that
conciencia que
energy
nos
of
ilumina y nos guía.
consciousness, which
Si vamos a
guides us
nuestra
and
derecha,
illuminates us. If you go to your
contamos
left,
con el norte,
we
que
have the
representa a
north,
nuestros
which
ancestros,
represents our
nuestros
ancestors,
abuelos,
our
en la figura de
grandparents, in the
Huitzilopochtli.
figure of
Si
Quijuan.
giramos otra vez a la
And if we
izquierda,
go to the
nos
left
encontramos con el
again,
poniente,
we
que
have
es para
the
nosotros en el camino rojo,
uh,
la energía de las mujeres,
west, which is
la
the
energía
energy
de
of
las
women,
guerreras.
the energy of the
Seguimos
warriors.
girando y nos vamos hacia el
If we
sur
go
y
to the
encontramos
south,
a
we
Huitzilopochtli.
have
Y
which
para nuestros
Huitzilopochtli.
abuelitos,
And for our
ella
grandparents,
representaba,
it
además de la
represented, besides
transformación y la
the
resurrección,
transformation and
el will,
resurrection, the will,
porque es un pajarito de
because it's
puro
a little
corazón
bird
y
that
gracias a
is
su
full of
voluntad
heart,
puede
and thanks
subir
to its will, it can go
arriba.
up
Es el único
and don't go
animal
down,
que puede
turn
hacer eso.
sideways, and it's the only
Después
animal that can do that.
llegamos
Then
hacia el
we
centro
go
del
to the
universo, que es
center
nuestro
of the
Dios.
universe, which is the
Le
Unama.
damos gracias a ese
We
ser
thank
del
that being
cual todos salimos y del
and
cual todos
of
vamos a
which
volver,
all of us come from,
nuestra Madre
and all of
Tierra,
us are going back
que
to our
nos
Mother
guía,
Earth
que nos
that
guía con
guides
tanto amor,
us
nuestra
with
madre,
love. Our
nos ha
Mother
permitido
has allowed us
bastantes
uh,
transmisiones. Y
to,
finalmente concluimos en nuestro
and
corazón,
finally, we conclude
que
with
es a
our
partir de
heart,
donde se genera
which is
nuestra
where we
realidad.
generate our reality.
Esta es una tecocoli.
This is a
Para
Tecopuli,
nosotros,
and
el
for us,
camino rojo
in the
símbolo de
route,
la
I
tradición
come
tolteca.
from the Tolteca tradition, Mexica,
El camino rojo es el
and
camino guerrero
the red
debido a
route
que
is
guerreamos
the route of
contra
Guerrero.
ese
And because we
ego que
have
no se
that
detiene, que
component
siempre
that never stops, and that's
siempre está
our
viendo a ver de qué
ego.
manera fallas.
And it's always there to see
Entonces,
how
esa
we
es
fail,
nuestra cosmovisión.
and
No es
makes you,
guerrero, no es
it's,
guerrear contra una guerra
it's
bélica.
not
Es
like a
simplemente que
war
nuestros
against a
instintos
war.
nos
It's
llevan
not
a
a war.
retroceder hacia nuestra
It's a war that
manera
helps us
de
to
nuestro
go
lado
against our
más
impulses.
animal.
It's our
Entonces, para
animal
nosotros
side.
son diferentes
For
armas
us,
las que
these are
portamos.
different tools
Una
that
es el
we have,
guerrero
different
masculino, un
weapons,
arma femenina,
and the
que es el
masculine
tecocoli,
figure, which is the
que
Tecocoli,
representa los ciclos.
represents the cycles
En la anáhuac
in
es el gran
Anahuac.
sacerdote,
the great tree, and the symbol was the cutting of a caracol, a seashell, and they get closer and closer to perfection. We, as masculine warriors, we use a feminine weapon to balance our energies, as well as the women, female warrior use fire. This is just the same. At this moment, at the beginning of each ceremony, we will tie our thinking more than something that is an ornament. That's what it represents. We are going to tie our ideas that starting now and with love, what comes out from this moment on is something beautiful that allows to connect us humanity at this moment, which is necessary. If you want to do it with me, we are electric human beings, so we are antennas. And if you notice, depending on how you put a flower, a plant, and how the light goes to it, and it's going to grow. That's the way it's going to grow and how it's going to develop. So as electric human, and this is why at the beginning of the greetings, we put towards the direction that we're going to greet. We're going to look to the east, and that's where the sun comes up, and that's the Ecological energy that I talked about. With a lot of love, a lot of respect, we created energies of this site, of this blessed direction, and we hope that this is a gathering of love where the conscience gathers us as humanity. We offer the toque de tecocoli. Tecocoli.
Vamos a girar 90 grados hacia nuestra izquierda,
Turn 90 degrees to your left,
saludando al rumbo del norte,
greeting the north,
a esa energía
that
de
energy
quietud,
of calmness, of transformation
hacia nuestros
to our
ancestros
ancestors,
han guiado nuestros
which have
pasos
guided our
para
steps
que seamos esta
so that
punta
we
de
can
lanza
be
en
this
esta nueva era.
area, this new
Les
era.
agradecemos y los honramos
We thank you
y les
and we
brindamos
honor
fuego
you
de Tecocoli.
in Tococoli.
Tecocoli. Vamos a girar 180 grados hacia la izquierda
180 degrees to your left,
y vamos a
and
saludar al rumbo
we
del
will
sur,
greet the south,
al rumbo de la voluntad,
the direction of the will of that
Huitzilopochtli,
which Lopostli architect,
nos ha ayudado
which
a
has
abrir los
helped us
pasos en
so
cada
that
paso.
our steps can guide us to take
Esa
action.
voluntad
That will, that it is in it's forceful in our hearts, and that it is contagious to our brothers and sisters, so that all of us can be the change. We offer the Tococoli.
Vamos a girar nuevamente hacia nuestra
Now,
izquierda,
to your left,
hacia el poniente.
to the west.
Vamos a ofrendar
We are going to offer
respeto
our respect
a todas las
to
mujeres,
all the women,
a toda esa energía
to all that feminine energy,
la cual
which
estamos aquí para
we
equilibrar
are
con
here
nuestra
to
energía
balance
masculina.
with our masculine energy, and
Tomar una
with
neutralidad
us have a neutrality that reaches love,
la
that
abundancia
reaches abundance, health
para todos nosotros,
for all of us, our immediate environment, our Mother Earth. We thank you, Great Mother. We thank you, feminine energy. We offer you Tecocoli.
Una vuelta más hacia la izquierda.
One more turn to the left.
Y ahora hacia arriba, hacia el centro.
Up to the center of that beautiful being that all of us are, that complete awareness, our feeling, Honaku. We thank you for having this experience. And we thank you that through this mirror, which is the other, you have taught us what is the path that we have to take. That all this pain, all this negativity can be, that is in the planet, that helps us to go beyond it and be a new humanity. We thank you and we offer the Tecocoli.
Los que quieran,
Those of you who want, if you desire, with your knee, your left knee, and our heart will connect us with the Mother Earth, and the right pointing to the universe, your right knee pointing to the universe. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Tonatlali, Mother, loving Mother, Mother that holds us with your awareness, with your love. We offer our being uncomfortable. We offer these negative situations so that you can transfer them with your love. And we would like to thank you for allowing us and that all the regions and with your love, you always protect us and allows us to continue working with awareness. Thank you very much, Mother. Finally, the seventh universal direction, which is our heart, that center from which our reality is created. We thank you that you are in our blessed body. We thank you for being here as one whole heart. And we ask you, because the heart of all the humanity can be united, and that we reach that planetary awareness, which is necessary at this moment. We offer the Kukoli.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos. Excellent, just like yesterday when we had Amelia doing the opening. I think that all of us have a lot of positive energy for today. And okay, we will continue with this energy, building together our visions, ideas, possibilities, and solutions to the challenges, that we have today regarding our topics that brings us to this forum. Yesterday was a very interesting, constructive day. If you remember, we started with a discussion regarding mapping and Earth observation with different tools. And it was very fascinating for me. And one of the topics, I don't know if the name is correct, but I can call it narrative mapping, where Steve and Blanca told us how to combine traditional knowledge in high technology to document and to put very clear where we had to protect, how to plan the development of different types, and how to make a better use of the territories. Very interesting, complemented by the presentation regarding what can be done today with satellite imaging with regards to mapping the greenhouse gases. Fascinating, the panel, and from there we went to sustainable transportation. We saw several examples in terms of what has to be done. What is clear to me is that there's no one solution. There are many solutions that have to work together, and part of that has to be inclusivity and the principles of universal design, how to make sure that the marginated communities can have access to sustainable transportation. From there, very adequately, we went to inclusive solutions where we saw that the agenda affected because of different solutions to progress. And if the people are not affected by those solutions, they are finally affected by negativity in how the policies of economic development, but also conservation and infrastructure include different populations, and specifically those that can be affected by any of the projects of infrastructure growth. And lastly, we had an inspiring panel from youth where when they shared their concern with regards to enforcement of laws, access, training, with regard concerns because of transboundary species and the difficult realities of transportation. The truth is that yesterday was very inspiring for me. We had several fascinating presentations, and it was an honor for me to listen and to learn from all of you. Besides all of you in your expert capabilities, mean people with in knowledge and with interest in these topics, you contributed great knowledge in your discussion, your table discussions, and I would like to thank the volunteers that offered to prepare the reports. They already sent us several points from your tables, and my colleagues, Sue and Pepe, are working on them. They are preparing drafts, summaries from the first sessions of yesterday. We will continue working on them. But all these contributions are super useful, besides the surveys that were offered and that you responded to yesterday, with which we will continue today also. The next panel is regarding specialists on traditional ecological knowledge group. And the first thing that I'm going to ask you is to please fill out a survey, fill out a survey with the QR codes. When I'm talking to the people in person as well as the people online. But I would like to thank the people online for filling out the survey yesterday. For those of you who were not here yesterday, it is as simple as taking a photo of the QR code, that strange thing on the left of your screen, and there you will have a survey with questions on how to improve participation and solutions in indigenous communities. What can the Commission do in order to improve the participation and provide solutions that are coming from indigenous communities? Now, when we conclude this panel, we will come back to these questions. Right now, I would like to ask Guadalupe Yesenia Hernandez Marquez and Adriana
venir a
Rosen
acompañarnos
to
aquí
please
en
come
este panel.
to the panel.
Teníamos pensado y está
We
aquí con
thought,
nosotros
and we
Jason
have
Chernow,
here
el secretario provincial de
Jason
Medio Ambiente,
Jason
Cambio Climático y
in
Manejo de Emergencias de la
emerging
región Métis de Alberta. Pero
the
lastimosamente
Métis,
está un poco malito y
but
le deseamos lo
unfortunately he
mejor
is
para
a little
su
bit sick,
rápida recuperación.
and we hope he recovers
Y bueno,
soon.
espero que nos esté viendo en
And
línea
I hope that
y que
he's
bueno,
watching us online,
por lo menos aprecie
and
que
that
tenemos
at
un
least
lugarcito aquí para él y que ojalá se
that he
recupere
knows
pronto.
that we have a small
Bienvenidos,
place for him
welcome.
here.
Y ahora sí
Mm,
quiero
welcome.
invitar
And
a
now I would like to
nuestra
invite
primera panelista,
our first
Guadalupe Yesenia
panelist,
Hernández Márquez,
Guadalupe Yesenia
copresidenta host
Hernández
del
Márquez,
GIEC sobre conocimiento
co-chair
indígena y local,
regarding local
miembro
knowledge,
de la plataforma
member of
intergubernamental sobre
Intergovernmental
biodiversidad y
Platform
servicios
and Biodiversity
ecosistémicos,
and
IPBES,
Ecosystemic
por sus
System.
siglas en inglés, y por los que no
And
están
for those of you
familiarizados,
who are not
es
familiar,
el panel de
this is
biodiversidad
the
de las
panel of
Naciones Unidas,
biodiversity of the
equivalente al
United
panel de
Nations,
cambio climático, que es un
equivalent
poco
to
más
climate
conocida.
change, which is better known.
A Yesenia la conozco desde hace
Yesenia,
mucho
I have known
tiempo
Yesenia for
y
many
admiro,
years,
y su
and
trabajo
I admire
es
her,
muy
and her
bonito, y aparte
work
su
is
conocimiento
beautiful, and
y
also
su
her
experiencia con
knowledge with
protocolos
the experience and
bioculturales allá en Oaxaca, en
biocultural
particular con
protocols
la
in
flota de
Oaxaca.
agave, son de harto
And
interés. Si
these are
tienen
very
oportunidad de
interesting.
conversar con
If
ella
you have
en el
time to
café o
talk
en
to
el
her
almuerzo,
during
se lo
during
recomiendo.
coffee,
Guadalupe,
Guadalupe
Yesenia
Yesenia
Hernández, por favor,
Hernández,
bienvenida.
please welcome.
Ajo, muchas gracias. Buenos días a todas y a todos.
Thank you
Bueno,
so
estamos
much.
en el
Good
día
morning,
2,
everyone. We
entonces
are on the
para mí esto es
second
un
day, and for
privilegio
me,
porque
this is
hay
a
muchas cosas
privilege
que se dijeron
because
ayer
many things
y
were
bueno, muchos de
said
ustedes
yesterday,
saben que ese
and
aprendizaje
many
es
of
complejo,
you
¿no? Es cómo
know
lo
that
que
this
aprendo
is
hoy lo
very
enlazo con lo que aprendí el día de
significant.
ayer o
So
lo que
how
vimos
can I
pasados. Entonces,
link what I heard
esta
yesterday
ponencia
to
es
past experiences
se
and
relaciona
future
o es
ones?
parte del
So
proceso
this is
de
part of
aprendizaje
the
colectivo. Y
significant
bueno, otra premisa es que
learning
siempre nos va a
process.
quedar algo por decir.
Another premise is that
Pero bueno, vamos a intentar
that there
abarcarlo.
is always
Rápidamente
something left
represento
to
a
say.
la
I
Rueda de
represent
Medicina,
the Rueda de
un grupo que
Medicina
está en Guerrero, México, y
organization, a group
trabajamos
that is in
conservación
the
basada
northern
en
region of
rescate de la
Mexico,
espiritualidad
and
indígena
we are
y en
rescuing
la
the
Alianza para el
indigenous
Financiamiento de la
spirituality
Conservación y
and
Restauración
Alliance
Comunitaria de
for
la Biodiversidad.
Community Restoration of
Trabajamos en esto que se mencionó
Biodiversity,
ayer muy
and we
fuerte
work
en
on something
muchas
that was
ponencias.
mentioned several
¿Cómo
times.
hacer llegar
How
el
can
financiamiento
we
directo a las comunidades?
how
Justo
can
ahora
we
estamos
be
haciendo una
able
evaluación
to
de
take
las
those
condiciones
grants
de
to the
México.
indigenous
Bueno,
community?
no,
The
también
funding as well.
claro que no estoy
I would
hablando
just
en
want
nombre
to
de la
clarify
plataforma,
that I'm not talking on
pero
behalf
sí es
of the
importante
platform, but
conocer
it is
el trabajo
important
en
to
IPBES como
learn
Unión de Pueblos
what
Indígenas y de conocimiento
IPBES
de lo indígena y
platform
local
has
como se
been
llama.
done for
Bueno,
local
vamos a iniciar.
indigenous
Perdón, ¿alguien me va
communities.
pasando las slides o las paso yo?
So next slide, please.
Ya, listo, gracias. Bueno, vamos a empezar
So we're
hablando
going to
de,
start talking about
hay muchas formas
the
de
fact
entender
that
el
there are
mundo,
many
otros
ways of
sistemas
understanding
o
the
diversos sistemas de
world.
conocimiento.
There are
Y para
diverse
empezar, el
knowledge
JPAC, como
systems,
lo
and
decía
to
aquí en el
start
marco
with
de
the
esta comisión inicial
the
de anclaje de
CEK,
Norteamérica o de conocimiento ecológico tradicional, ¿por qué es
traditional
importante?
ecological knowledge is
Porque es nuestra
important.
fuente
Why
de
is it
fortaleza y
important? Because
supervivencia, es lo que nos ha
that's our
permitido
sort of
desarrollarnos en un
strength
medio,
and
adaptarnos
survival.
y
It has
diversificarlo, pero también
allowed us to
conservarlo, porque
diversify
somos
and
los
preserve
descendientes más
our
viejos, los
environment
más altos.
because we are
Entonces, cuidamos
responsible for
nuestros
that, and we
ecosistemas
have to look
y esto
after
nos permite
our
enfrentar estos retos
environment.
globales
So
desde las
this
miradas locales.
allows us
Nuestros
to
gobiernos
face
firman o
global
aplican acuerdos
challenges from
y estos acuerdos
local
tienen que implementarse en lo
the
local
inside, but
con el trabajo
we
de
sign
las
a
comunidades
global
y el
agreement,
desarrollo
but this has to
sostenibles.
be
Y
implemented
bueno,
at a local
también tenemos
level
otros
with the
términos, INECE o
ancient
conocimiento
knowledge.
local
So we have
y conocimiento
local,
tradicional en las
indigenous
exploraciones de
knowledge,
río,
and
en suelos,
also
biológico y
traditional
ecosocial.
knowledge in
Entonces,
the Rio
no son
Convention.
los
So
mismos
these
significados,
are
pero son
not the
comparables.
same meanings,
Y
but
también es muy
they are
importante
similar.
que cuando hablemos de
But
conocimiento
when we
ecológico
talk about
tradicional,
traditional
no
ecological
solo lo
knowledge,
abordemos
not
como un
only
ente
should
separado,
we include it
hay
as
que
an
ampliar esa visión
separate
holística y por eso a mí me congratula
entity.
mucho que
That's
ahí en la
why
comisión se
I'm so
trabajó
happy that to
en
see that
TEC,
in
conocimiento
Commission they
ecológico
work
tradicional y
on
asuntos indígenas.
traditional
El
ecological
conocimiento siempre viene
knowledge,
ligado a nuestra vida
indigenous matters.
comunitaria, a nuestra
This is
cosmovisión,
always
los
linked to
valores, la
our
gobernanza
community
y a la
governance,
territorialidad
values,
de
and
nuestros derechos, al
territories
ejercicio de nuestros derechos.
are the
Bueno, sobre la
exercise of
evidencia
our
de
rights.
la
In terms of evidence of the significance of our knowledge, we have a lot from the IPBES in the global assessment about biodiversity in 2019. One of the most important outcomes is that the land with the lowest rate of biodiversity loss is under the management or use of indigenous communities. This is something we have always looked for in when we fight for our rights. We are the stewards. We do it for the humanity, not only for our communities and for future generations. Obviously, we have the challenges, but before we talk about the challenges, let's provide some context. First, we need to acknowledge that we are in the Anahuac, in the belly button of the moon, that is Mexi, Miniomitli, and the ancestral territory of Nahuatl and other indigenous groups. And sorry if I do not mention all of them, but this is who we are in indigenous matters, and according to the IWA, um, acknowledged. Canada has acknowledged three First Nations, the United States 524 tribes, and in Mexico we have 68 languages, and we have 364 language variants, dialects. So you can see that diversity in North America is great. We are descendants of these groups, and we have to be participating linked with the life of our community. There are many challenges. One of the challenges is convergent extinction, because as the biodiversity is being extinguished, also the cultural diversity is being extinguished. As the author Osamafi said, what supports life is the biodiversity. Languages, culture, indigenous languages is what provides life to this planet. That triple environmental crisis affects some indigenous communities. There are some aspects that are differentiated, and we have to be considering those. We have different agreements and different international agreements that acknowledge the role of indigenous communities. Please read the global framework of common biodiversity. It acknowledges indigenous territories and indigenous land, because another message from BES is that many indigenous cosmovision has been more effective to preserve than protected areas at a great scale. So let's also take into consideration the reality. And the environmental is also social. Yesterday you talked about deaths due to pollution, so we have to open to that social environmental perspective. Deaths derived from air pollution, from heavy metals in water, deaths, pollution and deaths. So let's continue talking about the indigenous and local communities related to biodiversity laws and how much is included in our legal framework and trade agreements. The rights have to be included. Right, the indicators are rights, funding, inclusion. Here we have this 2030 horizon from the CEC is accompanied by many global and national plans, and also indigenous visions, like community tourism, for example, and an invitation is to accompany these visions, interact, exchange with the 2030 agenda. Mexico has a lot of planning in terms of the 2030 agenda. and how we can escalate this from local actions to global ones, and how we can pass an North American integration to commit global agreement. This is something that we have to consider. Indigenous incidents, local communities that have to do with the ecosystem preservation. Just one social group or only one age group does not have the solution for everything. This has already been acknowledged, and this is a point from our mindset that has to be changed. The Western science does not have the answer for everything. We have to co-create, co-produce, co-design, co-elaborate, and collaborate. Here we have one of the models, which is a multiple evidence-based approach that tells us how different ways of learning get together to create solutions. But at least in terms of local indigenous knowledge, local communities related to biodiversity conservation, we need enabling conditions from the decision makers, government, companies. And when I say government, it's a national and subnational level, right? Spaces like this, they're willing to integrate the traditional knowledge as something that is cross-sectional and start producing solutions altogether. Now, regarding the TC 2030 horizon, within the framework of the trade agreement, there are some challenges. It is important to strengthen the integration efforts of traditional ecological knowledge, implement general measures in the three countries. Why am I mentioning this? Because based on an assessment, the three countries are not part of the same conventions. The US is not part of the Biological Diversity Convention. Canada, unless Canada it tells me that it's not correct. The Nagoya, they have not ratified the Nagoya Agreement. How can we create rules that are standard for the three countries for the indigenous engagement, integrating traditional ecological knowledge to produce solutions for this tribal crisis? We also have to work with the cultural pertinence and the due diligence intercultural matter. Our brother Steve talked about informed consent. We have the fair care principles, and we have made a lot of progress in indigenous communities in Mexico, in the US, Canada, with New Zealand. We have worked with Julian on this regarding respect, consent before integrated knowledge. We have to create the spaces for the co-production and exchange of the knowledge systems. The universities have to work on this model projects, including a data bank that can inspire on co-production of knowledge and traditional knowledge exchange. In terms of the legal frame, we need to work on voluntary guidelines. There are many voluntary guidelines in terms of traditional ecological knowledge, nature values, the letter of the earth, which can be adopted by the three countries. And another progress that was made that when the free trade agreement started, the standards were also created. So we have to standardize some topics, and we need to explore new options, options such as bioeconomy. Yesterday, you were talking about environmental justice. Let's keep in mind that there is the global trend on responsible business, the IPBES, or assessing the business and biodiversity trends to see the risks and opportunities in this arena. And it is important to see this relationship between the topics and also the cross-sectional topics and how we see this from our people's rights, people's knowledge, consider TEK in the pilot projects that by 2030 Horizon has included that TEK vision. There are some IPVES assessments that have included some methods and experiences on production. There is a concern on when pertinent is considered because we know that TEK has to be cross-sectional, more communication and more communication about to the indigenous population of the region in this initiative. Julian is the expert. The multi-actor dialogues to think on integrated solutions. We are not confronting the business sector. We do not know each other's reasons. We have to sit at the same table and talk about this. That is the business sector, the industry, the academia, the indigenous communities. Look at the commerce, look at a new word that can be explored in this trade agreement, which is bioeconomy, with great opportunities, sometimes even better than mining, for example. As I am fair, my last message is for civil society. We have to continue working. We have to be partners. We have to become those voices telling the government it can be improved. I can accompany you here, youth, women, indigenous communities, academia, businessmen, business women can work together in collaboration. And it is important to work based on acknowledgement, action. And at the end, the youth said, we're sad, we're desperate, but remember that human evolution has been like that. The pest, the chronic pest, created great progress, great leaps. So humanity gets together to create solutions, extraordinary solutions could be created. In Zapotec language from the Valley, good day. See you, Shukran.
Gracias, Yesenia. Ahora quiero invitar
Thank you.
aquí al podio
And now I would like to ask Diana Bruce Heath to come in there. You are next. Thank you so much.
I don't know how to follow that. Buenos dias.
Good morning.
Hola, bonjour. Idamix ganatoni. Gitiximatsum boau. Anum, gidauch sinon. Nistoigo gidum salgatsi. Nimchtoto aganau. Nimchto titabi mamioix gi agapagax. Nina anastau atzagumchgana. Gi nigchist anastau nadot saki. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I just want to say I don't have any words on my slides. They will just be pictures of my home, which I do miss very dearly right now. I was asked to speak here on the traditional ecological knowledge panel of experts. I'm a little bit young to be an expert in our traditional knowledge, so I'll do my best as a representative of our experts from the Blood Tribe. But I'll weave a little bit of a story. So prior to European settlement, the Siksikaitsitabi, or the Blackfoot people, were the warriors of the plains of the North Americas. We centered everything around the buffalo, Ini in Blackfoot. Our buffalo were the center of our governance. They were the center of our culture. They were the center of our economy. They provided everything that we needed to survive and more. And of course, once European settlers arrived, we were plagued by the whiskey trade. We were plagued by alcohol, people who had never experienced alcohol before. This whiskey trade was the beginning of our downfall. sort of. And then so when the Canadian government signed the treaties with the First Nations, by that time, our chiefs had then asked the Northwest Mounted Police to come into our territory and to control the whiskey trade. Before that, the Northwest Mounted Police could not get past the Blackfoot. So once there was police presence, once there was government enforcement, treaties could then be signed. Treaties that the First Nations, the Blackfoot, had no idea. I mean, to us, Inesti or treaties had been around for ages. We always made Inesti with all of our neighbors because we all had to share resources. We had to go beyond each other's territory sometimes, in times of need, in times of scarcity. So, Gimabibitsin, we take pity on each other when we struggle. So we make Inesti with each other. The Tunaha to the west of the Blackfoot people, they would come, they would provide gifts in rock circles on hills just outside of the mountains. And if the Blackfoot accepted and said, okay, you can come hunt our buffalo, we would accept the gifts. So those were the Inestis that were made. So when the treaties were signed in Canada, and the Blackfoot signed treaty, it was okay, all right, you guys seem like you need some territory, like you need some resources, we'll share with you. And then somehow since then, the government turned it around and made it about we ceded land. We let it go. That was never the understanding of the Blackfoot Treaty. However, the treaty was signed, the Indian Act was implemented. The buffalo were extirpated from the land, from the prairies. Everything that the Blackfoot knew was changed. And so my ancestors decided to, okay, follow the new white man's way. They decided, okay, our buffalo, our ini are gone, but we're still here. Okay, they put our children in residential schools, but we're still here. And so through the new industrial schools, the residential schools that were teaching our young ones how to farm, how to be agriculturalists, how to do chores, how to eat, terrible food 3 times a day, how to lose your language. Our people then began to become great farmers, whether it was ranching, whether it was farming on the land, tilling the land. The Blackfoots, at least the Gana people, my people, the blood tribe that I come from, began to drive the agricultural market. Oh, the white people didn't like that. So they lobbied. They lobbied their federal government. They said, hey, we can't make any money. You know, these Indians, they're driving the market. You know, we can't compete with them. But I mean, so what did the government do? The government implemented welfare. The government began going to each household on the reserve. So how it was, there was land occupants. We don't own our reserve land. It's the Queen's land. Okay? But there would be land occupants that had large pieces of land that came from when we signed the treaties. Certain families got allocations of land. Some kept them, some bought from other families to make more. And then we had our little communities. So my great-great-grandfather, who had land, would go out to Laverne, a little small community nearby, and say, can you guys come work for me? So they would come work for him. Once the government began to give out welfare checks, those workers were staying home. I don't need to work. I get money every month now. I'm good. So we had to start leasing out that land to the non-Blackfoot farmers. We started leasing out our land to the white farmers. So we've made our white farmers millionaires, our neighbors around the Gana Bud tribe. They've monopolized the agriculture market. And still we are here. So stemming out of that, coming from that, there's a lot of issues, a lot of poverty issues, a lot of social issues, a lot of injustice, not just environmental, but all over, social injustice to the Gana, to the Blackfoot, to the Indigenous peoples in Canada. I'm not going to compare it to the Mexicans or to the Americans. I know everyone's had it pretty rough. However, while I was still young, there was a couple people who were coming up with the idea, well, what about buffalo? You know, we're feeling lost, we're feeling hopeless, we're feeling like we need something. What about the buffalo? Okay, so of course everyone asks, well, what about the land? What about the cattle? What about the fences? What about the roads? Like, we're not gonna get past that. Okay, so let's have dialogues, let's have research. So Dr. Leroy Littlebear and Paulette Fox, who was in her master's, doing her master's thesis at the time, held buffalo dialogues. So they gathered elders from the 4 tribes of the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Gana, the Siksika, the Bigani, the Amskapi Bigani. And they asked them about the buffalo. And of course, yeah, the challenges came up, but ultimately the elders at the time, and this was in the early 2000s, about 2008, I know that they were finished in the early 2000s. These elders who are no longer with us now just said, just bring them back. Whatever you do, just bring them back. Okay. So out of that, Dr. Leroy Littlebear, he drafted the Buffalo Treaty. The Buffalo Treaty is pretty easy to Google. I don't have the articles up here with me. However, it's very, very basic. The first signatories were signed in 2014. Ghana was one of the first signatories. And the Buffalo Treaty, when you sign it, doesn't necessarily mean you have to bring back the buffalo right now. Signing the Buffalo Treaty means that you are developing the foundation and the environment for the buffalo to come back. In the education article, it just says you will teach about the buffalo. In the economic development article, it just says you will develop an economy around the buffalo. Okay. And then Dr. Leroy Littlebear and Paulette Fox were working with the Amskapipikani, or the Blackfeet tribe in Montana, on the Eni initiative. They were able to move a number of buffalo from the Elk Island National Park in Alberta south across the border to the Blackfeet tribe in Montana. This is one of the first documented cases of transboundary buffalo movement in over 100 years. So that was 2016. And since then, their community has rallied. I have long lost cousins in the Blackfeet community, so excuse me if I share this part, but back prior to the buffalo, the Blackfeet community, the Blackfeet, I think, you know, there's a lot of individuals who might understand this, were ashamed to be Blackfoot. We were ashamed of our history. We're ashamed of being drunks. And that's all that we see on our streets. That's all we see in our communities because of the history. And yet, when the buffalo came, there was pride once more. There was pride in being Blackfoot. There was pride in being part of the buffalo people. So they developed their own community, had multiple different organizations rally around the buffalo. I think their college supports the communications and the education. Their FAST, F-A-S-T, Blackfoot program supports their food security and food sovereignty. They have the ENE initiative, which is led by Irvin Carlson. He's also the president of the Intertribal Buffalo Council in the USA. They manage the buffalo. They manage the buffalo with wildlife, thinking. They understand how close the buffalo are to us. So that was in 2016. In 2018, Gana Blood Tribe, so again, moving back to my home territory, we had tribal cattle on our lands, but they were a little bit mismanaged. They had overgrazed their area now that we understand rangeland management and rangeland health surveys. So in 2018, our tribe decided to take them off. Let's do away with our cattle. We sold them for pennies. Of course, the white guys loved that. And yet, so we let our land rest. We let it rest. And while it was resting, we had our team of the Kainai Ecosystem Protection Association, KIPA, come together. We had William Singer at Bisu Mahka, who focused on food security, who focused on traditional medicines, traditional food that came off the grasslands. Mike Brewsthead, Charlie Crow Chief, Lyra Little Bear, all our elders were part of KIPA. We had our environment team, Kanzi Fox, Alvin, First Rider, Marcia Heavyhead. We all worked really hard together on the science, on the culture, on the language, on the land, to say, hey, we need buffalo. Let's bring it back to our cattle ware. And it was a bit of a fight, actually. Going back in the 1990s, we tried that. Our chief tried that. He tried to use the tribal credit card and buy buffalo and bring them back to the tribe. It was one of our own members who laid on the road in front of his truck because they weren't ready. So with our team, we also gathered our community surveys and our community data. So finally, in 2021, in February of 2021, our buffalo hit the ground. We got 40. The oldest was 9 months. The youngest was 3 months old. They were tiny little buffalo. Everyone kept saying, why did you get midget buffalo? And so they've been there. They've had 2 rounds of progeny, of reproduction. They're showing their young ones, actually, this past summer. They were leading their young ones in a stampede towards the fence. And then they'd stop. And they'd turn. And they'd lead their young ones to the other fence. And they'd stop. And they'd turn. And they were doing that this summer. And, we had people, because it's right next to the highway. So we had drivers, driving by, calling our lands department, saying, why are they about to stampede through the fence? They're going crazy. Your buffalo are going crazy. But they didn't break through the fence. I think they're a lot smarter than that. So why I'm here today is to tell you that now I want to take this on the landscape scale. So we have the Browning. This is Chief Mountain area, by the way. The Blackfeet people, they want to put their buffalo in this area. This Chief Mountain is just across the USA border from our Timber Limits Reserve, just across from the Waterton Lakes National Park. And then beyond the Waterton Lakes National Park towards the north is land that's been bought for conservation by a conservation organization. And it goes pretty close to the Blood Tribe. Now, all I'm saying, okay, we can rematriate our buffalo back to our land. What about the land? Can we rematriate them to have their own habitat, their own wildlife corridors between each established herd now? Now that we've established them, and now there's a lot, I believe initially there was only a few hundred left after the extirpation, and now we're up to about 31,000 buffalo across the North Americas for conservation and cultural herds. not including those that are ranched for private interests. And so this, again, comes back to we are still here, and we're going to be here. Blackfoot people, we have stories from before the glaciers melted. We've been here since time immemorial. That's exactly what every single one of our stories are. Every Indigenous group knows that. Our stories are our lessons from when times were hard. Our stories are the lessons that we continue into the future. That's why it's important to have our buffalo, to have our grasses, to have our medicines. Because there are lessons. We keep these lessons so that we keep going, so that we'll still be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kendra. Wonderful. Okay. Bueno, entonces, ahora tenemos la oportunidad.
Now we have the opportunity to open the discussion with our speakers. So please, if you have any questions, raise your hand. If you are online, please use a Q&A section, and we can then ask the question to our speakers. Yesenia, I would like to start with you. You have been working with the panel in the biodiversity panel related to the biological biodiversity convention. You have worked on the ways the indigenous peoples have preserved natural resources. But there was recently a change on the amount and how this is preserved. It was previously said that the indigenous communities preserved 80% of the natural resources, but nowadays you were a co-author of a paper that is not that way. Please tell us a little bit about this. If it is not an 80%, what should we understand about indigenous contributions to the conservation of our resources? Thank you for that question. We created a third that was pretty polemic because we wanted to defend the indigenous contribution because it was based on the idea that 80% was preserved, but it may be more. In addition to being an activist, I am a biologist, and people who work with the nature know that not all species have been documented. Some species have not been reported or found by the Western science, and putting a number to biodiversity is a little bit colonizing because the biodiversity from our perspective is much more. It is the whole nature. We are part of it. In some communities, it preserves ideas of ancestors. They are also part of our nature, even though we cannot see them anymore. So one of the origins of this figure is a study from the World Bank in Philippines, where they saw 80% of what? Because we have genetic diversity, species diversity, biological diversity, and someone said that could have a negative impact on the for indigenous rights. But fortunately, we have the IPs and we have the global framework. We didn't need the 80% anymore to justify these indigenous communities' contribution. We have to the traditional ecological knowledge or local indigenous knowledge is evolving. We cannot have the same thing from 500 years ago because the environmental conditions are different. So if we're going to be working with that, we have to start decolonizing ideas, opening to other ways of understanding and monitoring biodiversity from the local community standpoint. Thank you so much.
Tenemos una pregunta
We have
de
a
un
question
participante
from
en
a
línea
participant
que
online,
dice,
and it
¿cómo
says
integrar
as
los
follows: How can
conocimientos
we integrate
tradicionales dentro del
traditional
sistema
ecological
económico
knowledge
que
in the
marca las
economic
relaciones entre
system
los
that
tres países de
um,
Norteamérica?
uh, provides the
Diandra,
relationship among the three countries?
do you
Diana,
have an experience with the buffalo, of rematriating the buffalo, of bringing them back, of perseverance, of resilience over the face of crises? You also give several examples of the way that that struggle is enmeshed in broader economic systems and waves of change that have come over time. Today, how do you manage bringing Buffalo back within the pressures of the current economic systems that drive growth and also probably drive the three crises that we're currently facing on Earth? How do you manage to integrate or resist or somehow manage your perspectives and your practices within economic systems that might resist the things that you're trying to do?
Absolutely. That's a really great question. Well, like I said, the economic system of the Blood Tribe has been pretty disappointing since the 30s, since welfare has been implemented. Um, that's what we see a lot on the reserve. There's a lot of really good hard workers who are making the reserve run, who are working in administration, working in all of our organizations, and then they go back to their families and they disperse their wealth amongst their families. Um, and so once again, it keeps us all pretty equal. So the buffalo. We did have a business case. We had to make a business case in order for our tribe to sign our band council resolution for it. I haven't looked at it since, but initially to get the buffalo, the national parks, they helped us out. The Waterton Lakes National Park, they funded the transportation of the buffalo, and the buffalo were already from the Elk Island herd. So the Elk Island herd is up near Edmonton, Alberta. It is a conservation herd. So they use it as almost a source herd for other buffalo herds to be rematriated across the nation, across the North Americas, I guess. So economically, they're doing fine. They're on the land. Have we made money off of them? No, no, we have not made money off of them. Just this past summer, we finally started having cultural harvests. So we bring out, and so I guess that's one thing that I forgot to share with you guys is we still have our Blackfoot culture. When the Indian Act was signed, there was a policy within the Canadian Indian Act that outlawed sundances and potlatches for a good number of years. And yet still the Blackfoot, the Gana people, my people, we practiced our ways underground. So we still have all of our holy bundles, our holy societies. And what's special about these bundles, they still have artifacts or items from animals, again, that we made an ecstasy with. These bundles are our treaties with the animals and the beings. So in this ecstasy, in this bundle, in this treaty, we have their items that they gifted us so that we could have their power. And some of those items are from animals that don't even exist anymore. That's how old these treaties are. So going back past this current economic system, that's what I wanted to acknowledge so that moving forward, we are including these important facets within this project. After the buffalo were brought to the Blood Tribe land, to the Gana pasture, I don't know how many times I logged onto Facebook or social media and I would see people write on their status, I was having a really bad day, but I went to the buffalo and I just sat with them and I feel better. And here's the important thing about that though. Yeah. A really bad day to a Gana person, to an Indigenous person, you don't know how bad that day is. We are going through our opioids epidemic. We've been going through it since 2007. Before that, the alcoholism, the whiskey, intergenerational trauma from our residential schools when we lost almost everything. So yeah, we're still trying to integrate into the economic side. We are looking at how are we going to develop the economics around them? But of course, isn't that what we call economic development? Right? So it's there, it's possible. There's hide tanning, there's the traditional skills, therapy. Where's our therapy around that, right? For those who are in rehab. But I think just keeping our people, giving them a sense of pride, a sense of identity, and that they're needed here, that we need our people with us every day. I think that goes beyond our economic system. Thank you.
Thanks. Desenia, y luego tenemos varias intervenciones de la.
And then we have many questions from the audience. Thank you so much. That question is very interesting and framed in what we are currently working on. I would like to say the following. There are many business opportunities. There is a branch that is indigenous business, appreciated because they are based on agricultural aspects. But one of the important points could be guidelines to respect, because traditional knowledge has been exploited. How many cosmetics and medicine are made based on traditional knowledge, and the benefits are not shared. So we can force the guidelines for sharing benefit to have a due diligence process to access traditional knowledge, repairing projects. There are already repatriation projects for traditional knowledge, and we can have to work with these safeguards, with these principles, and in a collaborative manner. I come from a province where cultural biodiversity is a source of income. We have the Guelaguetza in Oaxaca, we have textiles and many derived products that have a high traditional knowledge component, and we have to see, it has to have a special label within the free free trade agreement, or the USMCA, certain labels. Okay, go ahead, please.
Can I just add to mine?
Of course.
Sorry, thanks. No, I just remembered as she was talking that, yeah, there is actually one aspect of the current economy that I do want to try and intercept, though. I mean, how I see it, we had a good conversation last night with a few of the new friends that I've made from this conference about the carbon market, the carbon credit market, right? And so, and all these offsets, all these credits, how flawed it could be, how, just misused it is. And I don't have a say on a lot of that. I really don't. But what I do want to say is a lot of these carbon credits, carbon markets, carbon offsets are going back to carbon capturing technology, CCUS, okay? So somehow we are taking, we are asking oil companies, greenhouse gas emitters, to be paying into this fund, for this fund then to go back to probably these guys who opened up another corporation to then develop their own technology, their own refinery for carbon capture, which will then actually emit more carbon, creating these I don't know, carbon capture technologies, only for them not to be very feasible. They're not going to capture as much carbon as they say they will, and it's not even going to be enough. Why are we continuously funneling all this profit right back to that same person? So I'm wanting to intercept that for the carbon capture technology, because that is not proven to work, but grasslands and buffalo are proven to work. How do we intercept that to then create that economy?
Yeah, those technologies are known.
Thank you.
Nice. Bueno, tenemos tiempo para dos preguntas.
We still have time for two questions. Julie, can you help me? Questions from the audience. We have one at the back and one at the front.
Thank you. This is a question for both. I would like to ask about, what do you think? Well, do you think new technologies and new generations that are bloggers, TikTokers, YouTubers, and such, from these communities, from these places that are making their own like investigation with older generations, and they are bringing it out, like cinema in the form of art, in the form of new business, in the form of other kind of forms of reaching out. Do you believe it's enough? Do you believe like the policies and other people are actually investing in them, or they are just like some kind of resistance?
Yeah, role of social media in promoting and safeguarding the rights and practices of Indigenous people. Who wants to go first? Go ahead, Yandra.
Okay, gracias. All right, thanks. So when the Banff buffalo, so in Banff in Alberta, so again, that's just a couple hours away from my home, there had been talks about putting buffalo in the kind of the back country of Banff National Park. And it had been in the talks for about a decade, if not two. But of course, again, in 2016, 2015, the government, the Canadian government, the provincial government, they were dragging their feet. Nah, if it happens, it'll happen. It's, whatever. So it had to be up to a campaign called Bison Belong. It was began by Marie-Ève Marchand in Banff. She began this campaign to gather that public interest, the public interest for buffalo. And this campaign grew, and she included people. She's a very, very awesome, friendly, energetic, social woman. Those really high energy ones, the ones you always, get to be your friend really fast. She's one of those. And so it took them a little while. They had the 2017, the Buffalo Treaty Gathering in Banff. It was the government that had to see that there was so much public interest and people behind this movement that it was right there that they signed that they were going to put buffalo in Banff. And then later on that year, they helicoptered buffalo into the backcountry of Banff National Park. So when you ask about TikTokers and influencers, of course they're important. They have a voice. Their voice is important. All our voices are important. We know that. If that's their skill and that's their specialty, and I guess that's something that I really wanted to bring out, is not one person can do everything. Not one person has all the answers. TikTokers and influencers can normalize the conversation. They can normalize the values, the importance. They can ask really good questions. And influencers do have a lot of power and potential. We know that. Hey, Jake Paul, come on. So I do think that definitely they have the opportunity to normalize conversations, so long as they're also they're learning as well. So it's not just stuck on one point and that's their only conversation, that's their only point for the next 10, 20 years, the rest of their life. But who can change humans? That's the one thing why we're here, why everyone's here, is we're all only human beings, right? We can't, it's tough to change behaviors. We can only encourage it. So thank you. I hope that kind of answered your question.
¿Tienes algo sobre este? Sí, adelante.
Muy rápido, gracias.
Very rapidly, I would like to say nothing is enough, but everything is necessary. I completely agree that there are influencers with a very loud voice, and there are intercultural school projects that have videos, apps to read, mix food, for example. And in the biocultural platforms that we facilitate, we have rules for everyone that would like to access the knowledge, external agents, the academia, for example, and we have to include some safeguard for provisions to see what can be public or who is the owner of that traditional knowledge. not want to have this information published, and we have to have the diligence to document. But it is very important to make it this technology visible, because there are languages that are being lost, and some of them are on that process very rapidly. And there are people that still speak those languages that they still speak the language, but we have to restore them. They're all people, and I'm also very concerned about how we distribute the benefits. We don't want people to extract the knowledge and to get profits and benefits, and not sharing those profits and benefits with the community. In the protocols that we facilitate, the people from the community have to ask permission to provide that information. We're talking about textiles and other specific knowledge. We don't have much time, but we have time for a very brief question and answer from our speakers. Good morning.
In French. I know it's allowed, so thank you very much. Je suis française et je travaille dans le développement durable.
I am French and I work in the sustainable development for 10 years, and I became a consultant 3 years ago. I lived in Canada, and I was very excited because when I got to Canada as Europeans, we damaged Canada. I'm very sorry for that. I had the opportunity to understand the wisdom, the knowledge, the wonderful knowledge that we need to reconcile with the Mother Earth. The small, medium, and large companies have to be aware of that. I started living in Mexico 18 months ago. I worked with diplomats, local officials, so I was able to understand different social classes. How can we translate those language, those how can we translate the data and the knowledge to the companies? Because unless we are humbled, we will not be able to discuss honestly. We need social media. We need green energy. We need all that. How would I say? If we do not have a reasonable relationship with our Mother Earth, and when we understand we have to do more with less, I want to be a spokesperson for this company, but I don't know how to translate this knowledge with the people that work with computers with their head, that need a spreadsheet to make sure that the proposals are correct.
So, how to translate all this into people who don't think or speak as the two of you do? Any experience and wisdom on transferring or conveying the messages of traditional knowledge to business and government leaders? Who wants to go first? Okay. Go ahead, Yesenia. Yesenia, why don't you start, and then we'll end with Diandra. I'm going to ask you to keep it to a minute each.
Oh, come on.
Because then we have to go. I know. I'm sorry.
Okay. Invite us. Bring us to these people who need to learn. They do need to learn. And it's a whole mindset. It's a whole worldview. It is, hey? Someone pointed out to me last night, oh, it's amazing, your people, you think of 7 generations ago and 7 generations ahead. Don't you? Don't you think about your lineage, where you come from, how hard they had to work to get you to where you are? Aren't you thankful for that? And aren't you going to work hard for your kids and their kids and their kids? And just one note on that, my boy, my son, he's 4 years old, heart of my hearts, right? The apple to my eye. Miuch buka, ni stoi dom sargatsi. Atsuko Mahkana, Linda, um, oh no, Chester, Genevieve, Mike, Nadohgayaki, Holy Bear Woman. She was one of the 4 survivors of the Baker River Massacre, the Baker Massacre, the Marias River Massacre. She was only 12 when she survived. That's 7 generations right there. He will know that story. Okay. And so exactly, you have to ask those hard questions to these people that you know. And let's bring in our Indigenous folks, our actual Indigenous folks, not the pretendians, please, not the pan-Indigenous. Okay? Your companies, your people, they're going to be working in certain territories. Those are the people you go to. Those are the relationships that they have to cultivate. And a relationship is a back and forth. It means that I know when your birthday is, you know who my kid is. I know that, you had a tough relationship with your mother. I don't know, maybe not that deep. But, those kinds of, that's a relationship.
Yeah.
That's a connection. When you get to be a little bit vulnerable with each other, that's what's important.
Yeah.
I would say. That's just me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Y la última palabra, Yesenia.
Un minuto. Sí,
Okay, so I'm promoting IPBS, IPBES, and we have a value assessment launched in 2012, and there are 50 ways of valuing the nature and how to talk to or how to value the indigenous values, the business values, and the government values. I preference of too many international guidelines. There's businesses and indigenous communities, something that so we have the 80th memory session, and we want the transport change assessment will be approved. There are many changes, and Julian have facilitated the multi-stakeholder discussion. Business sectors, large-scale business sectors should understand why indigenous communities prefer to live their own lives without high-level computers, and we need to interact. Thank you. City Osha.
Bueno, colegas, con esto concluimos. Un
Well,
gran
with
aplauso
this,
para nuestros
we
ponentes,
conclude
por
this
favor.
panel. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much for
Sé
participating.
que siempre hay
I
muchas
know
más
that
preguntas
there
que
are
están en
always
línea y
more
que aquí hay
questions
también
online,
en el
and
salón.
we
Les
also
pido una
have more
disculpa por no
questions
poder
in
contestar a
person.
todas
I'm
tienen razón,
sorry,
pero
we were not
como les
able
dije ayer,
to
el tiempo es un
address all
recurso
these
no renovable
questions,
y tenemos
but
que
as I
avanzar.
said yesterday, time is a
Bueno,
non-renewable
tenemos que
resource,
seguir.
and we have to move forward.
Bueno,
So
entonces, vamos a pasar al siguiente
let's
panel
continue
que
with the
tiene que
next
ver con
panel. The next
biodiversidad y
panel has to do
servicios
with
ecosistémicos. Como
biodiversity
es
and
hábito, primero les
ecosystemic
quiero
services.
mostrar el resultado
First of all,
del
I would
panel
like to show you the
panel número
outcome
5
from
sobre
the
conocimiento
panel number
tradicional
5 about
que nos acaban de
traditional
exponer
knowledge
las
that was
compañeras
just
y a
presented
ver
by our
qué nos
speakers,
han
and
recomendado todos ustedes
that you have,
para
and let's see what you have recommend.
hacer. Bueno, a ver aquí, cómo mejorar la
Okay, how to
participación y
improve
soluciones de poblaciones
in,
indígenas en los procesos del
participation
CCA,
in the
fortalecimiento y
CC
liderazgo
processes.
de la participación y
How
liderazgo
can the CEC
indígenas en las
enhance
iniciativas
participation and
también.
solutions for indigenous
Y al otro
populations?
presento apoyo
And then
a
we have strengthened
de
engagement and
autoproducción y
leadership in
desarrollo
CEC
sostenible,
initiatives, 40%,
fomento de
and
alianzas y
then
asociaciones,
supporting
refuerzo del conocimiento,
self-determination governance,
capacitación,
24%,
sensibilización
enhance
acerca de desigualdades
partnerships,
y de identidades
11%, and strengthen
y por
engagement
último,
mechanisms,
intercambio y aprovechamiento
8%,
de información. Bueno,
awareness,
muy
8%,
interesante.
and finally, share or leverage best practices,
¿Me puedes subir hasta
70%.
arriba otra vez?
Okay,
¿No?
let's
Para que
move
veamos
it to
el
the
letrero.
first
Ajá.
three answers,
Ok.
the three answers, just to have a
Bueno,
clear
pues ahí están.
understanding. So here we are.
El público se ha declarado.
The audience
Ahora
has
tenemos otro,
spoken. So we have another survey, and we like to take advantage of your knowledge to the maximum. And we have another survey about biodiversity. We have a prioritization exercise. Two areas that the CC should prioritize to combat biodiversity loss. Please provide your opinion and provide your knowledge with this survey. So we are inviting, of course, the people in person and online.
Y ahora, mientras está ahí proyectado la encuesta, quiero darle la bienvenida a nuestra
I would like
siguiente
to welcome our next orientator. Remember, in every axle, in the 2030 horizon, we have a person that provides the context. We have a geographic GIS and Earth observation to combat climate change. Then we have sustainable transportation to reduce pollution. And the third one is biodiversity conservation and use of ecosystemic services. For the third axle, we have Lucy Tubidushi, the head of the ecosystem unit in the CEC. So please share your knowledge with us. Welcome, Lucy.
Buenos días, bonjour. Hello, everybody. I'm here really to give you a brief overview on how we can work together on Horizon 2030 on matters related to biodiversity. Green button? Yes. I might state things that sound a little obvious, but please bear with me. Biodiversity is essential to our well-being. It seems obvious, but really everything that sustains life comes from life. And biodiversity is not something that's over there that we can do without, that we can look at like we're taking outing. It is something that is fundamental to our life. I think we have kind of an acquired audience here. Everybody knows this. You're all very comfortable with this, but I'm putting the message out because it can be surprising how little this is known when you're not in this circle. I think speakers, including this morning, have mentioned it. Try telling to people who aren't in this field that, for example, all drugs, medicine, I mean, comes from nature. Everything that saves them originally came from this, and most people are not aware of this. So, of course, there's very rich biodiversity in North America, and everyone is part of it. And we are also stewards of this life, and we're just passing through this system, as has well been pointed out. So biodiversity in North America faces, pardon me, common threats. There was some words about the loss discussed yesterday, but basically the three countries have many species and systems in common, and they're affected by the changes that are the same for biodiversity across the world. That's changes in land use, land, water, and sea use, exploitation, overexploitation, climate change, pollution, and invasion by alien species. So acting regionally is really needed for, in obvious cases, like animal populations that are living in transboundary areas, migratory species whose migratory paths really go through 2 or 3 countries. And also because there's large ecosystems that straddle those boundaries. And if you're looking at it at seascape, landscape level, like is the case for the buffalo, it's key that we collaborate. What's essential in there is that ecological connectivity, but also the social ecological connectivity. And it's particularly important in a context of climate change where there are range shifts as species not migrate, but change their shift to reach the conditions that they thrive in. They really have to, they move across, and sometimes that includes moving across boundaries. So that connectivity is necessary between people as well. It's really important that conservation practitioners, those who deliver conservation on the ground, indigenous local communities who have unique knowledge of this environment and their place in it, they all work together. Of course, The 3 countries have committed to action. CC is one example of this. There's other agreements and all of this. But the main thing that this regional approach will bring us really is to have put this wealth of knowledge together, the knowledge, the experience, the expertise, so it can be shared across cultures and across disciplines and leverage into actions that benefit from our collective knowledge, and also that allow us to develop new avenues that wouldn't be developed otherwise. Basically, it opens new doors outside of the naturally built constraints that are there. And the ultimate goal is obviously to deliver evidence-based conservation, but conservation actions that survives the time that the CC is there to support and help it along. We want to create something lasting and that survives and that grows. Here we go. So key biodiversity conservation goals, again, many of those have been touched. In Canada, there's nature strategy, Mexico, national biodiversity strategy, MEX 30 by 30. Yes, the 2 countries are part of the global biodiversity framework, and US as America, beautiful. What they all share, I'm not gonna get into details, I just got the hand signal already. Really, what these have in common is, oh, there we go, is 30 by 30, that is that each country has committed to conserving 30% of their land and waters by 2030, including through means outside big national means like official protected areas. There's local work in there. Everybody's committed to evidence-based work, building on existing knowledge. Everybody's committed to collaborative and inclusive work, to recognizing Indigenous rights and priorities, and of course that includes knowledge, to integrating sustainable use and livelihoods, and really maintaining contribution to well-being. So it's not nature to be again conserved, it's there because we're part of the system and we benefit from it. A few examples of the kind of work we've done at the CC to inspire you as you think as how we can move forward. We've done a fair bit of work on the central grasslands. Recently, really the work is done on conservation, recognizing many of the points that were brought up by the speaker on buffaloes. Basically, grasslands is home to many endemic species. We got to the work because migratory birds who live in grasslands were really threatened. We realized quickly that there was a whole lot more to this work. And so on this one, the single land ecosystem that links the 3 countries, it's the only one, the oceans is linking the 3, but that's the only one remaining that is continuous between the 3. Of course, it plays major role in water supply, flow regulation, erosion control, carbon sequestration, as was brought up, and all kinds of other things. But what we realized was that the process wasn't as inclusive and diverse as it could be. So we have been working, we worked initially with ranchers on beneficial management practices, recognizing that, again, this is a working ecosystem that includes the people on the land. And more recently, we've done a lot of work on supporting inclusive and diverse engagement with people that were under or unrepresented in the past. In many cases, that included Indigenous peoples from Canada and northern Mexico. So we're working a lot of what is known as the human dimensions of conservation. Again, not just the ecology, but everybody working on it. Other work we've been doing, marine protected areas co-benefits. Again, with our experts, people identified that there was a need to go from basically recognizing that there was a lot of Indigenous leadership from going, okay, we have to learn from it now. So we have been working a lot on supporting something similar to what was just mentioned, integration of Indigenous leadership. It's there, we don't decide what's done. We don't dictate what they should bring to the meeting, but what we do is offer very basic material support that is not there, that is a barrier to participation. We did extensive work doing this, having indigenous led sessions at Impact 5, the big marine protected areas meeting. And again, we do this, it looks like a bit, it is something that would not happen without us, and it gives, it seeds relationships that will continue for years. All of this work, of course, helps us build more resilient MPAs, marine protected areas, and they are essential nature-based solution for the resilience of all of North America. We have also worked to communicate the importance of nature through marine protected areas, and that work is really based on reminding people that this is not just nature, we are part of it and it's doing something. Nature-based solutions to address flood risk, again, very quickly, people have identified as barrier to implementation is that people are missing specific knowledge on such things as monitoring and on co-benefits. So we have worked with experts to develop support documents to do this. What I'm giving you is a laundry list so that I can start ideas so you can see what the kind of things we can do at the CC. We have had a series of projects based on Indigenous and local communities-led climate change initiative, including work having restoring riparian systems. Again, these projects were identified by the communities with the communities. I believe some of you in the room have worked extensively on this, and that's feasible. We've also done a lot of work kind of at the other end of the spectrum based on CITES. CITES is a tool for conservation that is based on international trade. We help people doing proper enforcement of this at the borders. And finally, we have a lot of work on pollinator conservation. I will generously include monarch conservation in there. And that work is really about working on research with scientists, on communities, on turning everyone in North America into active participants in conservation by giving them information and tools so that they can gather evidence and act in a manner that supports conservation. So brings us to the key questions. What opportunities and strategies do we have to implement actions to strengthen biodiversity conservation in North America? That would include also sustainable management of biodiversity, depends on what angle you go at it. And of course, what are effective, sustainable, and inclusive ways to account for our region's biodiversity and who can steward it? And finally, what mechanisms are there and community-driven approaches that we can scale across the region? So I think the invitation is here for all of you to consider these questions and see how you can help us help move forward on conservation. If you have questions on specifics on that laundry list, please come and talk to me. If it helps, I'm sitting right here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Gracias, Lucy.
Thank you,
Bueno,
Lucy.
pues entonces ahora
Okay,
quisiera invitar a
now I would like to
nuestros
invite our
panelistas
panelists
acompañarme
to
al
come
escenario.
to the front. Luis,
Come on up.
Frankie.
Me da un enorme gusto presentar a nuestro
I'm
primer
very happy
panelista,
to introduce
con quien
my
hemos tenido la
first
suerte de
panelist
trabajar desde hace
that I
muchos
have been
años
lucky to work
en
for
varios
many
temas.
years in several topics.
Luis Fuello McDonald
Luis
es hoy un consultor
Fuente McDonald
ambiental
is an
privado,
environmental
pero tiene toda una vida previa de servicio
environmentalist
público
in the private sector, but in the public
protegiendo
sector,
la
he
naturaleza
protects nature
mediante áreas naturales
through
protegidas,
natural
trabajando
protected
de la
areas,
mano con
working hand in
comunidades
hand with
locales y
local
comunidades
communities and
indígenas.
indigenous
Es
communities.
una persona como
He
todos que
is a
está
person like everybody
amistosamente
who
con
has been
nosotros,
here
muy
with us,
comprometida con la
very committed
naturaleza
with nature
y un navegador de
and a
sistemas
navigator
políticos y
of political
económicos experta.
and
Así que
economic
qué gusto
systems.
tenerte aquí con nosotros,
I'm
Luis.
very happy to have you
Bienvenido,
here with us.
gracias.
And Luis, welcome.
Muy buenos días
Good
a todas y
morning.
a todos. Es un placer
It
estar
is
aquí
a
con
pleasure
Frankie,
to be here
acompañando esta importante reunión
accompanying this
especial.
important CEC meeting.
Este panel nos
This
convoca
panel gathers us
a reflexionar sobre
to
dos
reflect
temas
on
que
two
están
topics that
intervinculados.
are interrelated.
los servicios ecosistémicos
ecosystemic
y el manejo
systems
sustentable de la
in the
biodiversidad.
sustainable management
Yo
of
quisiera,
biodiversity.
en el tiempo
I
que
would
nos
like,
han
in
establecido,
the time that they have given us,
abordar estos
to
temas
approach
en
these
4
topics
pasos.
in 4 steps.
El primer paso,
The first step,
desde mi punto de vista,
from my perspective,
es que el
is that
concepto de
the
servicios
concept of
ecosistémicos
ecosystemic
debe ser un
services
concepto que debe
should
ser
be a
difundido,
concept that should be promoted,
ampliado y
expanded,
apropiado
and
por la
appropriate
sociedad en general.
and accepted by the society in general.
Hemos perdido
We
contacto
have
con la
lost
naturaleza.
contact with nature.
Curiosamente,
It's
si
funny,
ustedes
but
revisan
if you check
documentos de hace
documents of
150 años
about
en
150 years
Europa,
ago in
en
Europe,
Estados Unidos
the United
e
States,
incluso en
and
México,
even in Mexico,
sobre la
regarding
relación
the
de los bosques
relationship of the
con el
forest
agua,
with
con la
water,
energía,
with
con
energy,
la salud,
with health,
servicios ambientales,
environmental
que
services,
estaban
were
presentes en los
present
debates que se
in the
desarrollaban
debate
entre
that were carried out
1860
between
y el año
1860
1900.
and the year 1900,
Con altibajos,
with ups and
la
downs
cercanía que se
and the
tenía con la
closeness
naturaleza
that we had with
se ha
nature,
venido perdiendo
we have been losing
a través de los
through
procesos de
the
urbanización.
urbanization
Y
process.
hoy
And
en
today,
día nos encontramos
we are
desconectados. De
disconnected
manera que es
in such a
imprescindible
way that it is
para
important
colocar
to
el
place
tema de los
the topic
servicios
of
ambientales,
environmental services.
que esto sea
This
entendido,
is
comprendido y
understood
apropiado
and
por la
appropriate
sociedad
by,
en
and
general.
accepted by the
Si esto es
society in
así,
general. If this is the fact,
tendremos en la
then we
agenda
would have in the
nacional,
agenda,
en la
in the
agenda
national
regional y en la
agenda, the
agenda global,
regional and
el
rural
tema
agendas,
prioritario
the
de los servicios
priority topic of
ambientales.
environmental services.
Por supuesto
Of
que
course,
los servicios ambientales
environmental services
existen
exist
porque tenemos
because we have
ecosistemas sanos.
healthy
Y
ecosystems.
estos
And
ecosistemas
these
sanos
healthy
han
ecosystems
podido,
have been
en
able,
algunos
and
casos,
in some
por
cases,
más de 3,000
in
años,
more than 3,000
mantenerse
years,
con una
to
riqueza
maintain with
biológica
a biological richness,
incalculable,
which
porque
cannot
sus
be
propietarios,
estimated
ya lo
because
recordaba
its
Yesenia
owners,
en la participación pasada,
Yesenia already
han
reminded
sido,
that
entre
they have
otros,
been, among
pueblos y
others,
comunidades
communities,
originales, pueblos
indigenous
indígenas,
communities,
quien han
original
podido
populations
conservar
who
y
have been able to
mantener
conserve
esta
and maintain
riqueza
this
biológica.
biological richness.
Segundo paso,
Second step,
tenemos
we
que
have
construir
to build
instituciones que
institutions
hagan posible que
that
nuestros
make it
ecosistemas se
possible
mantengan
to
en buen
maintain
estado de salud.
ecosystems in a healthy
Y
manner.
requerimos
And we
un marco legal
require
referente
a
a
reference
nivel global,
legal
a
frame
nivel
at a
regional
local
y a
level,
nivel
regional
nacional
level,
y
and national
subnacional
level, and
que haga esto
subnational
posible.
that makes this possible.
En México,
In
Estados
Mexico, the
Unidos y en
United
Canadá,
States, and Canada,
por supuesto
of
que
course,
hemos
that
construido
we have built
instituciones, no
institutions,
solo las de
not only
gobierno,
the government
sino
institutions,
también
but
las
also
instituciones
the
que se
institutions
construyen en
that
la
are
sociedad,
built in the society,
las organizaciones no
the
gubernamentales,
NGOs,
los pueblos
the
originales, las
indigenous
organizaciones de
communities,
jóvenes y mujeres
the organizations of
y
men and
un
women,
conjunto
and youth and
importante de
women, I'm sorry,
instituciones
and a
que
group of
han arrolado la
institutions that
conservación
have
como una bandera de
the
lucha y
conservation
presencia
as a flag of
regional.
struggle and presence
Y
in a
por
regional
supuesto
level. And of course,
que hemos
that
construido un
we
marco
have
legal.
built a legal framework
Desde hace 52
from
años,
252 years
cuando
ago
se convocó a la
when we
Cumbre de Medio
gathered
Ambiente Humano,
the summit of
se empezaron a sentar
in
bases
human
para
environment. We
que
started
se
establishing
construyera
base
un sólido
to
edificio
build a
de
solid
temas
building
ambientales
of environmental
que algunos son
topics that
referentes
some of them are
en
referent
leyes suaves, soft law,
to
y otros
some
tratados
laws
internacionales
and other
vinculantes
international
que han constituido
treaties
el
that have
edificio
built the
sobre el
building
cual
on
el
which
medio
the
ambiente se ha
environment
construido a
has
nivel
been
global
built at a
y
global level
también a
and
nivel
also
regional.
at a regional level.
Las leyes
The
nacionales se han
national laws
fortalecido,
have been
particularmente
strengthened,
en México desde la
specifically
década
in
de
Mexico,
los
since the decade of the 60s. And this is a reference, important reference, in order to be able to consolidate and start building healthy ecosystems, have the capability of managing in a sustainable manner the resources and be able to maintain environmental services that nature offers. Third step, cooperation. International cooperation and regional cooperation are important elements to be able to respond to topics that are global and topics that are also local. And this interrelationship is the one that makes to foresee towards the future to 2030 horizon, and that our natural richness will continue offering environmental services and the opportunity so that local communities can have means of well-being through the sustainable recovery of natural resources. We have learned to cooperate, but also we have learned to divide. This is not possible in a society that demands participation. Without participation from society, it is impossible to preserve biodiversity. It is impossible to manage natural resources in a sustainable manner, and it would be impossible to maintain environmental services that nature offers. And the fourth step, and I conclude with this, they already told me to finish. Then we have to have national, subnational, and regional capability so that the legal framework and the institutional framework can be made. It is necessary that the agencies and also the commitments that are acquired from the society to observe the compliance of internal provisions, which could be voluntary agreement in a community or a reference or a law of a location or a national law or the links that unite us at an international level. We have to remember that the Vienna Convention on the Rights of the Treaty makes it mandatory that when the countries are signing a treaty, we have to commit because that's the way we want it. And specifically in the region, in the concept, enriched concept, the environment that was included in Article 24, the free trade agreement is a commitment of the three countries. Independently of the controversies that we're seeing right now, of Trump threats and the necessary law, the reference to articles included in 24 of the free trade, United States, Mexico, Canada free trade agreement, we should not lose it from sight. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Luis.
Thank you, Luis. Okay, next we have Kai Chen, a professor from the Institute of Natural Resources, Environment and Sustainability from the University of British Columbia. And as yesterday, we have some online. We're going to repeat yesterday's format to be able to ask Kai any questions directly just after his presentation so he can continue with his obligations at the university. Thank you so much, Kai.
If you can hear us, you are on, and we're very excited to hear your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's great to see you as best as I can from over here. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to make the trip. We have some family health issues here, and it has almost entirely curtailed my travel for work. So I'd like to talk to you about one opportunity that I think we have that's crucial and timely for cooperating across our nations. Next slide, please. First, I just want to introduce myself a little bit as I was asked by Julian. So I'm a professor in Canada research here at the University of British Columbia, and I've been there almost for 20 years now. Next slide, please. I want to acknowledge that I work, live, and play on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Next slide, please. A little bit about my work. My work is grounded in ecology, ecological monitoring, modeling, and field work, and then the interpretation of ecosystem services from there. But there's a few pieces that we've been working on over the last few years, and I'm just going to feature a few of those on the more social side. I was the coordinating lead author of Chapter 5 from the Global Assessment that set out the levers and leverage points for transformative change towards sustainability. Work that we have started on, but only just barely. There's a lot more work to be done here. Each of the levers and leverage points looks like it's obvious according to these 3 to 8 word brief descriptions, but I'd actually argue that what we've represented here and what it best accepted and put out to the world is actually quite different from what you might imagine based on these really short descriptors. I could talk for my whole time about that, but I'll go on. Next slide, please. More recently, we've been focused on understanding how we could steer ourselves collectively towards that transformative social change. One piece of that is to make sense of the theories of human action. What enables people to change what they do? Turns out there's at least 86 different theories, and here we've mapped those onto disciplines. Next slide. The same theories we've then interpreted in terms of their basic structures, their assumptions of what changes what. What you'll notice here, which is really important, is that the vast majority of these meta theories, so when you group the 86 theories, they actually fall out into these 8 different groups of these basic structures. And the vast majority of these meta theories of human action are linear. Now, what that means is that they are not equipped to represent transformative change, which is necessarily going to include feedbacks, where the last thing in this chain is also going to come back and influence the first things in this chain. That's just a tidbit. There are references at the end. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I've also been trying to put that together in terms of a united framework for understanding the role that individuals can play in bringing about that broader system change. So that's how do we bring these green circles in the middle together in order to influence these blue circles on the outside, that system change. And this was work with Jiaying Zhao and Rumi Naito, who's the first author here. Next slide, please. My work has also pivoted, or rather centered largely around relational values, so not just the intrinsic and instrumental. And in a paper that's now 8 years old, we laid out this logic, next slide, that relational values, are actually crucial to many people's understanding of the world and what motivates them to act. And these relational values are between individuals and nature, so the forests, the waters, but also between people where the environment is a mediating factor. Next slide, please. Relational values center around relational thinking, which we can thank Indigenous peoples all over the world for bringing back in terms of because we lost a lot of this thinking in Western societies. And we've been trying to help to communicate how that might change our science and how we understand things. So this paper from Eister et al., Harold Eister, shows that the moral foundations are actually deeply relational. And when you change the relational context for those moral foundations, you actually get at very different findings as to which moral foundations are important to which groups of people. Next slide, please. Relational thinking, we've shown in this other empirical example, is also crucial for understanding mysteries to many people, like why do we have big-seeded fruit that no modern herbivores are eating in complete form, swallowing the seeds as nature would have intended or evolution intended. Next slide, please. But now, for the rest of my brief talk, I want to talk about offsets and what we could do about that. Next slide. Next, offsets are not perfect. They've been popular in the popular press in a kind of negative sense, attracting a lot of attention to the bad side of offsets. They have been argued as causing both land grabbing and enabling companies to greenwash, appearing to do something important for the climate without actually doing anything positive, but maybe doing some things or not much positive, very little additional, but also having these really serious negative social effects where these various carbon offset schemes are separating people from both the land and the water in the form of blue carbon and also their uses of those lands and waters. Next slide, please. The current guidelines for biodiversity offsets represent a little bit of learning from those negative experiences with carbon offsets. But as the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework has turned towards biodiversity offsets and credits as a prominent conservation finance tool for the next few decades, it's important for us to reflect on what we could do better so that we don't replicate the same problems and so that we actually prevent and fix those problems that have been occurring in the carbon offset context. Next slide, please. So to sum up, at Cosphere, which is an initiative that I founded at UBC, whose purpose is to leverage science into transformative social change, we are hoping to raise the bar for ecosystem-based offsets, including carbon offsets and credits, and biodiversity offsets and credit, anything that is on the land base. So not including the purely kind of technological solutions, but anything that's on the land base or in the water to raise the bar so that it is no longer possible to greenwash without affecting real meaningful change that is positive. Next slide. To understand what that might look like, to see whether there is an opportunity to address the fundamental concerns of critics while still enabling this to be a helpful conservation finance tool, we start with the question that is a relational one. It follows from relational thinking. And that question is, how might carbon and biodiversity credits and offsets restore people-nature relationships? This is a different framing from the one that has typically been applied, which is how can we fix carbon accounting such that offsets present something additional? We want to get all the way to the foundations of these people-nature relationships to see whether that can address those fundamental critiques. Next slide, please. So a little bit of terminology here. There are credits that entail offsets. There are also credits that are not offset, and there are offsets that require credits and ones that don't. Next slide, please. To understand how those fit together in the landscape, basically just to go over what many of you probably already know, but it's important to make sure. What we're talking about here are situations where you've got some companies like Company A who are doing direct harm or anticipating to do harm to ecosystem A. They then will funnel money to an offset or credit provider, or they will offset themselves. That's pathway 3 at the bottom. If it goes through the offset or credit provider, then it could be either a biodiversity credit, but that doesn't directly make up for the harm. It's not a like for like or a like for better, or to have a credit-based offset, which is pathway 2. Meanwhile, for biodiversity credits, there's also the pathway of company B, top left, which would then follow the first pathway up to having credits that are not offsetting. They're not mitigating any specific harm, but just seeking to do good. Next slide, please. So what we've done in a paper that we have drafted and are now sending it out for friendly review is to consider 5 different questions that start from a relational perspective. A relational perspective requires that we consider the connections in the systems that are fundamental and that we orient our thinking that way. And when we do that in this context, we recognize that we must always address biodiversity. Addressing carbon and thinking that biodiversity will stay the same is not going to work. Because if you tweak one part of a system, or if you try to optimize for one part of the system, like carbon sequestration, without specifically attending to the other components, like biodiversity, you end up with introduced eucalyptus plantations, for example, which are effectively biodiversity deserts and have negative ecological effects on the water table, etc. Second slide, please. Or next slide, second tenet. Following from that is this fundamental point that people are a part of nature and they have been for millennia. So you can't just change biodiversity or protect it or restore it without also attending to those contributions to people or ecosystem services. So our second tenet, following from this second piece of relational thinking, is that offsets must cover a comprehensive set of species, habitats, and ecosystems, but also ecosystem services or nature's contributions to people, including the cultural or non-material dimensions of that. Next slide. The third is that in a relationship, timing and the continuity of actions are key. It doesn't matter much if I profess to be your friend and I do something good for you if I'm not there for you when you need me. The same thing is true for carbon offsets. Carbon offsets entail in many cases, the immediate release of a lot of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. In my case, that usually happens in the context of flying in a plane. But then the offsets that are available on the market only take that carbon out of the atmosphere over the scale of the next several decades. There's a crucially important gap there where there is an excess of carbon in the atmosphere, even though I work hard to make sure that the offsets that I'm purchasing are legitimate high quality offsets, 5 to 10 times more expensive than the ones that you normally find on the market. So the tenet that follows from that is that we need offsets that have already restored ecosystems before credit has been assigned. That's a fundamentally different way than offsets are currently calculated. Next slide, please. Perspective and the involvement of people matter crucially. It doesn't much matter if you do something that is intended to be good for people if they were not involved in that decision. So just as offsets have had a history of displacing people and their uses from the land and the water, it's now time not just to say that we're involving people, that we're consulting with them meaningfully, but rather offering a co-governance arrangement with Indigenous peoples and local communities to participate both safely and accessibly in the governance of those programs. That needs to include not just identifying the harms that need to be mitigated to both nature and to its contributions to people, but also the programs and approaches to actually mitigating those negative impacts. Next slide, please. The fifth is, from a relational perspective, it's kind of a rule from Immanuel Kant to treat others as ends, not as means to an end. Carbon offsetting has been treating people as a means to an end only. It's crucial that we stop that and do, in a sense, the opposite. Preventing individuals and firms from profiting from carbon markets in a way that their purpose is not to make things better. Their purpose is merely to make money. And so we can do this partly by removing offsets from markets and putting them into the context of banks, where basically the only kinds of transactions that are allowed are those when a party that needs to mitigate a harm, like a company, works directly with those regions that are harmed, rather than having these offsets be consolidated through markets. Next slide, please. So these are the ideas in our offset reset campaign. The way that we're working on this is we've got this paper. We're going to publish this paper, have a press release, attract signatories to an expert sign-on letter for any folks that are working in this space. The reason that we're going through these first two steps before launching a more public-facing campaign with our partners at Cosphere, like the David Suzuki Foundation, are because offsets are not sufficiently understood. We did some initial market research and found out that offsets are not sufficiently understood by the public, that they feel comfortable signing on to anything unless they understand that experts have agreed with these statements. So we're going to set out the logic in the paper. We're going to ask experts to agree and sign on in a public-facing way, and then we're going to turn our attention to the public to leverage change from governments and from companies. And what we can do here at CEC is we can work directly towards that change, cooperating on changing the rules within our nations to ensure that these tools both work for biodiversity and for nature. I've gone too long, so you can skip to the acknowledgements for my presentation. Thank you so much. And the references following that slide.
Today, we have any number of voluntary market standards, accounting practices, enforcement variable kind of approaches to carbon capture, or rather carbon offsets. If biodiversity offsets are coming, and it seems as though they are, where are the spaces, where are the places that the arguments that you're making need to appear in order to create a more rational and effective system? I was really struck by that proportion of hundreds of millions of credits given versus how many millions of credits, how many millions of tons have actually been offset, which was quite a large factor, maybe 10x. I didn't quite calculate, but a really enormous factor of ineffective and completely unimpactful offsets there. So where are the spaces? Where are the fora? I mean, a lot of this will be driven by markets, I suppose, but there are also policies that can encourage it. Where do these discussions need to happen? Where are the places that people need to be agreeing on these tenets that you're bringing to us?
Yeah, thanks. That was the point that I rushed over at the end.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah, we didn't catch the very beginning, Kai. Please start again. Go ahead.
That's the question that I was hoping to address with the point at the end. So in a sense, this requires that people broadly understand and participate in carbon and biodiversity markets, or not markets, offsets and credits, right? But at the moment, as I said, the offsets have they have a taint. They have a bad reputation because the critics have leveraged concerns that have not been addressed. But the problem, as I mentioned, that we encountered was in our initial efforts, right? Our little bits of market research to understand whether and we could reach people who were presented routinely with the option of buying a carbon offset through their airline or through other means. We actually found that people, as I said, did not understand sufficiently what that actually meant, what it entailed, and whether it was a good thing or not a good thing. So that's why we've got this staged approach, right? The first step is the peer-reviewed paper, where we're going to engage with experts. We're going to make sure that it passes muster with the expert reviewers and editors. The next stage then is, as soon as we've got that, is to collect a much broader level of support through experts in the field. That's academics, but also practitioners working in these spaces to talk about what would be possible and hopefully to come to agreement that these 5 tenets added on top of the accounting measures that have already been proposed through the best practices would actually be a positive thing. And then to turn it over to people who don't feel that they have sufficient expertise in this place. But hopefully those people can rely upon the experts who have signed on. The fact that thousands by then will have signed on saying this would be a positive thing. That's the hope. It's obviously a tall order. We've never done anything quite like that before, but we've seen things that are somewhat parallel, and some of those have been successful.
Great. Thanks, Kai. Anybody else in the room want to take one? Yes, please. We have 2 questions coming at you, Kai. And we'll do just maybe 4 more minutes or so on this, and then we'll move on. Please.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning.
Hello, Kai. Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Valeria. I'm a student. And I wanted to go back to what you said about the theories of human action. I found that really, really interesting. And basically, my question is like, I mean, between yesterday and today, all the previous speakers have spoken about how, I mean, ultimately, we all arrive to the same conclusion that we need to do actions, right? To take action in order to solve all these different crises that we've been talking about and discussing. And so, if what we need is human action, and so my question is like how, I mean, you that have been studying the theories of human action and that you showed us these like the 8 different meta theories, like how, from what you already know, how would you say that, I mean, how do you think we could actually like deal with the different relational values and relational perspectives in order to be able to drive human action, specifically dealing with these crises that we've been talking about? Thank you.
Oh, Valeria, thank you for that. Um, so as I noted that of those 8 meta theories for human action, that 7 of them are just linear. The Another piece that's problematic that I didn't mention explicitly is that policymaking seems to rely almost entirely on just 2 of those 7. So they're linear ones, they're this independent structure and the economic needs. It's almost entirely dominated by those 2 meta theories, which are most strongly associated with economics and psychology. They're useful in context of incremental change. But when you're thinking about transformative change, which is clear that that's what we need now, they're definitely not sufficient. So the next paper, the one that was led by Rumi Naito, is an effort to answer your question in a sense, to put together the thinking across those 8 meta theories and the theories that compose those, and to understand where are their points of leverage to actually enable individuals to play an important role changing systems. So one of the points there in the inner circles, there were 3 different kinds of actions: private actions, social signaling actions, and system changing actions. One of the key points is that the environmental movement has tried to engage people almost entirely in the form of private action. So what we consume, what we buy, and then our household actions like what we recycle or compost when we turn off the lights, that stuff. That is nowhere near sufficient to accomplish transformative change. Absolutely not going to happen unless it is paired with those social signaling actions where we take actions that are outward facing, intended to allow others to see what we're doing, how it aligns with our values, and that we hope that others will do it too. And then those system changing actions where we take strategic actions in order to change the structure of the system to enable things to move more easily, right? To allow people to operate more sustainably within the system. Right now, that's almost impossible. Offset reset represents one of those examples. At the moment, the system is so messy in terms of the kinds of ideas that people have about offsetting that it is only enabling, for the most part, only enabling greenwashing and some of these kind of detrimental activities on the landscape. The system change that is needed there is to have this clarity about what is needed for an offset, that it must meet a higher bar, and then to be clear about which of the offsets are actually doing that. And if we can broker a kind of agreement across societal actors that these various pieces that are not present in most offsets are needed, then we can change the landscape so that it's no longer possible for companies to greenwash in this way. So that's an example of a system changing action. It's what we're trying to do at Cosphere. And so if you're interested in hearing more, I'd love to hear from you, and we'd love to have you part of our efforts at Cosphere more broadly.
Thanks, Kai. Last question. I know we have one in person, but I do have one online that I want to get
Tenemos
to.
una línea, una pregunta en
Minute or
línea,
less,
por
Kai,
favor.
that'd be amazing.
A ver si lo podemos hacer
Close the meeting
en
with
un
some tech.
minuto o menos, Kai. Es imposible.
There's a question about
Hay una
the value
pregunta.
implicit in offsets and the financialization of nature and
Perfect.
questioning sort of the wisdom of doing that, and if that's
Perfect.
moral, ethical, let alone effective. I'm
Yeah,
sure you've done a lot of thinking about this.
absolutely.
What
I
do you think?
love the question. Thank you so much for asking it. The values that are implicit in offset are a function of how they are brokered, right? So at the moment, offsets are mostly taking place through exchanges. And there, you're right. It's a financial, you are representing the work of nature in a financial way that exposes it to exchange value. So the offsets then represent an exchange value and not actually the kind of the work of people and nature. So in a more kind of classical economic context, the value of a thing is the value of the labor that goes into it. Once you expose a credit or an offset to a market, that work gets overshadowed by the exchange value, which is a balance between supply and demand, and it no longer represents or goes towards the work. An offset and a credit, according to a banking structure, doesn't represent the value of the system. It represents the price of the work, right? The cost of the work done to mitigate nature. It represents a value-based statement that we ought not to let nature be degraded, right? And then the question is, how can we do that in a way that restores people-nature relationships? It's a different value proposition. And so the tenets pivot, right? They take us from a purely financial basis where value is monetary, and they put it into a moral statement where the price is only the cost to be covered as we achieve this moral standard of restoring people-nature relationships. You're right. It wasn't possible to do it in a minute. I hope it was somewhat satisfactory. I look forward to talking with anybody in more detail.
Great. Kai, we really appreciate you making the time. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom and your theories and your work. Thank you. One more round of applause here for you.
It was such a pleasure. Thank you all.
Thanks, Kai. Okay, bueno, very, very, very interesting. And we will continue to have more interesting interventions. Next is Frankie Myers, the director and co-founder of Fix the World Consulting. Frankie, you are on.
My great aunt Queen lived in the village of Kinnick, the center of our world as we believed as Yurok people. One night, Rawa, the spirit that lives in the river, came to her and woke her up, took her down to one of our prayer rocks that oversees our river, the Klamath River. And she said, "What am I doing here?" And he said, "Watch." And so she did. She looked at the river, and as she looked at the river, she could see the entirety of the Klamath Basin, from the headwaters all the way to the mouth. She could see the whole thing. And she could see into the river, down to the gravel in the river, and she saw it teeming with life, with salmon and sturgeon and eels. It was full, and she could see spans of time in moments, whole runs of salmon going up and back, and she was filled with joy, and she said, "Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to see this." And Rawa said, "No. Keep watching." And so she did. She turned back and looked at the river again. And this time when she looked, she had noticed that the salmon runs weren't returning like she had saw in the beginning. And the sturgeon weren't returning either. And neither were the lampway. And eventually, as she watched, there was nothing left in the river. No suckers, no crawdads, no mussels, no sturgeon, no eels, and no salmon. And she wept. She cried, and she asked him, What have I done to deserve to see this? And he said, I showed you this so that you would know and understand this lesson. That if there ever comes a time when there's no more fish in the river, when there's no more salmon, there will be no need for Yurok people to exist anymore. In 2002, the Klamath River had one of the largest fish kills in U.S. history. Over 100,000 salmon died on the banks on the Yurok Indian Reservation where I was born, where I was raised. As Indigenous people, as Yurok people, as tribal people, we all knew and understood that story of our connection to the salmon, of the importance of salmon in the river being the foundation of our existence here on Earth. Witnessing hundreds of thousands of salmon dying on our river, to us, we were witnessing the end of our existence here on Earth as Indigenous people. It was a catalyst that forced our tribal nations and our people to come together. I would add, I believe there's one other thing that pushes people to change. And it is facing your own extinction. And as Indigenous people, as tribal people, in 2002, we were facing our own extinction. Our way of life was going to disappear forever. For the second time, we faced a tectonic shift in who we were as Indigenous people. So we fought, and we organized, and we came together to figure out what was happening and what we could do to change it. And we learned a couple things. It was a huge problem that the salmon kill highlighted. It was decades and centuries of deforestation and monoculture, timber harvest. It was decades and centuries of overharvest in our ocean and our commercial fishery. It was gold mining, both historic and present. And if we were to do anything, we would have to address all of these. But most importantly, what we learned is that there was 4 dams producing toxic blue-green algae, raising water temperatures, and lowering river flows. And if we didn't reconnect our basin, our river, by removing these 4 dams, nothing else we did was going to change anything. We had to address the problem holistically. A foundational belief of our way of life as traditional natives is addressing issues holistically. And whether we're dealing with education, housing, murdered and missing Indigenous people, the solution comes to holistic management. Because all things are connected. All things are connected. We are connected to the world around us. Our rivers are connected to us today. Our forests are connected to us as people. These were the foundational ideas that led us to organizing our tribal governments, enacting agreements with both state, federal, and corporate partners, bringing along our environmental allies who have become good partners recently, to give clear direction on what needed to be done. And after 20 years of negotiations, agreements, and finding money, we celebrate this year the removal of all 4 dams, a free-flowing Klamath River, and salmon returning to their habitat for the first time in 100 years. It wasn't just removing the dams. That was the cornerstone that we needed. We had to reconnect the entire basin, but that wasn't it. We had to also address the deforestation and the monoculture timber harvest that was happening within our basin as well. And what I have found the best way to do that is to get your land back. And as much as I want to believe that state and federal agencies and corporates will eventually do what's right, we didn't have time for that. And we needed to get to work immediately. So we used federal funding, state grants, state loans, corporate donations, and carbon offsets to help us regain around 100,000 acres of land to immediately start doing restoration, to do prairie restoration. And most importantly, working with the Kaduk tribe, who has spearheaded initiatives to bring fire back to the ground. We started the work. We started doing the work of implementing our traditional ideas and foundational principles using modern technology. We built one of the largest fisheries programs on the West Coast. The tribal fisheries programs actually represent the second largest fisheries program on the West Coast, second only to the state of California. We built capacity. We built corporations of our own. We used the system that was designed to destroy our world, and we used it ourselves. We built restoration companies, restoration corporations, for-profit corporations whose sole purpose it is to restore the land so that we could make money, so we could buy more land, so we could restore more land. And it's been wildly successful because it's not just the work of restoration that's important, it's who's doing it. It's who's doing it. The greatest species restoration I've ever been a part of is humans. It's our people, our tribal people, doing the work that we've done since time immemorial. Now, it looks different. We have our tribal members running D9 excavator or dozers and 450 excavators and haul trucks. And it doesn't necessarily look any different than a construction site. But who's doing it and what we're doing is extremely different. We're taking old mill sites like at Orao, which was the centerpiece of logging in our territory, the destruction of 90% of our old growth redwood trees. And we're restoring it back to its stream, back to good salmon habitat, back to our people. It's our land now. Our people are doing the restoration, and that funding is going to our communities to do it. I think it's critical that we all understand there was no wilderness that existed on this continent when settlers showed up. There was no wilderness. It did not exist. Our buffalo, our salmon, our prairies, our old growth forests were man-made. Were man-made. We made them. We created these ecosystems. And what's exciting about that is because we know we created these ecosystems before, we can do it again. They didn't exist outside of the human interaction that created them. Humans are a part of nature. Humans are the keystone species in nature. Humans are the keystone species in nature, incorporating them by using fire to ensure we have vast prairies, incorporating fire into our forest to ensure that the carbon goes back into the ground to create better streams, healthier ecosystems. A continental effort was undertaken for millennia to manage this landscape, to provide for the abundance that non-natives first saw when they came here to this continent. How do we do that today? How do we implement those traditional practices in the modern world? You focus on the principles, on the guiding principles, the guiding foundational principles of what worked historically. You apply those today. You create corporations, for-profit corporations, and you center their goal on restoration and restoring people back to their land. You center agreements that come from our Indigenous people, that are driven from the grassroots up. You create spaces in your government that allows for those processes to take place, and you help build capacity in those communities that hold the knowledge, And you ensure that the funding needed gets down to those people. And we value them accordingly. Like we all value things today, by how much you pay for it. How much you pay for it. We'll pay our lawyers, which we have a slew of, $500 or $600 an hour. And as a government person myself, historically, that makes sense. An elder who has knowledge that no one else does will ask to volunteer to come forward. Our communities, our restoration communities, our environmental communities, we also need to do work in ensuring that we are putting a value on those things we talk about. Those individuals who have the lessons and the knowledge, we also need to make sure that we are valuing them as well. Because if we want other people to care about it and say it makes sense and that's valuable, why don't we? Why don't we put a value on it ourselves? Thank you all for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it. Welcome.
Thanks, Frankie. Muy bien, muy bien. Vaya.
Excellent. We're getting a lot of inspiration this morning. Really appreciate it. So we have a couple of minutes for the Q&A session with the two speakers, same format. If you are online, please use Q&A session. And I wanted to start with Luis. Frankie mentioned that it's not only important what is being done, who's doing it. So we had a section on your section or your presentation about how to create dialogue, discussions. I have seen you navigating or surfing the needs and the desires, different desires from different parties, and being able to reach agreements for the communities. You tell us a little bit about from your expertise, how do you navigate these turbulent waters with the different needs and ideas from different communities? I believe that the foundation to create consensus is in the elimination of defined ideas. I believe that listening, discussing, strengthening community engagement, all of this allows to assess every single idea provided by the different individuals and communities, and that will give the opportunity to find some common ground. And this idea of detailed ideas to build agreements, to create agreements. There have been individuals absent as well as communities absent in the construction of a strong fabric in a community. First of all, the participation of women has it has always women have been invisible in the agreements, and women are the core of biodiversity in many communities. The emerging voices of the youth that claim to become part of the decision-making process. If we provide certainty that we have been able to create a legal framework that based on the proposed and that the proposals that come from the communities are taken into account, the path will become a reality and not only a discussion where agreements cannot be implemented because there are no institutional legal frameworks that allow the agreements in the cruise routes can happen.
I wanted to ask you a question, and I want to preface this by stating that this is not my point of view, but as you are sharing your story, I know that there are people out there who will react to that story saying, these are anti-development, anti-progress perspectives. Where's all that power going to be generated from now? What are we going to do? And so I wonder, I'm sure this is not the first time you've heard that before. How do you respond to people who come at you from that angle?
I don't think it's anti-development.
I think
that absolutely is a question we get asked quite a bit. Removal of hydroelectric dams, the removal of power generating facilities. We all use power. As Indigenous people, we depend on it as well. It powers our schools, our hospitals. It's critical now. It's a part of how we live. I think what we try to ensure people understand is that this is a process of balance. So it's stopping the pendulum from build a dam on every river, build everywhere you can, to build where it is foundationally appropriate in ways that incorporate communities and Indigenous values. On the Klamath River, for instance, these 4 power generating facilities didn't generate very much electricity. They were very much outdated. They didn't provide for agricultural water. They didn't provide for flood water. Their reason for being on the river to begin with was a part of the United States' hydroelectric craze that really was driven by this idea that you build a dam on every river and you create power generating facilities on every river you could. This is moving us back the other way. Absolutely, we need sustainable electric power generation, but at the foundation, it has to be sustainable. It has to be balanced. I think that is the message we continue to try to move forward. This isn't a movement to bring us back to the 1800s. I don't want to paddle my canoe down here. I like taking a plane, but it's about balance.
Yeah. Well, and if I can build on that theme back with you, Luis, we spoke yesterday about sustainable transportation, the needs, if we're going to go down an EV route for new minerals and new mining, the demand currently for the things that we already mine, like copper, gold, silver, molybdenum, and many other minerals, continues to grow, not reduce. And so, speaking of this balanced perspective that that Frankie is mentioning. Luis, of course, Mexico is full of mineral wealth, and yet is full of delicate ecosystems. And there's a challenge between developing mining and allowing and citing mining with protecting the environment. And I know those are conversations that you've been in the middle of as well, Luis. Talk a little bit about managing the balance between feeding our economic drivers and maintaining life on Earth.
Por más complejo que sea un
It
problema,
doesn't matter how complex a problem may be, the first step that we have to take forward is to understand what we're facing. Sometimes we confront because we cannot find different paths that allow us to harmonize conservation tasks with well-being tasks, with development tasks. And if we're not able to look for solutions, and these happened in mobility, weather, agriculture, and we're going to try to impose a solution that will not convince or buy in the different stakeholders. So let's start from a reality. Our societies at a national, local, and regional level or global level are plural and coexist in a territory. If we're not capable of starting acknowledging this plurality, and that we can build solutions in community, whether all these ideas oppose each other, we will certainly polarize and divert or close solutions in a community. So I will start working right there, trying first to acknowledge that we all have different needs and ideas, but that we're all capable to compromise and reach agreements. And based on these agreements, we can move forward. And this starts from a principle. If we reach an agreement, no matter what agreement is under a legal framework or an internal agreement in an organization, all these agreements have to be respected. Otherwise, there is no way we can work together. Thank you, Luis.
Last word to you, Frankie. Thoughts?
Two things. One, it is truly about trying to understand what balance for the future looks like. It absolutely is about changing how we look at ourselves, how we look at our communities. I will add, when we are trying to put together agreements and trying to incorporate traditional models and traditional communities and communities anywhere, I think we first have to start with an understanding that communities can say no. I think so many times we have these conversations. It's not based on an understanding that a community can say no, especially around new initiatives of renewable power. For instance, currently we're facing a offshore wind project off the coast of California, the largest floating offshore wind project in the world. It's off the shores of Yurok, Wiyot, and Tolowa people. It affects the Karuk, Hupa, Sanungwe, Klamath, Modoc people all the way up and down the coast. The project is moving forward based on the idea that we have to have renewable energy and that tribes have to get on board to agree with it, because development is needed. Renewable energy is needed. And the foundational understanding is that the community must agree to it because it is what's right and we have to do it. I think moving forward as a society, we have to shift away from this idea that communities have to say yes. We have to begin to move forward with the understanding that it's okay for communities to say no. And it's okay if sustainability means we don't develop every square inch of this planet.
Okay, great. Bueno, colegas, con esto concluimos el panel. Un
Well, this
aplauso
is
para
the end of this panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
para los que están aquí en México. Espero que hayan gozado de la maravillosa cocina mexicana y la oferta que nos
And
hicieron ahí
welcome
en
back.
vivo.
And
Y para los que están en
for
casa,
those of you
pero
who
también
are
que nos ven,
online,
en donde estén.
wherever you are,
Bueno, entonces estamos llegando a la recta final, colegas. Nos
so
tenemos
this is the
un
last
par de sesiones
stretch.
más
We have a couple
durante
of
esta
sessions
tarde
more during this
antes de
afternoon.
concluir
If
con este
for
encuentro que realmente
concluding
desde mi
this
perspectiva ha sido muy fructífero, muy interesante.
forum, which has
La verdad es que
been very
yo
interesting,
he aprendido
and
mucho
I
sobre
have
esto
learned a lot.
y estoy
Personally, I have
seguro
learned a lot,
que
and
la
I am sure
la
that
asociación
the
también ha aprendido
CEC
mucho.
as an institution has also learned a
Y
lot.
bueno, siguiendo
And
con
following
nuestra fórmula,
the formula,
seguimos
we
consultándoles
continue
tanto en persona
consulting
como en línea con
you, people online,
nuestras
as
encuestas.
well as
Este
people in
panel se trata de
person
qué rol
with
tienen
our
los
service.
gobiernos
What
subnacionales
is
en el
the
abordaje
role
de la
of
triple crisis
subnational
planetaria. Y cuando me
government
refiero
in
a
the
gobiernos
planetary
subnacionales,
crisis?
no me refiero
When I'm talking
solamente a
about
estados y
subnational
provincias, aunque también me refiero
governments,
a
I'm
ellos,
not only
aunque
referring to
también
provinces, although
gobiernos
I refer to
municipales, pero
them
también hasta
also, but
submunicipal,
also
las organizaciones
municipal
y comunidades
governments and
locales, las
sub-municipal
asociaciones intercomunitarias, todo
intercommunity
eso son unidades de
associations. Those
gobernanza
are
que son súper
units of
importantes
governance
para
which are
lograr
very
enfrentar
important
esta crisis. Ya
to
hemos
be
tenido
able to face
varios
this
ejemplos
crisis. We've
de
had several
esfuerzos
examples
organizados a
of
niveles
organized
muy
efforts
locales.
at very local.
Pero para ello queremos primero invitarles a
For that,
asesorarnos nuevamente
we want
sobre
to
la
get advice
posibilidad
first
de si
from
la
the
SCA juega
possibility,
un rol para
what is the
fortalecer
role of
la
society to
participación de
strengthen
gobiernos
the
subnacionales en
participation
la
of
triple crisis planetaria. Ya
subnational
saben,
governments in
tenemos
the
un QR aquí
crisis? We
que
have a
quisiéramos
QR
que
here
ustedes
that we
miren, que escaneen con sus
want you to scan
computadores
with your
o
computers.
teléfonos. Y vaya, la pregunta es,
And
también ayudándonos a priorizar un poco
to
cómo puede
helping
la
us to
SCA
priorities, how
potenciar la
can the
participación
CEC
de gobiernos
improve the
subnacionales.
participation of
Les pido, como siempre, que tanto los que están
sub-governments
presentes con
and
nosotros
those of you
como las
present
personas
here,
en línea
as well as
nos
the
hagan
persons
favor
online,
de
please
respondernos.
answer this question.
Y no les miento cuando les digo que
And I'm
estos
not lying,
resultados de estas
but
encuestas
the results of
ayudan
these
a
surveys
guiar e
really
influir
help us
sobre el JPAC
to
para
influence
asesorar a sus
JPAC in
gobiernos.
order to advise their governments.
No es un
It's
ejercicio
not
vacío,
an empty
realmente
exercise.
sincero, así que
It's a real
aporten ahí.
exercise. So please
Y
contribute.
bueno, entonces, volviendo a tomar aquí la oportunidad de tener intervenciones de
Taking
nuestros
the opportunity of
invitados
having
al panel y luego
participation
aprovechando
of
para dar
those
sus
in the
puntos de
panel
cierre,
and then having a
quisiera invitar
discussion
a
later,
nuestra primera
I would
ponente,
like to
Annie
invite
Corbuche, líder de
Annie,
la cartera de
leader
Medio Ambiente y
of
Cambio
the
Climático del Departamento de Energía,
from the Energy
Infraestructuras y
Department
Gestión de Recursos
and the
de la
Management of
Coalición
Resources
METI de
of the
Manitoba, el
Manitoba
Gobierno Nacional de los METI del Río
community,
Rojo.
the Red
Así
River
que bueno,
community.
bienvenida, Annie. Please, you're on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annie Pervanche. I am the Environment and Climate Change Portfolio Lead within the Energy, Infrastructure, and Resource Management Department with the Manitoba Métis Federation, the national government of the Red River Métis. I want to say thank you for inviting me to speak today. Today, I will be showcasing how the Manitoba Métis Federation is working to address the triple planetary crisis through climate action and initiatives. Before I dive into discussing the importance of community-driven initiatives, I first want to provide a background on the Manitoba Métis Federation So there is clarity and uniformity. The Red River Métis are one of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada referred to in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. The Red River Métis are a distinct Indigenous people which was historically known and continues to be known as the Red River Métis, a vibrant Indigenous collectivity that was established with its own identity, language, culture, institutions, and way of life centered in the Red River Valley and expanding throughout the historic Northwest. The Manitoba Métis Federation is the national government of the Red River Métis and the first federally recognized Métis government in Canada. The Red River Métis are Canada's negotiating partners in Confederation and are the founders of the province of Manitoba. As the democratically elected government of Red River Métis, the MMF is duly authorized by its citizens for the purposes of dealing with their collective rights, claims, and interests, including conducting consultations and negotiating accommodations as per MMF's Resolution Number 8. While the MMF was initially formed in 1967, its origins lie in the 18th century, with the birth of the Red River Métis and in the legal and political structures that developed with it. Since the birth of the Métis people in the Red River Valley, the Red River Métis asserted and exercised their inherent right of self-government. For the last 50 years, the MMF has represented the Red River Métis at provincial and national levels. The historical Métis community was centered in modern-day Manitoba, and the community was highly mobile throughout the province and further. As you can see, the national homeland of the Red River Métis has a large footprint spanning across Canada, Canadian provinces, territories, and into the United States. On July 6, 2021, MMF and Canada signed the Manitoba Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement, which is the first agreement to give immediate recognition to the existing Métis government, namely the Manitoba Métis Federation, as the democratically elected government of the Manitoba Métis, also known as the Red River Métis. This agreement will be followed by a treaty between MMF and Canada, which after this slide was submitted, the MMF actually signed the first of its kind, the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty, and is the next step on MMF's pathway to its rightful place in Canadian Confederation. This treaty will serve as a foundation for building future partnerships with Canada and other governments. All right. Now what we're really here to talk about climate change and the importance of climate change and the importance of the environment. Historically, the Red River Métis was strong in the trading industry, relying on the close connections to lands, waters, and environment for both livelihood and sustenance. Therefore, it was and still is imperative that Red River Métis work together to protect the environment for today and future generations. The MMF understands the importance of protecting and conserving the traditional territory and are actively working to ensure the environment is protected for future generations. The Red River Métis have and continue to notice evident changes to the environment throughout the national homeland as a direct impact of climate change. The MMF has conducted extensive community consultations with citizens on climate change. These consultations highlighted the evident challenges citizens are facing and having to adapt or mitigate while on the land. As you can see, there are several topics of priority that were emphasized and are adaptation and mitigation measures that the MMF will address in an attempt to build resiliency of our environment for our citizens. Red River Métis citizens understand a collective initiative is required and that they must do their part while there's still an environment to protect and improve upon before it's too late. So now we'll dive into ways that the MMF has started implementing this important work. So through our Métis Climate Leadership Program, this will focus on a few main topics, which includes supporting Red River Métis as we manage health impacts of climate change, such as extreme weather events, improving food security, helping transition rural and remote communities to clean energy, and supporting greener infrastructure, and finally, protecting biodiversity. Additionally, there will be a heavy focus on planning for capacity building within the MMF and among our citizens to ensure Red River Métis are leaders of climate change action throughout the national homeland and Canada. Through the department that I work in, there are many initiatives that directly engage Red River Métis citizens and youth in land-based cultural education and training. This is through our Red River Métis Stewards of Our Homeland program, Métis Environmental Leaders of Tomorrow program, Métis Community-Based Climate Monitoring program, Métis Adaptation and Mitigation, and so much more. These programs, through these programs, the MMF has hosted several successful events such as nature walks, monarch butterfly monitoring, such as as part of the Monarch Monitoring Blitz, a Red River Métis Climate Symposium where we had over 300 citizens attend and learn about climate in a weekend, water monitoring, Turtle Mountain Field Days, and much, much more, which provides citizens and youth the tools to turn climate education into climate action. These next two slides, I will showcase some of the programming that is offered. So we've done farm tours with our youth through our on-farm climate action program, looking at sustainable agriculture practices and having the youth out on the farm, water monitoring, providing emergency kits. And that's something that we look forward to providing to our citizens very soon, and educating them about the importance of emergency kits, the Kettle Hill Field Days and Turtle Mountain Field Days. And then you can see here, these are the food security greenhouses that is under our agriculture portfolio. And these greenhouses delivered approximately 950 pounds of vegetables to citizens from 2 locations. We've also done tree planting and propagation workshops, and then we also conduct Métis land use interviews to gather traditional knowledge. So in conclusion, this is just a snippet of the ways the Manitoba Métis Federation is addressing the planetary crisis through programming and initiatives at a community level, while also working with national and federal counterparts to accomplish this work. The MMF will continue with federal and provincial counterparts to continue this work, which will require further capacity to protect the environment for future generations. And if you have any questions, you are more than welcome to send me an email.
Thank you, Annie. Okay, continuing in English, I think. We're going to have Jennifer Norris, who is the Executive Director of, actually I'm going to read it in Spanish, sorry, La Junta para la Conservación de la Vida Silvestre de
The Board for Conservation of California.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited and honored to be here. This is an incredible gathering. So yes, I'm Jennifer Norris. I am the Executive Director of California's Wildlife Conservation Board, which I will talk about. But before I had this job, I led the state's 30 by 30 initiative. So I wanted to share a little bit about what California is doing in that space, and then how my organization is now implementing that. So you heard a bit about 30 by 30 earlier. You know, it's a global commitment to conserve 30% of our lands and waters by 2030. It's pretty audacious, it's pretty bold, and it's fundamentally essential to keeping our planet and ourselves alive. At least I believe that. California was is this working? Do I point it somewhere? California was an early adopter of 30 by 30. In 2020, our governor signed an executive order committing the state to this goal. But I'll say that 30 by 30 really was a ground up movement. It started as an idea among a small group of people who then talked to other people who then started to put pressure on legislators who floated a bill which did not succeed, but ultimately that brought our governor awareness to the issue and got him to make this commitment. Following that executive order, we developed the first comprehensive strategy to achieve 30% protection of our lands and coastal waters by 2030. I led that effort. I'm really proud to say that this represents a crowdsourced document. We had 17 workshops across California. We met with over 70 California Native American tribes. We had over 4,000 comments before and after our draft. So this really represents the vision of the state of California for how we can conserve our state. If you've been in any of the international conversations about 30 by 30, you know that the definition of what it means to conserve or protect is the hardest part. In California, we wanted to set the bar high and really make sure that our definition advanced the goal of 30 by 30, which is to protect biodiversity. So our definition is land and coastal water areas that are durably protected and managed to sustain functional ecosystems intact and restored and the diversity of life they support. So the bolded words are the key, that they're durably protected and that biodiversity is really the reason for that. And this includes all kinds of places in California, the traditional places that you might imagine like Yosemite National Park, but also a lot of our working lands and our regional open spaces where people recreate. We have a lot of really incredible landscapes in California that are durably protected for the purposes of biodiversity. The framework for how to achieve 30 by 30 is really predicated on the idea that, one, we want to protect our biodiversity, but also we want to make sure that as we're protecting lands and waters, that we're providing more access to nature, because people protect what they love and they love what they know. So making sure that our open spaces, whenever possible, can get more people to get out and experience the natural world. But then also using land to help us address climate change, to draw down carbon, and also help us build resilience in our communities and our ecosystems. In California, we have integrated biodiversity conservation into our climate change agenda. We know that technical solutions to climate change are not enough. And if we protect and restore nature, we're protecting ourselves, hearkening back to what Frankie said this morning. So we're actively working to restore healthy soils, forests, grasslands, and wetlands to help us achieve our goal of carbon neutrality in California by 2045. This is a fun fact about biodiversity. Natural and working lands sequester 714 million metric tons of carbon a year. This is equivalent to approximately 12% of the United States' annual greenhouse gas emissions. And I really love this image because it reminds us that what happens below the ground is actually more important than what we see above. Our 30 by 30 strategy also has several core commitments. First, we really want to advance justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. A lot of the conservation space has been people that look like me going to wilderness far away. We want to bring more voices to the table and nature closer to people. We're also really committed to strengthening tribal partnerships and looking for opportunities to give land back whenever possible, develop co-management opportunities, and work with tribes about how best to do our work. And then lastly, protect our economy and our food supply. That's really about 30 by 30 is actually voluntary. It is not a requirement that you participate. It's not a new regulatory framework. It is a voluntary effort. And we want to find a way to both be the 5th largest economy in the world and show that you can have conservation. And I think we're doing it. So how are we doing? The slide on the left is where we started. It says 24% because we rounded up. We wanted to make it look bigger, but it's actually 23.8. And now we're at 25.2, which is 1.2 million acres conserved since 2022. That's a lot of acres. So how did we do it? Well, we have some key strategies. We acquire land from private owners and put it into permanent protection. We have voluntary conservation easements where landowners retain their property rights, but they sell their development rights. We've enhanced protections of our public lands. We have lots of public, federally owned and state-owned land that isn't very well protected. There's mining and heavy logging, trying to improve those protections. We do a lot of habitat restoration and then mitigation, which kind of harkens back to the offset conversation. In California, we require that when you do damage to the environment, you actually have to restore or protect not just a like amount, but usually at a ratio of 2 or 3 or 4 times what the harm was. So that's actually a very important tool in our toolbox. And my organization, the California Wildlife Conservation Board, mostly focuses on the things highlighted in green. We are a state agency that uses state money to invest in projects all over the state. So how do we get this done? Well, the key ingredient is actually money. And California it's an embarrassment of riches. I'm embarrassed to be here in Mexico talking about how much money we have, but I'm hoping it will inspire you to figure it out because you can. So in 2022, after the COVID pandemic, our state economy was up and down and up and down, and we had this incredible surplus of money. And the state invested $1 billion in my organization to invest in land protection and restoration. And I'm happy to say we moved that out the door. So 250 projects across the state in 2 years. That runs the gamut from river restoration to dam removal. We worked on the Klamath project that Frankie talked about. We're investing in wildlife crossings, connectivity, forest and grassland health, land protection and fee, as I said, and through conservation easements. And I'm very proud to say we're investing in ancestral land return. It's important to note, though, that all of these projects are locally led. They're funded by the state, but they're the germ of an idea that is one individual that said that place is important and I want to figure out how to protect it or restore it. And they maybe built a coalition and then they came to us and said, how can you help us get this done? So we are investing in underserved communities. We're restoring degraded urban areas like the Los Angeles River. And WCB is getting close to be able to say we've protected 2 million acres across California in the 76 years that we've been an organization. So that's pretty cool. And what's amazing is in November, just a month ago, a voter-approved bond measure for climate change, $10 billion bond was passed, and we're going to get another $1 billion to spend on conservation in California at WCB. So we're going to be able to carry on the good work we do. It's notable that this bond measure came with the requirement that 40% of our funding has to go to underserved communities. So again, really focusing on the parts of the state that have been left out of the conversation. And that, of course, includes tribes. So I was asked to reflect on the role of CEC and what you can do. And you might have noticed a theme. All the great ideas in the world don't work without money. And that's the world we live in. And I'd love for this CEC to take some time to really think about how we invest, particularly in the developing world, in the global south, how we make sure that there are resources available for everyone to participate in conservation. It's not enough to have California's environment be healthy. We need the whole globe. So I would hope you'd bring in finance as a conversation and get us to really think about how we bring in private money, public money, philanthropy. Most of the projects that I fund are some combination of all of those things. And there's a real opportunity to leverage those funds if we think strategically. I think the environmental community has lived in the silo of we care about nature for too long, and we need to dive into the world of finance and understand how we can make this work happen. Because projects come from both the bottom up and the top down. I also want to just lastly say that the work we do in conservation in protecting the planet, it is hard and it is depressing sometimes. But I have had the honor through my 30 by 30 work of going all over the world. And there are communities and individuals that are doing this work literally everywhere in the most difficult environments you can imagine, and they are making progress. And so we should feel a sense of pride that we're part of that community and not give up and keep at it. Because all of this work really matters. All of these individual actions, taken across the globe, they matter. They add up for us and the world. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Bueno, y ahora tengo el placer de presentarles a
Now I have the
Jesús
pleasure of
Cruz
introducing
López,
Jesus Cruz
presidente
Lopez,
del Consejo Directivo de la
President
Unión de
of
Comunidades
the
Ejidos
Union of
por la
Communities and Ejidos
conservación de los
for the
valles centrales
conservation
de
of the
Oaxaca.
Central Valleys of
Jesús,
Oaxaca.
bienvenido.
Jesus,
Adelante.
welcome.
Buenas tardes. Pues la verdad,
Good afternoon.
bastante nervioso porque
I'm
traigo
very
un
nervous because
paquete
I have
bastante
a
complicado.
very
Nos trae charlas
complicated
de Oaxaca el día de ayer, el día de
package,
hoy,
and we
panelistas.
had very good presentations from
Tenemos
Oaxaca
que seguir
yesterday and
sacando la
today.
casta por Oaxaca.
So we have to
Y también
continue.
escuchar a panelistas
And
tan
also
importantes, pues la
here
verdad nos da la,
presentation
la
from
certeza que vamos a
important
regresar
people,
fortalecidos con
and
estos
we will be
conocimientos que
strengthened with
hemos
this
adquirido
knowledge
durante estos
that
2
we
días
have acquired
para
in these
ponerlos en
2 days in
práctica
order to put
en
them
nuestro
into
trabajo que
practice
estamos
in the
realizando.
work that we're
Pues
carrying
bueno,
out.
venimos de
We
Oaxaca,
come from Oaxaca.
somos una unión de comunidades y
We're a
ejidos
union of communities and
voluntarios
ejidos.
que nos tuvimos que agrupar, pero primeramente
We had to
quisiera hacer
group,
un
but I
recorrido
want to
de
make
por
a
qué consideramos que
tour
somos un
of
gobierno
why do we
subnacional.
consider that we are a
Primeramente,
subnational
la
government.
República
But the
Mexicana
Mexican government
es una
is a
federación que está
federation
compuesta
that is
legalmente y en
composed,
la teoría del federalismo
and
por 3 niveles de
it has
gobierno,
3
el
levels of
nivel
government:
federal,
the federal
el
government,
estatal,
the
con
state,
sus entidades
with its
federativas,
federal
y el nivel
entities,
municipal.
and
El nivel
municipalities.
municipal,
The
como mucha gente ya
municipality, as
sabe,
many of you
pues
know,
es una
is
aportación
a
que nace
contribution that
directamente
is
de Hernán
made
Cortés
directly
en
from Hernan Cortés
1919
in
al instaurar el
2019
primer
in
ayuntamiento
installing
en la
the
Villa Rica de
first
Veracruz
municipality in the
para
Villa
independizarse del
Rica de
gobierno de
Veracruz,
Cuba
to
y
establish the
tener
government of Cuba
autonomía.
and to have
Eso fue,
autonomy. And
desafortunadamente,
unfortunately,
no ha sido muy
it hasn't
diferente a
been
la
very
autonomía
different. The
que busca hoy por hoy
autonomy
los
that is
ayuntamientos.
looking to have
Muchas veces
ayuntamientos or
contraviene
city
a lo
councils,
que en realidad
and
pasa en
they
nuestro
agree
territorio.
with
Y
what
nosotros
happens in the
defendemos y
territory. And we
ratificamos
defend
que
and
existe un cuarto
ratify
nivel de
that
gobierno,
there's a
el
fourth
nivel
level
de
of government, and
gobierno
this level
que
of government
podemos encontrar
can
ahí
be found
disperso en nuestra
dispersed in
Constitución
our
Política, el
political
artículo segundo y
constitution in
27,
the second and
en primera,
27
no lo voy a leer
articles.
todo,
I'm not going
pero
to read it
el
all,
artículo
but
segundo,
Article second
pues primeramente nos hace un reconocimiento a los pueblos y
acknowledges
comunidades
the
indígenas, nos
communities
señala
and
la necesidad de un
indigenous
asentamiento
communities,
físico
a physical
y reconoce
community,
además,
and
esto es
it
muy
acknowledges,
importante,
and this is very important, it acknowledges
que
the
somos un
that
sujeto
we
de
are
derecho público
public
con personalidad
right
jurídica
with
y
legal
patrimonio
rights
propio. Esto
and
es
our own
de una
patrimony.
reforma
And
reciente.
this is a
En
recent
el artículo
reform. In
27,
Article
pues nos reconoce
27,
nuevamente
we are acknowledged
la
first
personalidad jurídica de los
as
grupos agrarios
legal
y ejidatarios.
personality of
Y
the
además dice
ejido
que la
groups.
ley
And
protegerá la
it says
integridad de las
that the
tierras y
law will
pueblos
protect
indígenas.
the lands,
Y
and then
además,
it's the
aunado a
community.
eso,
Tied
que
to
la
that,
Asamblea
that
General
the General
es el órgano
Assembly
supremo
is the
del núcleo de la
supreme
población
organization of the
mexicana.
nucleus of
En la
the
teoría
community or
del
the
Estado,
people that live there.
para ser
In
Estado se
the
necesitan
to be a
4
state,
elementos.
you
Uno,
have
el
to
gobierno,
be
aquí lo
you have
tenemos,
to
que es la
have both
Asamblea General.
elements.
2, el
One, the
territorio,
government
y ya
to
lo
the
tenemos,
territory, and we already
los
have both
consejeros y
of them in
comunidades.
our ejidos and
Tercero,
communities.
la
The third,
población, nuestros
the
compañeros
population,
ejidatarios.
the
Y necesitamos
ejidatarios,
un marco
and we
normativo,
have a
y ese
regulatory
marco
frame,
normativo
and that
lo crean las
regulatory
asambleas
frame
generales
is
como
made
máximo
by
juez. Es
the
decir, sí
general assemblies,
configuramos
and
un
we
nivel
configure a
subnacional de gobierno.
subnational level of
Y bueno,
government.
en este
And
orden de
in
ideas,
this order
pues
of
vamos
ideas,
al tema
we
propiamente de
have
los
the
núcleos
topic
agrarios.
of
El
Sagrario
61%
nucleus.
del territorio mexicano
61% of the Mexican
pertenece a la
territory
propiedad social,
belongs
ejidos
to
y comunidades. Ahí
communities and
también la
ejidos.
Constitución
There, the
señala que existen
Constitution mentions
tres
that
tipos de
there are
propiedad.
3 types of
El
properties.
primero, que es de la
The first
nación;
one,
el
which is
segundo,
the
privado;
nation, the
y
second
el
private,
tercero,
and the
la propiedad
third,
social. Y
the
la propiedad
social
social,
property.
el
And the property,
51% de
social
todo el
property is
territorio,
51%
pues
of the whole territory,
pertenece a estas
and it
filas
belongs
de ejidos y
to
comunidades. Y
ejidos and
bueno, hace rato
communities.
escuchábamos
And we heard a little while
de mi
ago
paisana
from
el
Anna,
tema de la
the
biodiversidad,
topic
y
of
pues coincido, pero
biodiversity, and I
tengo que poner
agree.
un dato.
But I
Bueno,
have to put
el
a
dato
data,
clásico, el
and the classic
81%
data is
de la
that
biodiversidad de la
81% of the
naturaleza se encuentra en
biodiversity
estas
and the richness is
tierras de
found
propiedad
in
social,
this
y yo estoy
social
seguro que es mucho más.
ownership
Pero
land.
bueno, el caso
And I
particular de
think that is
Oaxaca, ¿y
more,
por
but
qué
in
nos
the
sentimos
the case of Oaxaca. And why do we feel so close to the land or the earth and its protection? Because 82% of the whole territory belongs to ejidos and communities. But it doesn't end there. But also, what is the internal organization? First, that the representation is through community assemblies. That is where we are elected. The representatives do not have a salary. We have the community serve to serve, do something to work. But the thank you is that when we are there, when we are assigned or elected, we have to comply with the community. But here is the most complicated part. If we have 82% of the territory and in the majority, it's located in the forest and jungles, we don't have any resources for its protection. And we have found with our arms crossed that when we arrive to this election or the elected position, and that's when we find problems. It's Oaxaca and it's in black. The part where we are working, the aquifer of the Central Valley. In this part, we have important background. La Cueva Iguana Chips, where we have the oldest of the cultivation of squash. And we also find here concentrated 30% of the population, state population in the municipality. And that is the main touristic center and economic center, and it requires great demand of water. We are a social organization, community social organization, and we have some previous background of trying to organize. There was one more intent, and Pepe Casis is here, and he's part of this story, working in a natural protected area in the National Park Benito Juarez, and this is a reference. He worked in 2018, but it becomes regional in 2019, and there we only manage, since we don't have any resources, then we have to gather in order to manage. And we did it through CONAFOR of payment for environmental services in concurrent funds, and it was only for 182,000 hectares. In 2021, we have more communities added, and they manage for 7,517, and we have 21 communities, and that is the moment when myself in the community is added to this task, and we manage resources for 19,419 hectares. And in this exercise of 2024, we have 25 sacred nucleus, and we have received payment between Guam, Canefor, and the state government from Oaxaca to benefit 28,000 hectares. And this is the area that is protected. But in general, we conserve 70,000 hectares. So we're talking about more than 120,000 acres. And we have 20 hydro basins, and we take care so that they are healthy, and we receive concurrent payment with social sense. This means for the purpose of conservation. The actions that we have and that we have proposed are 4 axles: the National Plan of Reforestation and Regional Park for in forest fires, community surveillance, and now we have the results. This is the topic of restoration for the capturing water, and we have water dikes. And here outside of the program, the state government through the Secretariat for the Development, Rural Development, has provided machinery in order to have capturing dikes and the restoration of native species. The new state government has implemented native plants, and not only pines, which was easiest, but it's difficult to integrate them to the area. And something that I want to mention here is, please look at these photographs. We talk about the identity of gender. You can see it here. We can see a person with the typical clothing from San Bartolomé de Triana, a child, and at the extreme right. And this is what we have to show and not demand. This is a representative photograph. This Secretary of Finance, the Secretary of Rural Development, and the Director of the State Direction the representatives from the Secretariat of the Environment, the representative from the National Forestry Association, the representatives of CONAM in all of our activities. In Oaxaca, the Guelaguetza is a party. What we do is that we go to other communities. We will party with them, and we not only work in the Tequio in their communities, but we also go and participate with them and work with them, and that has become more union, more commitment from us. We, through the National Forestry Association, we have this forest technified forest nursery, and we have the commitment of collecting the thermoplasma in order to have the necessary elements, and that it is useful in our region. Here we have a dead vegetation from forest fires and the authorization for technical and phytosanitary studies in the forestry health. You can see a woman who is integrated to the work, the elaboration and authorization of the phytosanitary studies for Muérgano, and this has given us a lot of problems. The brigades for the prevention and combating forest fires, since we don't have resources, now we have this brigade, and there are people who supervise and they start attacking the forest in their first when they first start, and then we have the support of the state government and the national government, that we are the ones that supervise our forests. In this work of brigade of joint action, this was a forest fire of more than 4,000 hectares, and the state authorities and federal authorities believe that it could not be controlled. And we have 9 brigades from 9 communities and helped our colleagues. And these are preventive measures, community surveillance that we have permanently. And this is the role of the Crown. The radio communication equipment, the conservation and maintenance of roads, and the biological monitoring of the community. And then we have the largest feline we have the jaguar in our community that is called Nostrand de Cabrera. We also have pumas, lynx, and these are these tejon, jabalí, and we have productive and nature. And these are the results. And they're telling me to go faster, but I don't think he can go faster. We are creating badgers. There are also badgers in national protected areas, in areas protected for conservation. And we are just notifying them they're already protected, so that we have the background and this work is reflected. And here, in order to close the presentation, who participates in this work? First, the communities. Second, the state government through the Secretariat of Food Secretariat, the federal government and the state government through CONAFOR and the National Forest. This way, this is a sum of efforts at a national level with an example of success. In 1 more minute, the acknowledgement for all the people that are in communities and ejidatarios in the country. We already did it in Oaxaca by our petition. The state government decreed February 28, the day for the ejidatarios, local ejidatarios, and an acknowledgement for everybody that exposed their lives for the protection of our state. This is the 3rd state that does this, besides Morelos and the state of Mexico.
Muy bien, gracias, Jesús. Bueno, en realidad,
thank you very much, Jesus. Actually, these sessions will be shorter, but I would like to ask each speaker a question. And I'm going to start with you, Jesus, and I have the same question for you, Eddie. But the question is, What does this way of organizing allow you to do, or what you do that formal governments cannot allow you to do this? Why the way you organize is necessary to be able to make things happen. So, Jesus, can you start and then any?
Bueno, yo creo que es la
I
cosmovisión
believe
que
that
traemos
it is our cosmovision that is
ayer lo
from our
decía mi
origin.
compañero, la tierra no nos
A
pertenece,
speaker
nosotros
said
le
you said it
pertenecemos a
yesterday.
la tierra.
That
Y
land
vuelvo a
does
esto
not
último
belong
que
to
decía
us.
del
We
tema
belong to the
de
land,
las
to the earth.
comuneras y comuneros.
And what I was saying about
En sí, la
community
esencia es porque en los
members,
últimos días de
comuneros,
febrero,
in the
Oaxaca se
last days
presentaba un
of February,
incendio
there was
bastante
a
complicado,
fire.
también
There was
conocido
always
como el
fire
Controlable, en la comunidad
in
de
the
San
community
Lucas
of
Cabini.
San Lucas
Y en
Cabini.
ese
And
incendio
in that
fallecieron
fire,
5 comuneros
five
en la víspera de
community
febrero.
members died on
Ese es el
February
grado
the
de
28th.
entrega que
This is the
tienen los
level
ejidatarios,
of
nuestros
commitment
ejidatarios
that
ejidatarias.
our
Y
community members
esta
and
la forma en
ejidatarios have.
cómo nosotros
This
nos
is the
manifestamos
way we have
que la
expressed
muerte siempre la
ourselves,
celebramos
that
en Oaxaca.
the death is
Es una de las
always
fiestas más
celebrated.
conocidas
It is one
y
of the
normalmente
most
no le tenemos miedo a la
known
muerte. Si
ways of
algo celebramos
recognizing
en este
death,
caso, si se
and that is
sirve para
through the
dar vida
parties
también,
in
para
Oaxaca, through our
conservar vida.
dances and
Creo que esa es la
culture. So
cosmovisión que ha
this is
ayudado
our
a nuestras
cosmovision, and the
comunidades a
cosmovision
permanecer en
has
su territorio.
encouraged
Estamos hablando
our
de países
communities
rurales,
to
vestigios de
live,
más de 12,000 años,
to
vegetación
remain in their
que se
location.
mantiene ahí
We
de
have
manera ancestral
evidence
y que ni
of
los
our
aztecas
population
con
for
su conquista ni los
12,000
españoles con su
years, and
colonización
the
han
Aztecs and
podido
the Spanish,
quitarle
the
nuestras tierras.
colonizers, were
Y
not
los
able to
oaxaqueños
take our
somos tan
lands away
especiales
from us. And
y
people
gracias
from
al
Oaxaca
al
are
queso, lo hacemos
so
quesillo,
special
desarrollamos
and
y lo
so
hacemos quesillo,
complicated that even the cheese,
que nos ha
we turn
permitido
it into Oaxaca
hasta
cheese,
alianza los
and we
zapoteños, los mixtecos hicieron alianzas
the
con
Zapotecs
los mexicas para que puedan
partnered
no perder
with
sus
the
tierras.
Aztecs
Mejor
to
pagado un tributo
prevent them from
y no perdieron su territorio
losing
propio.
their
Y yo creo
lands.
que con
They
los
did not lose
españoles
their
fue
lands, and with the
exactamente lo
Spaniards,
mismo
it was
y
the
nosotros
same thing.
permanecemos en
But
nuestro
we
territorio
still
y hasta
remain in our territory,
que la
and
extinción masiva nos lo permita,
we will remain
continuaremos.
there until the massive extinction allows us to do so.
Gracias, Jesús.
Thank you, Jesus.
So yeah, Annie, what is it that allows the MMF to do things that other governments could not do? What is it that is what's the special ingredient? What are the or ingredients? Obviously, how can you do the things that other governments can't do?
Oh, there we go. I'm just going to hold it. So with that, we really listen to our citizens. There's a lot of voices in Canada that are unique and different, and our citizens have unique and different voices, but understanding their traditional practices and knowledge really are the forefront of the work that we do. That's why I mentioned about the engagement and consultation sessions that we host. It's with our citizens, and that we're understanding what they want to see, and we are able then to accomplish that work. And also bringing back a lot of traditional knowledge and intergenerational experiences that might have been lost over the years. And with some of the programming that we do, we're able to integrate with elders and youth and having that intergenerational experience that, as I say, might have been lost, and that traditional knowledge is then going to be passed on to generations. So we are able to spearhead those programs and initiatives versus what Canada might have as their goals, but aligning with Canada's goals and our goals and really creating something for our citizens.
Thank you. Jennifer, I wanted to ask you, I noticed in your graph that you have managed to get another 1.2% in a year and a half or so. Between now and 2030, by my calculations, we have just over 5 years. You have about 5% left to go to get to your 30-30 mark. That tracks more or less well I'm wondering though if it is harder to conserve more lands over time as you start to run out of the maybe low-hanging fruit and get into maybe some more complex territories to conserve. And if that's true, how are you planning on managing that?
Yeah, that's a great question. You can hear me? It's working.
Yeah.
We're already starting on some of the hardest stuff, actually, which is restoring lands that have been severely degraded. So we're tackling oil fields and we're remediating them, taking down the tanks, putting back restoration. We're restoring golf courses. Like we're not just going after the low-hanging fruit. And really, a lot of that is working in communities that, like we were talking at lunch around the San Francisco Bay Area. That was developed right up to the shoreline. In fact, they were filling in the bay to put horrible industrial sites all along the bay. We're taking those down, restoring tidal wetlands. So we're doing some of that work. I mean, it's going to be slow. I'll be honest, we didn't protect 1.2 million acres in the time. Some of it was just finding places that we didn't know we had and getting them on the map. But another piece is we're hoping that this president, before he leaves, designates some additional monuments that are actually quite large. But to your point, it does get harder the farther you go. And I think this mitigation requirement is one of the ways that we protect some of the most important places, because part of California's laws say if something is really full of very high-risk species or high in biodiversity, it's a lot harder to develop it and destroy it. And so that gives us more time to get them protected.
Yeah, okay, great. Bueno, pues entonces, un aplauso para nuestros panelistas, por favor.
Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Qué gran trabajo, qué interesante.
Great work. Thank you very much. So we're going to follow with our next panel. This panel has to do with the role of the private sector in facing the triple planetary crisis. Please come to the front, come to the stage. But meanwhile, I would like to take a look at the last survey outcomes. It was about how to support local governments. Very interesting. Actually, how can the CEC enhance subnational government participation? Capacity building programs, 41%. A very clear winner. And the tie between the second and third, convene more opportunities for knowledge sharing, share best practices across jurisdictional boundaries, and improve information flow. But it is pretty interesting. We have a clear winner that is capacity building programs. Excellent. Thank you so much. So with that, we're going to conclude our service. Is there another one? Okay. No, we have one more. And guess what? It is about the private sector. So here it is. Again, I think this is the last, or maybe we still have more. This is another survey. So how can the CEC enhance private sector participation? Please scan this QR code and please start answering. And I would like to ask all our online participants to help us with their answers. And that's all. Let's move on. Let's continue with our next session that has to do with which is the role of the private sector before the triple planetary crisis. The private sector is critical to address the problems in the past and to create nature-friendlier solutions. And we have panel members that will tell talk about these efforts. I'm very happy to start with Elizabeth Dove. She's the Executive Director of the Global Compact Accelerating and Scaling Global Impact. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Julian. And I'm so delighted to be invited to speak to this important and powerful crowd today. I am the Executive Director of the UN Global Compact Network Canada. Our office is in
Toronto, que es el territorio de muchas naciones.
The Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee,
The
Wendat, and the Anishinaabe, and continues to be home to many diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. The UN Global Compact is the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative. We have nearly 20,000 companies who, at the CEO level, have signed off on 10 principles which revolve around climate change, climate action, human rights, good governance, and anti-corruption. They commit to trying to advance the Sustainable Development Goals and to reporting back on progress annually. The UN Global Compact is an initiative of the Secretary General's office, and its head is the Assistant Secretary General of the UN, just to kind of put it all in context for you. This should give you some indication of the high hopes that the UN has for the positive impact going forward of the private sector. Our ambition, no small task, is to encourage companies to make bold and ambitious commitments and to achieve them, and to create that enabling environment that allows them to succeed. And part of my opportunity to be speaking with the JPAC today is really part of fulfilling on that enabling environment piece. We were launched almost 25 years ago now by Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General, who reached out to a group of CEOs in Davos about coming together to initiate a global compact of shared values and principles to give a human face to the global market. And that's what started this initiative, 40 companies. And the CEOs signed up at that time to create what is now the Global Compact. Together, they devised these 10 principles that I spoke of. And these 10 principles are really meant to represent the ways that companies can help move forward the Sustainable Development Goals. They're a common ethical and practical framework for operationalizing corporate responsibility. And since that time, we've grown, as I mentioned, to nearly 20,000 companies, non-business participants as well, over 160 countries around the world, and moving up to nearly 70 country networks like the Local Network Canada. I'm also really pleased to tell you that there are country networks in the US and in Mexico, and some of my Mexican colleagues are here today, if you wouldn't mind raising your hand. Thank you. We have a portfolio of engagement and programming opportunities so that companies of all sizes, geographies, stages of sustainability, wherever they are on their journey, even if it's very little or it's after they've made a big mistake, can scale ambitious action and accelerate progress. These are some of the ways. I won't get into them, but if you have some questions, I'm happy to answer later. What I'm excited to also tell you about is the Forward Faster initiative. There's a recognition that business and workplaces have a very, very unique role in how we can move forward the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have identified 5 cross-cutting areas of change where business and workplace are uniquely positioned to make impact that will have a multiplier effect across all the Sustainable Development Goals. Within these, I'm just isolating for you the ones that are specific to the environment. And I know it's very hard to read, and I'm sure you'll get the slides later, but they include being aligned with a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway, and also working towards a just transition. Work on water resilience across 100 identified vulnerable water basins around the world, and finance and investment for the goals. I'm also really pleased to tell you that within Network Canada, where we have 230 Canadian companies who are signed up to the compact and growing every day. We help them make ambitious goals. We help them keep it through programs. We contribute to thought leadership and new tools as part of our Made in Canada, Good for the World series of tools, like the TNFD Essentials Guide you see here. This was created with over a dozen companies of Network Canada talking about how they found the starter advice for nature-based financial reporting was beyond their grasp. They needed something that was more novice, and together with the support of an engineering firm, WSP, we created this very easy 15-page starter guide, which is now being translated into all 6 official languages of the UN. I'm also pleased to announce that we have been given recently a federal contribution to be working together with companies to look at the impact of corporate climate adaptation programs and their impact on the intersectional identities of communities. But what I really am excited to share with you today is that since my invitation, whenever I was speaking with companies, I was asking them, what would you like government to know about engaging them on environment? So they have 6 C's that they would really like me to share today. Now, before I share them, there's really an important thing that you need to know. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Corporate leaders like legislation. They do. There's 3 main reasons for it. They don't have to pull so hard on their value chain to align with the commitments that they made on behalf of their whole enterprise. So their value chain being, right, the upstream and downstream, the things that go into making their products and services, and the eventual result of where do their products and services go, how are they used after they leave the shop, the factory, how are they renewed, recycled, all those kinds of pieces. Within that whole value chain, they make a lot of commitments. In Canada, we have a new Modern Slavery Act, so that there's a commitment that amongst the value chain, there isn't any forced labor or child labor. They make those commitments on behalf. Within the Bank Act in Canada, federally regulated financial institutions are responsible for the lending to their clients. So what you're seeing now is kind of a global world where companies aren't just responsible for themselves, but they're responsible for everyone they're doing business with. So now they don't have to pull so hard. They don't have to use things like or the time and the expense to rely on things like supplier code of conduct, expense to train up their value chain. Some companies really do that to work with them on reducing their emissions and to meet standards that they committed to, or worse, cutting suppliers because they don't meet that commitment. It's also about competition. They won't get ahead in the market. They won't have to worry about not getting ahead in the market because their competitor didn't spend on the future, right? It's an expense to do the right thing. If all the competitors are forced to do the right thing, it makes it easier. And also, investors pay attention to compliance because it decreases the risk rating of companies. Legislation helps companies do the right thing. The first C's, convening and consulting. This has been a regular theme, as you all know, over the last couple of days, and it doesn't mean aligning with private sector values or profit priorities. It means you understand, just like any other affected communities, the pain points and the opportunities for change, and you create buy-in. And sometimes, just sometimes, those companies, just like affected communities, actually have viable solutions to the problem. Very often, they want to hear your viable solutions to the problem. And it's great to inspire them with what's been possible elsewhere and its impact on company profits. So for example, in Canada, we have a recently passed piece of legislation from the Competitions Bureau, changes to the Competitions Act, a greenwashing bill. It's very much like ones in the UK and in the EU. The Singapore Green Labeling Scheme, which has been going on for 10 years now, has significantly increased consumer confidence in green product claims through heightened awareness and established trust in eco-labels. This is very helpful for companies to create buy-in on things like the Greenwashing Act, to know that it's actually had a positive impact on profit. Also sectorally, businesses are not amorphous, any more so than government or civil society. You have to speak to them in sectors. Within those sectors are also SMEs, who will also have different pain points and opportunities. Third C, clarity. Shorten the time between the law being passed and details of accountability. Two quick non-ECCC examples would be the Competitions Act piece that I mentioned that passed into law just before the House sat in the summer. It became law right away, but the details aren't really known yet. What standards are going to make that clear for companies about what is considered greenwashing and what kind of international quality standards they need to be aligned with? The Modern Slavery Act, very similar, passed just before the House sat last year, and companies became responsible for all of last year, but the details on how they worked didn't come out till December, until the year was over. Consistency. Harmonize standards across the region. This is the huge opportunity for CEC and the ministries and departments, and follow the leaders. And I will take a stand here that the leaders include the EU, the CSRD, the CSDDD, a lot of acronyms for companies, to establish transparency and disclosures and reporting standards. Don't create a new piece. Use what the leadership is already there and build on it. And don't change the rules. Examples from companies on changes were price on carbons or emission caps. Collaborate. There is a true sense that even within a country, ministries that really aren't talking to each other and aren't aligned. A great example, though, of this happening very nicely, in the province of British Columbia, more than 80% of greenhouse gas emissions come from energy. About 3 weeks ago, the BC government did an astonishing thing. They combined the previous BC Climate Action Secretariat and energy ministries into a new Ministry of Energy and Climate Solutions. Now, this isn't actually novel. The UK and the Queensland government have done similar, and merging ministries isn't always practical. But it's the mindset of intentionality to understand the ecosystem within government and legislation that is the required change. And lastly, champions. If you have helped create acceptance for new regulations by having the convening and the consultation, clarity, consistency, all those pieces, featuring the leadership that were consulted, and ideally a group of corporate leadership that supports changes, really helps to continue to create that buy-in across the sector and industry. Before I leave the podium, maybe I'll just add a last C for the consideration of the room in the JPAC. Courage. This is an opportunity. Businesses are listening. They want to be doing the right thing. We have to create the business case, the legal framework, the legislation framework to help push them to do it and to help them push their value chain to do the same. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I welcome questions. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Great. Now we have Alejandro Morales Amlik. He's the Financial Director of Toronto. And Alejandro, can you please explain a little bit about Toronto, and also if you can provide your vision of what role will play the to address the triple planetary crisis, what things have changed and what we need to do about it. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to tell you that I'm so honored to be here, and I apologize because I don't have a presentation. But let me tell you what we do in Toronto. Toronto is a young company that is leading climate solutions. We restore ecosystem for to provide two ecosystemic systems, basically. One is hydric filtration, and the other one is carbon sequestration or capture. We have tried to monetize this through the private sector. We are a company for profit that works in the private sector. We are a young, small company that is growing rapidly. For the hydric infiltration project, we work with large corporations, and we become part of their supply chain where they are extracting water to produce their goods and services. They need to make sure that that in the location of the plants, the aquifers have to be charged. And we work on nature-based solutions, and we partner with communities. So all these companies have water supply during their supply chain. We also develop carbon projects in the voluntary sector. We get foreign investment, and we develop projects where we increase the carbon, we sequestrate additional carbon to our intervention. And once we can certify through obviously bodies and supported by international and organizations, and always keeping in mind the high quality carbon bonus, we go to the market and sell those bonus, and transnational and international companies are buying these bonus. So this is in general what we do. And what I think it is worth mentioning about the private sector and the challenges that we all face is that we are a company that, unlike 99% of the companies that I mean, is that the rest of the companies look for profitability, and in most cases, the social and environmental factors are not considered. And that's what creates the current climate crisis. We are the triple bottom line companies that we have to put at the same level the environmental impact and the social, environmental, and profit factors at the same level, and this becomes very complex. A traditional company is already in a very competitive arena, and we have to benefit the communities and the environment, and we put the three things at the same level. All our projects regarding to carbon sequestration, where we sell carbon bonus, we make sure that the community should be the one getting the benefits from these bonus. For instance, if we do not pay attention to these three legs or three aspects, everything falls apart, because we have the three legs, and it is a great challenge to keep them at the same level. So I'm going to focus a little bit more on how we can find resources to be able to continue with the climate actions and develop projects that can address some of the topics that have been discussed during these 2 days. But I'm going to focus on carbon sequestration and hydric capture and biodiversity loss prevention. So, in my opinion, the current climate crisis may be addressed through a financial solution. How can we get money from the northern region of the world to the southern region of the world? Yes, there's going to be more money that will flow through different ways to the global south to be able to create projects where we have nature-based solutions and ecosystem restoration. Some of the greatest challenges are that nowadays we do not have
que hoy, pues, o sea, y creo que es algo muy o relativamente fácil.
And I think this is something easy, and that is one of the solutions we will be looking for. Support to all these different solutions that are out there, and that the money that will be provided to the private sector to be able to invest in the global south, in Mexico in this case, just by considering what opportunities we have available. Connecting with the international organizations from the US and Canada will be great for Mexico. And the second one that is a much more complex approach is that when we try to channel resources from the global north to the global south, this is Mexico specifically, we find obstacles in the private sector because we see the companies that want to invest in Mexico, but they don't want to take any risks. They have to look after their money. We understand that. But the Mexican reality means that there's a lot of risk. There isn't much regulation in the market we are working on. But a request is that through different means, we can find the guarantee for the different projects we develop in that way. Those funding institutions will see that there's a body or a company that can guarantee the projects that are developed in Mexico. Let me give you an example. We have several projects. We have 15 carbon sequestration projects, but I'm going to talk about one specific project in the southeast region of our country. We have funded with our own money, with the money of our company, and we have been able to sell the first carbon bonus for the first issuance cycle. So these bonds are issued and then they are sold, and we have sold them to the largest companies globally. That money that comes in, most of it, 75%, goes to the communities, and the rest is for us to continue developing keeping the project. And we also reinvest an additional percentage on additional climate actions. This means that the carbon stock will increase for every dollar or for every peso that we invest. We are able to have 5 times the social return on investment. That means that the money that is issued for the local communities can be multiplied by 5 because we also support on financial education. We don't want the money to be spent right away. We want the money to be invested in future projects. There's a lot of work to be done, but as a summary, where we see that something can be done to continue developing more ambitious and larger projects with more impact is, again, having someone that can facilitate the contact with the institutions that can fund and guarantees for the project, third party as a guarantor. That's part of what I wanted to say, to express, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alejandro. Excellent. Now we will continue with Andrew Lawson, member of the Management for Competitiveness, UNESCO, for its English acronym.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Lawson Carranco. I'm a real estate developer on the U.S.-Mexican border in a city called Laredo, Texas. Now, a lot of you won't know Laredo, but I'm sure that Laredo knows you because I guarantee that there's probably a dozen items in your home that have passed through Laredo. And if you're an American or Canadian that likes avocados, well, they come through Laredo, almost all of them. So Laredo is a very important port in our North American hemisphere. But I'm not here to talk about Laredo. I'm here to talk about what NASCO and some of our members do to address the triple planetary crisis. Now, NASCO stands for the North American Strategy for Competitiveness Organization. Say that 3 times fast. When you say NASCO really focuses on Chapter 26 competitiveness issues in the United States, Canada, Mexico Agreement, TMEC, or CUSMA. I wish that we would be able to come up with one name for NAFTA, but we'll just call it, I'll call it USMCA right now. All right. I'm here to talk about 3 of our companies in NASCO and what we do. And my apologies, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but you can imagine trying to get 3 companies to agree on what a good PowerPoint presentation would look like was rather difficult. But let's talk about the first company. We'll talk about the NAD Bank. That's the North American Development Bank. They're based out of San Antonio and Ciudad Juarez. What they do is they focus on developing infrastructure projects along the United States-Mexican border. They have jurisdiction on the border 60 miles north of the Rio Grande or Rio Bravo, and they have 100 miles south of the Rio Bravo into Mexico. That's 100 kilometers north and 140 kilometers south. Now, what they finance are 6 different types of projects. They finance projects related to waste, to water, to energy, sustainable energy, sustainable cities, and sustainable manufacturing. Let me give you an example of one of the things they do. In Nuevo Laredo, we have a sewer plant that was built there about 35 years ago. Now, that sewer plant has 6 water pumps. Those pumps have not been maintained properly over 30 years, as you can imagine, and 5 of them, actually 5.5, have failed. So now you have a sewer plant that dumps water into the Rio Bravo or the Rio Grande, and it's effectively unfiltered. The NAD Bank is taking on that investment and essentially helping finance Nuevo Laredo's investment into buying some new water pumps to address those issues. And I can tell you it's a personal issue because living on the border, I like kayaking the Rio Grande. And when I kayak there, I usually pull out just north of that sewer plant because I see that. You know, living on the Rio Grande, I can say one thing, and I'm going to take a little point of personal privilege here, is that we're never quite sure who we are. See, I'm an American. I was born in America, and I speak like an American. Pero la cosa también es que soy parte mexicano también. Mi familia es de México.
But I'm also part Mexican. I'm from Mexico.
Because they think we're Mexican, and we speak Spanish everywhere, and the Mexicans won't have us because, well, we're American. I had to study abroad in Maine, the state of Maine, to realize that I was really studying abroad in Maine and didn't study abroad in Spain. All right, I got 3 minutes left, and I have 2 more companies to talk about. Let's talk about a second company that we have in NASCO, and that's Mary Kay. Now, I'm sure a few of you are probably have some Mary Kay products on or something along those lines, and they're a wonderful organization. They were established in 1963. Now, Mary Kay Ash, who was from Texas, established this company in order to empower women. Now, picture 1963 for a second. You're talking about pillbox hats. You're talking about Jackie Kennedy. The Christian Dior look from the early 50s is now evolving to the boyish look of the late 1960s. I mean, this is a time where women really didn't get out, and she really wanted to give them an opportunity. So when we talk about the triple planetary crisis, they see it more from an equity perspective. And that equity perspective, 60% of their R&D is actually managed by women, which is a really impressive stat when you give it some thought. And that R&D team has come up with a lot of their environmental responsibility and corporate responsibility actions. I'll give you 2. The first one was done by a junior scientist, and she had just started working for the company, and she realized something. Shade trees are very, very important to the beauty industry. And they were really having a hard time finding those trees in Africa. So there was a good opportunity there for them to really help preserve the shade trees in Africa while giving opportunities for women in Africa to help plant those trees. I like things like this because what that does is that, one, it inspires people within the company to go out there and do the things that we need to be doing, but it gives a tangible thing. I know planting trees seems like something you might do in the 1990s or 2000s, and Mary Kay is a very big sponsor of the Arbor Day initiative. But I like it personally because we have 30 people in my company. And our 30 staff members, we're a bit of a family. And when I asked a few of our staff members, I said, Vanessa, ¿qué piensas del triple planetary crisis? And she looked at me and she said, what's going on Venus and Mars? But there's a point there. You see, when we talk about these environmental initiatives, we really have to bring it down to people's levels. I mean, you know, we pay middle-class wages, and she has a basic college education, but they're not thinking that way. For them, $1 is $1. But planting a tree, that's something sensitive. I feel like they're being engaged with it. So I really like things like that. But let's talk about something a little more industrial in nature. Let's talk about our friends at the Canadian Pacific Kansas City and Southern Kansas City, CPKC, Canadian Pacific Kansas City. I should know that. But CPKC is based, right now they're based in Kansas City. They were formerly based in Calgary, Alberta. And of course, they have presence in all 3 countries. They have a really cool technology. They're using hydrogen locomotives. You can all imagine the rail industry tends to be a pretty slow industry for change. Why don't we say that? And the fact is that steam locomotives were used in the United States until 1959, in Mexico in 1968, and in Canada 1969. And they used them lastly in Manitoba. And then you have diesel electric locomotives come in and replace that with efficiency. Efficiency is the key word here. You see, diesel electrics really work on electric motors, and those electric motors can be run on just about anything. How about hydrogen? See, we've talked about battery power in the railroad industry for many years, really starting in the 90s. As a matter of fact, actually, I should say in the 1920s, they used some battery technology for the railroads. But really, Wabtec came up with some interesting battery locomotives in the 2000s. The thing is, even today, battery locomotives only get about 30% of the effective range you get on a diesel electric locomotive. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense. It also takes 12 to 14 hours to charge a battery to get that far. Hydrogen doesn't have that issue. Hydrogen's pretty easy to maintain. It only takes about 45 minutes to refuel that. And the really cool thing on it is this. You get a diesel electric locomotive, these big old machines, right? Let's make it a little bit smaller. Let's get your car. If you take the engine out of your car and replace that engine with another engine, it's still your car. You could still use the frame. That's what CPKC is doing, and that's a technology they've come up with. They developed a hydrogen technology to use old frame locomotives that were built in the late 80s, early 90s, who are at the end of their lifespan and are really starting to phase out of our carbon emission standards. They're taking out those engines, or those engines, and replacing them with hydrogen engines to run the electric motors, and thereby making hydrogen locomotives. And hydrogen, for the most part, gives off water and heat as their emissions. But hey, it's pretty cool, I think. Anyways, I'm down to like my last minute here. But that's really what I wanted to communicate is that in business, one of the things that drives innovation is you have to have a bottom line. And the bottom line corresponds with these policies. It gives us more impetus to move forward and implement those things. I think the CPKC example is really good. The Mary Kay example is the inverse. It can affect the bottom line, yes, but it empowers the employees. So you really have to think about it in that way. It's really easy to go out there and say, let's do something and let's plan something. But to act on it and actually have the dialogue is very difficult. And I found it very difficult. And I don't find it difficult with the big companies I've just talked about. I find it very difficult with the mid-sized businesses who don't have the interaction with large corporations. See, I'm compelled to, in my development world, to work with large organizations, and I have to meet or exceed those standards. I like to exceed them. My competitors who don't have to do that, don't do that. They're beholden to the market, and the market of middle class or lower middle class Americans simply aren't interested in what's going on in the environment. And that's the question we have to address here. How do you engage people there? And it's through education. Ex coming from the Latin out, and ducat or ducare, which means to lead. So out of leadership, you get education. So it's our job in the corporate sector to do that. Sorry, I'm a Latin major, so I have to throw in Latin somewhere. And my apologies to the translators who have to worry about that. So all that said, that's my presentation now. Thank you for listening and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, bueno, ahora tenemos el gusto de invitar a
we have the honor to invite Vicente Cornejo Villalba, the director of International Funding Affairs from NAFIM.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to continue with that dynamic, and we need to keep your attention in the stories that we want to share with all of you. I represent Nacional Financiera. In Mexico, there are 6 development banks, and that depend on the federal government, that they are part of the federal government. So I'm going to be talking about Nacional Financiera, that is going to be 90 years old. There are long living banks, but public banks, we are the third El oldest bank in Latin America. The first one is in Peru, the second one is in Brazil, with 120 years each. What I want to tell you is how these banks contribute to climate action. What have we been doing? The financial system has been changing the vision in the planetary crisis. In that sense, as I said before, Mexico has six development banks that address different sectors. And in terms of size, Banobras is the largest development bank in Mexico that addresses infrastructure issues. Nacional Financiera is the second largest one. And then we have the Banco de Comercio Exterior, Foreign Affairs Bank, that is involved with exports and imports. And we have Sociedad Hipotecaria Federal, loan, home loan, and social and a social development bank and the military development bank. And there is another one that is FIRA, the trust funds for agricultural purposes. We have three trust funds that depend on the Bank of Mexico that serve the primary market. Nacional Financiera addresses the medium and small size companies, the MSMEs, and we're here to address solutions that address the problems of the private sector to create a development that should be sustainable over time. The bank works on the second level, second floor. What does that mean? We provide resources through financial intermediaries. I do not fund the SMEs directly. The commercial and non-commercial banks try to take advantage of all the financial products that we offer. 90% of our portfolio is involved in this for the intermediaries that serve small and medium-sized enterprises. When we have a project and we go with a large company, with the ones here, and for credits that are over 100 million pesos, we can serve directly the company. The first flow portfolio is distributed in gas, oil, agro industry, and others. We are a traditional bank that is trying to innovate and that is trying to increase the sustainability portfolio very rapidly. On the second level or floor, we serve SMEs in commerce, industry, and services. Service sector. We cannot serve the primary sector, that is agriculture, but we can serve agro industry. We can finance the jelly, but not the strawberry. Everything that has to do with packing and distributing agro food, we can get involved in those activities because they are in a different value chain. In what has happened in the last 5 years, I mean, the previous administration, that sustainable finances have changed dramatically due to all the regulations through the United Nations regulations, but mainly because that crisis is right there. That crisis is something that has to be addressed today. How can we do that with all the regulations and laws? This has to provide the incentive. But what is the other part missing? The will and the resource. The resources, mean how do we take all these resources to address all the environmental issues? We have talked about ESG, the carbon bonus, the capital market. How can we bring all these resources to finance or fund these initiatives in Mexico, the US, and Canada to generate an environmental positive impact and, of course, a governance that can allow us to move forward? In AFINSA, we have we have worked in this strategy that is based on 3 segments. The first one is it's not that we started with the strategy. In the bank, we had many isolated actions. For example, procurement wanted to spend very with prevention that could help the environment. When we identified that everyone had an agenda and a need and that they were already working on that, what did we do? We put everything in one basket and we organize it based on the different legal frameworks at a national and international level. So I want to start with the lowest part where we have the structure. The bank had to create a new regulation that would allow to create products or lines of action with sustainability in mind. This is critical. This is a foundation. It has to start from the top management, and and we created the mechanisms, the manuals, the guidelines, with which we're going to be carrying out these activities. The cross-sectional part is extremely important. When we only have finance people and you start talking about all the climate issues, what happens? Like, what is the Paris Agreement? Do you know what all the SDGs are? Why are we working on this? I mean, people are not aware of that, at least in the bank that I've been working for the last years. It was complex because people were not aware of all these things. So what did we do? I am the international head, international unit head, and we have been working with the international institutions and bodies. What do I mean? That there are resources available to continue moving forward, to move or to transition to the sustainability, not only for financial institutions, but also the companies, as it was mentioned before. So we created a self-assessment to see what we were doing correctly, what were the gaps that had to be bridged. We defined a route, we continued moving forward, but the main impact was through the inclusion of everyone. Everyone has the right to learn about these different topics and be able to continue improving. So now we have portals where we can spread the information about the impact we are being able to do. In terms of impact, all these efforts at the bank, physical efforts, use of human capital and the financial resources had to have a certain outcome. And what is the outcome? In Nacional Fenisaria, we have bonus and issuance structure. We haven't generated those bonus yet, but we have a framework linked to use Brexit and sustainability and best practices. What did this allow us to do? To collect resources to different institutions. To avoid greenwashing, we have to be very careful how we're using these resources. So we have a large portfolio of projects where we measure the number of employees that are hired, if there is a gender cross-sectional arena, and we have more products of this nature now. The bank portfolio that has to do with sustainability is almost 10%, and for the 2030, we would like to improve this by 10%, and that's possible due to the metric. Now we have the open banking, where all the commercial banking could be starting to share the creditors, and that will be easier for us to identify the positive impact. The public trust fund extinguished, and then the Mexican climate change fund died. In its first moment, it had a 10 million pesos budget with the small calls and projects and were funded. What did Nacional Financiera do? We created a fund which is a sustainable fund from nothing. This is for the payment of resources, and it is the payment of international collaboration in Mexico if the municipal and federal government want to do. Now we have $70 million for specific projects where, for example, we have resources from the National Institute of Ecology and Climate Change. There was an oil spillage in the Gulf of Mexico, and that spillage generated an agreement between the company and the government. We are supporting all the coastal communities in the Gulf of Mexico, and we can distribute the resources. We have sustainable productive products, help to MEs and everything that the market is demanding to offer sustainable solutions to the private sector. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Iván. Muy bien, pues
Thank you,
tenemos
Iván. We have a few minutes to open the dialogue for questions and answers. We already have a question online, but if anybody wants to do a question, I'm sorry, to ask a question here, I'm going to start with the online question. And okay, I have a question for Ivan. There is a question that says, how can the municipal governments have support in order to work and collaborate in topics of the climate change agenda? Thank you for the question. Very interesting. The subnational entities, there is a law of getting into debt, and it is more common as time goes by, and the government institutions work with public deficit. What they gather is not enough to respond to the needs of the community or spaces. So we have more and more plans where you can add these activities. The public-private associations is a solution which is important to do it. Thinking, for example, in topics of energy efficiency, thinking about public lighting or street lighting and solutions to be able to do it in an immediate time. That is the link that we have with the public sector. All the debt that the states and municipalities have with the commercial bank is from federal participation that they receive. So just think of a small Christmas tree, and you have 400 lights and everything hanging from there. So that debt is not going to be solved soon. So the relation with the private sector, with the role players, with the commercial bank is the one that creates the solutions in order to make progress. Okay, thank you very much. Iván? Good afternoon. Fernando Pineda. I live in Denver, Colorado, but I was born here in Mexico, and it's Mexican and United States citizen. There is a concern and an emotion with the new administration that comes in January from the perspective of businesses. And say it's great because the business sector is grow and the environment is going to be very difficult. What is your feelings, your concerns that you see with this new administration that starts next year? Forecasting, political, economic forecasting. In very short answers.
I think it's a good question. Can you hear me? Yeah. There we are. Okay. It's a great question. I mean, my community of Laredo lives on trade. So it's something that we're deeply worried about. I think that a lot of these tariffs are really addressed at the Chinese less than the United States and Mexico. But the fact of the matter is this. It's the United States may be trying to lay out the groundwork on this tariff question. I think Canada is going to go along. As a matter of fact, they've already said they want to go along. I was in Ottawa last week, and things were pretty tense up there at the time. Two premiers said they want to get out of the USMCA and just do a deal with the United States. Mexico here has the opportunity to play whatever card they want to play. They could say yes, they could say no, they could say maybe. And how they want to play that card will determine the future of USMCA, TMEC, CUSMA. That's my personal opinion, though.
Thank you. That's great, Andrew. ¿Otros quieren opinar sobre ese?
Anybody else has an opinion?
Nobody wants to touch that one. Okay. All right. Excellent. Aquí el amigo, adelante, sí, por favor.
Go ahead, please.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan? Sí, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Bueno, me presento, soy Janet Meléndez, trabajo en Rainforest Alliance.
I work in
He estado
Rainforest Alliance.
años con ejidos
I have been working with forest ejidos in the Península de Yucatán. And my question is directly to Alejandro Morales. President Arturo, do you have a protocol or a mechanism that allows your participation that has social acceptability? Because in the end, all these ejidos that participate in the purchase of products do not know how these work. Can you share a little bit more and what is the way of intervening in order to have social acceptability? But you as a company, which is very new, what are the lessons learned that you can recover from these 3 years, especially with the intervention with your intervention with
Claro que sí.
community?
Gracias, Janet, por la pregunta.
Yes, thank you for your question. Very good. Like it was mentioned, for us, a basic pillar is the social part of our projects. All the projects have to go hand in hand with the communities in the territory where we work. This implies that that the persons have to be very well informed, the owners of the land, communities of the benefits of the projects. We talk more of the carbon benefits that they can receive. So this is a very strong communication, explaining the most basic things up to the way of how everything becomes more complex. There is a challenge on how we communicate. So that the second part is that for us, the basis is that the communities are the ones that have the majority of the resources, differently from what is happening in the past, at international level. And then the money that they receive because of the sale of carbon bonds to the communities that are doing all this heroic work of protecting our natural resources. They receive much less. They receive a very small part. We're changing all this so that the communities can receive the majority of the resources. And as we make progress in the project, we not only have to write the information, but we have to be present. We have teams based here in the regions where we have the project so that they are always available for the communities where we work and to have a lot of communication and that the projects can flow the best way possible. We have a lot of learnings. Everything that we manage is very complex because of the fact that if we want to take money from the global north and take it down to the community, the fact that the communities are ready to accept this money, it's a very big effort that we have to make. And that is one of the challenges that we have learned and structured. But the challenges, we have challenges. There are challenges in security of the organized crime that you know very well. So there are many things in which we have to work. And that is why there's so much risk at the country level, at the territorial level. So we need the support if we want larger and more ambitious projects, reforestation of the thousands of hectares to have a resource of the size that we cannot finance these institutions or get close to these institutions that can give us the guarantee so that the money can flow. And we are in charge of structuring all the projects, covering all the needs, and reduce the risk as much as possible. I hope that I answered your question. Excellent. We don't have any more time. I apologize. We have one question from our public online.
Elizabeth, this is a question for you. You were mentioning the 5 Cs, things that the private sector wants the government to know that they want about themselves. And there's a question about if to what extent you think that applies to other stakeholder groups and how other stakeholder groups would view those 5 Cs and what opportunities for collaboration there are between the private sector and other stakeholder groups, NGOs, civil society, local communities, indigenous peoples, and so forth.
Thanks very much for the question. Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Okay, great. In prep for today, Julian gave a few other questions, started questions. One of them was, where do you think the private sector has fallen short on confronting these challenges?
If you look to the left,
I'm going to pick it up.
or
there
not
we go.
to the right. There we go.
Where do you think the private sector has fallen short on confronting challenges, and what do you see the most positive trends? And the answer in both questions is collaboration, right? So we need all sectors on board, and we need them to be working together. They bring strengths, they bring core competencies, they bring perspective. So absolutely, if the governments are bringing the private sector to the table to be looking at how they can change their actions to address the triple planetary crisis, they also need to do it with other affected parties. That's my shortest and simplest answer.
Beautiful. We'll take it. Ok, bueno, pues un gran aplauso para nuestro panel.
A big applause for our panel.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Creo que es un ejemplo en carne viva
I think that this is a live example of how we have to cross the borders from the different sectors in order to face these crises that threaten us.
Bien. Estos 3 individuos han
These
estado
3 persons have been working very hard, putting a lot of attention and learning and trying to integrate what has been said, what has been commented regarding the 3 substantial topics in order to give form to the project, in order to make better recommendations to the JPAC. And we have a space right now, a brief space. We have 25 minutes more or less, so that they can tell us a little bit what they have seen, what they have integrated, what they have analyzed and heard with these presentations. And Orlando, I would like to give you the microphone first. What are you hearing? What are you seeing? Thank you, Julian. I would like to start with something that I heard this afternoon, significant learning. What I learned today with what I already knew. And also a part of collaboration. And I go to that because I want to put it in the context of what I have seen through the years. This topic of remote observation tools and geographic information. That is the first. The other thing is the question that was asked at the beginning, which is, what should we do from now until 2030 with this topic? How can we use these tools in a better way in order to respond to the climate change mitigation and adaptation? With regards to the survey that was carried out, with regard to where should I focus on from now until 2030, the first one was extreme events, 40%, areas of focus. Also, safety, 51%. People had the opportunity of selecting 2 topics, so these are the 2 with the most number of points. We also have to take into consideration that hydric security or safety is tied to extreme events because it's drought. For example, forestry fires. When the vegetation layer is affected, it also affect the hydric resource. So they go hand in hand. So these two should be the approach. Besides the topics, I believe that not in what we should focus on, but how can we collaborate? And I want to give you an example of a couple of years where we had a project to improve the early alert systems for drought. We had a summit regarding drought where we presented the work that was being carried out in the three countries. The monitor for drought in North America, and the tools for those people that do the monitoring for drought. This is work that has been carried for many years with observations of precipitations, soils, etc. So this was comprehensive work. The data information, and to take that information and present the drought conditions. And with that, develop different tools for the management of drought. And management of droughts not only with the federal governments, but also with subnational role players. The communities and the cities in itself are there manage the hydric resource and have to manage the drought. And many of them mentioned that these tools that are developed at a national level do not have a connection with the local reality. You cannot use that tool because the climate where we are is different. It's different to the region. So there are very specific needs. So we have what is produced and the user. And we heard that in the panelists when we talked about the local problems. We had to take into consideration the local problems in order to be able to apply these tools in an adequate manner. The comprehensive management. Here we saw, I think it was in Blanca's presentation, she presented where the community was approaching a local program, a local problem, sorry, and how are we using the tools in order to know how to approach, because we were using the tools for geographic information system, and that is the issue. We have all these observations, all these analysis tools, but the information with the data that feed these tools and that take us to the analysis, not only are we taking it remotely, we also take them at a local level. So we have to have better communication. The access to information that was mentioned, also the access to information, access to technology, capacity, that has to improve the resources with these type of tools. So in the same way than we did it 4 years ago, they told us that the tools that were being developed did not help to the local needs. We have to continue approaching. We are going to work on how to improve these tools for the use responding to catastrophe, in how to manage hydric issues. We have to take into consideration first what are the local. So as we mentioned, to translate this information, the project, the theme continues being the same, but the approach is different. That's what has to change from now until 2030. How can we teach the people how to use these tools and how to translate this information and an analysis in order for it to be used locally. That's what I have right now. Very well. And yesterday, Frida in the youth panel, she also emphasized and reported that the youth were concerned because of the hydrate safety. And it's interesting how it combined. Something that I mentioned here and also came in the drought project, and something that was mentioned is the sovereignty of the lakes, especially with indigenous community and the population. And that is something that came up in the drought summit that we had, and that is something that we had responded to. So we had to look for ways of collaborating in order to respect the sovereignty of the data and that the collaboration continues. Very good. Armando? What have you heard? What are you thinking about with these presentations that we've heard? Thank you very much. I'm very happy to begin because of the opportunity of this very difficult task to summarize everything that was mentioned. The conversation has been very rich, and I would like to thank the excellent panelists that we had in Sustainable Transportation panel and the work of the youth and the contributions that they made through Sophie, and also the enthusiasm of everybody. The participation has been very rich. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to process everything that came from the table, but the idea is that we are going to have a summary with the conversations that we had with the panel and what we captured from the tables the first time. And with this, some ideas that I continue. We started with the idea that the triple planetary crisis is real, like Daniel said. We have to have this sense of urgency. If somebody said we have to cry, and besides crying, we have to start acting more than anything else. And also, there are agreements among all of us in the transportation sector that it has a great environmental impact, and to have sustainability of transportation should be a priority in the struggle for this planetary crisis. And it's very important what we're talking about to understand very clearly what do we call sustainability of the transportation sector. Sustainability has three dimensions: social, economic, and environment. And we have to use these three aspects without one being on top of the other. So this is a great challenge. And we, on one side, we have the environmental dimension, where we should face the environmental impact of the transportation, the emissions, the contribution to climate change, the impact on our earth, on health, on the people, on water, and this is an impact that doesn't know the border. In the economic dimension, we cannot forget the role that the transportation sector has in our economic activities, and the solution that we find is not to commit this role. When we're talking about economic activities, we shouldn't think about money. We should think about the well-being in those activities that support our lives, and that is economy. And transportation is a pillar of our way of life. And on the other hand, the social dimension, where we have to recognize, and somebody already mentioned this, we have to recognize transportation as a social determining factor and a topic of human health. Mobility is a human right, and the solutions should promote transportation that is socially equitable and socially profitable for every. And the voices of everybody should contribute in the design of the solution. In this context of sustainability, we had the task of thinking where the priorities of our regional work would be. and we had several ideas. It was very evident that we don't have magic solutions. We don't have a sole solution. All of us have to work in many fronts, and we have to do it in a coordinated and communicated manner, and everybody together. And these should be holistic solutions that not only go that move the problems from one side to the other or one role player to the other. It has to be a solution that should look into the three aspects: environmental, social, and economic. And very good ideas, the solutions that we heard in the panels. And I got lost. I got lost and I forgot what I was going to say. And I can't see very well either.
Chiquito. Aquí está. Entonces, a manera de resumen, aquí lo que sonó.
As a summary, this is what we have. Start the initial survey that we made regarding the priorities that the CC work should have in the next 5 years. They presented the 3 specific topics: collective, public transportation, ecological fuels, and commercial transportation of merchandise. And it's very logical in the context of a regional commission with the last name of trade, and that originates the commission. So we also talked about decarbonization of the transportation sector, but with a comprehensive optic. We talked about coordinated action that looks for a change and to prevent, improve, and Andres showed us that model. To change, for example, government to move from public transportation to reduce the transportation that is not necessary and to prevent transportation that is not necessary and to improve and take advantage of new technologies. But be very careful not to commit the same errors as in the past, where an association could have equity results. This is a recurrent topic in our conversation, and this way of thinking, this project that was presented to improve, improve, and to plan together. And at the same time, we thought that this applies very well to vehicle transportation, but it could also be applied to other type of transportation, trains, vehicles, cruises, whatever. So another topic that is very important to understand and to acknowledge the differences and the needs that everybody has, acknowledging the environmental justice and the exploitation of resources and the different types of transportation. We talked about promoting education, awareness of the topic. We also talked about the importance of promoting financial incentives and to provide community support. The topic of being able to accomplish transportation that is safe, accessible, and infrastructure solution to advance regional connectivity, to reduce the size of the infrastructure, the size of the vehicles, the spaces. We need cities for humans, not for vehicles. And in the end, I think we talked about really transportation and life, to have transportation to support the life of everybody and not a life in order for transportation to have gains. Thank you.
I love that last statement. Thank you so much. Now, Lucy, tell us, what have you heard? What you take away?
Certainly, what I observed was amazing engagement from everything here, from everyone here today, from the panelists, of course, on our sessions, but through the exercises, it's it's quite encouraging to we do a lot of work alone behind our computer, and to be here and see everybody so engaged and willing to share amazing ideas with us. Again, it's of course very much appreciated, and for our sessions and all the others. So very briefly, this is what we heard from you, and you'll see that what we heard from the tables of consultation are it really reaffirms what was said by the panelists and in the various presentations over 2 days. And if it doesn't, it kind of gives us a bit of what to do before or after what was presented then. So first, I just want to very quickly share what everybody prioritized through that questionnaire at first with the app there. And the main priority that came up was nature-based solutions for everybody, and followed very closely by the others, protected areas and conservation, sustainable production, biodiversity, finance, and a fair distribution of ecosystem services. I will say those last three are on a photo finish here. So what it's telling me is that there isn't one big priority, that all of these things are important. And of course, they all, again, work with one another. So it's something to keep in mind. What you told us through your work at each table are that you have a few main, you identified a few main needs. These are for knowledge integration, basically working to merge theoretical, methodological, and indigenous knowledge is really key to this work. Having a holistic approach. So not only is it, a holistic approach is really, so getting everybody involved and considering the whole picture. You find that there is a need for to shift really from a production-driven system to a conservation-based systems. Again, everybody agrees that we need more community-centered and community-led bottom-up approaches for better conservation. And this needs to include cultural revival as part of conservation work. So it's not only about conservation, it's about, I will say, conservation or revival of the people who are part of the system as well. Finally, a policy legal framework development should be led by communities is a need you've all identified. So with this comes challenges. Challenges to do this better and to do what we're doing better here. There is a lack of inclusivity in policy development. There is the disparity really in education and in resources, and inadequate prioritization on nature and ecosystem conservation. Again, these are the challenges that you identified. So what can we do about all this? Thankfully, people have great ideas to start working on this. So there is something, the first thing we can do is improve ecosystem services delivery or access by recognizing the needs and the roles of communities in that system. One way to do this is to develop participatory tools for territorial assessment and for biodiversity restoration. So again, approaches from the ground up. There is a need to create more effective governance structures in conservation and in natural resource management, and to strengthen national and regional networks. Regional, don't know the scale of it. Of course, this is what we are all working to do at the North American level, but I think you can scale that up or down fairly easily as need asks. We also, of course, to do this, need to give the tools to communities by creating community empowerment mechanisms, and also having integrated policy development to really update environmental policies so that they can meet current conservation challenges. Basically, there's a lag there identified between what's in the books and what needs doing. And I think that's a fairly common issue in anything that we do. The rules, regulations, and all this follow the needs more than precede it quite often. And there is a specific action that was identified. I'm thinking probably Canadians said this because it's a very Canadian approach to update the species at risk frameworks. Canada still works at the species level, and it is something that can use an update according to your discussions. So urgent topics identified by all of you here. Water crisis, that came up from early on. So water crisis and transboundary water management, that shows up in every discussions that we have. Pollution along biodiversity and migratory routes. Again, I think there's examples with for birds, for monarchs that are well known, but it applies across the board. Other big priority here, economic pressures limiting community involvement and solution taking. So the money's not there to do this. There is no easy way out. And so covered everything here, a long list again that reflects what we've been discussing. So really, in a nutshell, what can we do in steps forward? Knowledge sharing is key. So across cultures, across countries, across disciplines as well. We need everybody, all hands on deck. We really need to support and develop community-driven leadership and tailor solutions to what is needed on the ground by the people who are working there. Traditional ecological knowledge, local knowledge is fundamentally important. And we must empower Indigenous leadership so that this reaches, is integrated and reaches all of us to the benefit of all. And finally, a very general point, there is a need for a policy overall. I think we'll keep it here, and I will say thank you to Sue for summarizing this very well. Thank you.
All right. Bueno, entonces vamos
Now,
a lo que sigue.
let's go comes next. Anybody would like to add any comments, any observations that they want to mention before we go to the next part? Julie? In the back. After 2 long days of comments, I'm very satisfied with the summary made by Canada regarding the topic. It's super clear, all the actions that are carried out. And I think that one of the most interesting things is that even though we are 3 nations, there is a gap of historical form of how the change has come in their nations, and the result is transferred to the way in which the citizens in each region live. I would like to ask you, what is your opinion regarding, well, maybe this is a critical moment, but the world is going a change of administration in the United States. And there are several policies that coincide in the effects that they will have bilaterally in the 3 nations. One of them, or some of them, are seen with a lot of precaution and a lot of attention because they are seeing great risks. Some see it as great opportunities, which is a great accomplishment. And I would like to see whether you can give me a small opinion regarding the things that can be improved. And right now, we see that it could be a risk. And I would like to know mainly what can be improved with regards to the comments about changing the current policies. A minute for each one to answer. Lucy?
Can I say not on the spot? No.
We can come back. We can come back. We can come back. Armando, you want to go?
Armando?
Gracias. Es la pregunta del millón.
That is the $24 million question. I think that we have to always see ahead towards the future. It is true that we work together and we look towards the future, but the idea is that our work should go beyond administrations, and that is in the measure of our voices. To reflect our voices in the work in the administrations, will hear our voices, will hear the people who are part of North America. Orlando? I agree. Our work goes beyond administrations, and we have worked through many changes. And I think that in the end, our work is centered in what the three governments agree that has mutual benefit and where we have added value in working jointly. That is key. And we have to see, at the end of the day, a lot of this work in the area that I have in quality of life and climate change, we're talking about human health. And it doesn't matter the policy or the administration. Everything is focused on protecting the population, clean air, water, and it doesn't matter. For example, when we talk about black carbon as a climate contaminant, that is one part, but at the end of the day, black carbon affects human beings. We are talking about health and life. And that is very important, independently of the administration. And I heard two things. One, the only constant factor is change, and you learn how to live with it because there's no other way. And the other one, I think that what you are mentioning is that it doesn't matter the administration. There's always a common interest on which we can work and collaborate. Okay. With that, I invite you for an applause to our panelists. You're free to go. And now, we're going to hear the participation of the president of the group of traditional and ecological knowledge, Kathy Hudson Smith.
Kathy, I wonder if you can hear us. And if so, I wonder if we can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Buenas tardes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I speak to you today from the traditional territory of the Cree, Saulteaux, Nakota, Lakota, Dakota First Nations people here in Saskatchewan, the homeland of Treaty 6, and the homeland of the Red River Métis. Thank you, Amelia, for your opening prayer this morning or yesterday morning, and Sarah for your comments, my colleagues on the TEKAG. I wish to acknowledge the leadership of JPAC in organizing this important dialogue. I've learned so much in the last 2 days. Esteban, Louis Alfonso, Octaviana, Felicia, Bob, and Catherine. And I want to thank CEC's leadership, Jorge, Danielle, Marcella, Tim, translator and tech services, and our three leaders that we just heard from. It's an honor to work with you each and every meeting. As Canada's representative on the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group, I have reflected on the presentations and the submissions that have been made here. Certainly in Canada, Indigenous peoples are recognized as leaders in biodiversity management, in addressing conservation and managing climate change. And it's important to remember that any work that advances Indigenous peoples' leadership and promotes traditional knowledge and cultural way of life, promotes the goals of biodiversity management, conservation, and meaningful approaches to climate action. Indigenous strategies, developing strategies that respect Indigenous rights, environmental justice strategies, and budgets to coincide with this work should be at the core of all of our approaches. In Canada, Indigenous peoples have negotiated several mechanisms. There are historic treaty processes, modern treaty processes, existing agreements on environmental cooperation, and certainly impact and benefit agreement processes where we can buttress future work and join in these existing mechanisms to get the best efficiency. There's a new concept of paying nature first approach in financing. And, I think these are the kinds of mechanisms we need to look to as we implement the ideas and the takeaways from the last 2 days. I recognize the sustainable transportation implementation model. Dr. Tiffany Hein-Bulpreet advanced the importance of having equity and justice at the core. There's been historic, structural, and systemic barriers for marginalized, impoverished communities and Indigenous communities, including those in rural and northern areas. We need to make sure that we're not promoting that as we move forward. So a little attention to equity and justice at the core of our work, I think, will take us a long way in that regard. On the issue of knowledge sharing, I wish to acknowledge first that there are within Indigenous peoples and communities a recognized and specific role for Indigenous women. And we need to recognize that and design for inclusion of those perspectives when we approach our work. I noticed in the work of Steve DeRoy, they're like a working model of recognition of Indigenous rights and the place for free, prior, and informed consent, those core self-determination aspects arising out of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and how those can be implemented as we begin data management work. So balancing the promotion of access and sharing of information with protection of rights and advancement of the self-determination of rights holders. So important to consider this in all of our approaches. We need to engage young people. I've heard that. I was very inspired by the youth presentations, their enthusiasm and their sophistication in how they would have us consider inclusion of their voices. It's a level of energy that I appreciate every day as I get older. It's important to design in and budget in funds for the participation, the meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples and local communities. I heard a strong echo for holistic approaches and financial mechanisms that promote inclusivity when accessing knowledge. anytime we can support a local community to do work, it advances their capacity building and their ability to continue and to have these conversations into the future. So self-determination is always a goal and does require our attention. I was reflecting on Annie Provencher's presentation from the Manitoba Métis Federation and how Indigenous peoples are best consulted, that is, through their own institutions and governments, and that we support those governments to help us to find ways to include their knowledge and support their needs going forward. So there is a shared anchoring there of responsibility. I want to thank Julian for his leadership over the last 2 days. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I would have loved to hear each of you and meet you. I wish you all a safe journey home to your families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
Muchísimas gracias, Kathy. Nos hubiera gustado que estuvieras aquí también, pero eso es la siguiente vez.
Gracias por ese resumen, Kathy, tan completo, muy, muy interesante. Y ahora,
thank you so much for this interesting summary, and now we need to switch to with the JPAC comments as the next step in this conversation. Esteban, what do you prefer? Do you want to come to the podium? Do you want me to pass you the microphone? What would you like to do?
Gracias, Julián. Y bueno, reconocer el extraordinario, el excelente.
I would like to acknowledge Julian's extraordinary work as a facilitator for 2 days, 2 days where we have been able to listen to him and the speakers. Right now, I would like to reiterate my appreciation for this session in person and virtually. Now we have a session for the JPAC. This is very important because this will give you an additional opportunity to share with us your concerns, your ideas, your comments. This is a space for interaction. So I would like to ask my colleagues in person, Felicia, Octaviana, and Bob, to come to the stage. And especially, I would like to ask Felicia Marcos to help us with the next session, where some topics have been prepared, some questions have been also created. Please come to the stage. And Elizabeth is in the virtual session with us.
Thank you all. Is Liz going to be up on? Is that all right? Am I close enough? I'm usually not close enough. We should get Liz up on the screen. First of all, I want to start by thanking you all for joining us and for giving of your precious time to do this with us. Hey, Liz, great. And I want to thank the CEC staff. Some eloquent thanks already. I still have to add a few to the staff and the facilitators for putting together a great meeting with great speakers and great process, etc. Danielle, thank you so much in particular for leading this team so ably, and Marcella and the rest of you. I know Samantha has done an incredible amount of work here and others, and it really shows, and I appreciate it, and people have been talking about it. But thank you for setting the table for all of us to engage, and we're not done yet. You may all be exhausted, but you're all still here, which I think is an incredibly great sign. And thanks as well to the facilitators or the translators who've done a really great job. And I know people like me who tend to talk very quickly and go off on tangents make it particularly difficult. But I feel like in this meeting that even through the translation that I really got the sense of what people were trying to say. And that is a really hard thing to do in a meeting of this scale with so many speakers and so many topics. So thank you really so much. And thank you. Really, I'm just very grateful to all for all of this. It has been a feast of the senses, the mind, the intellect, and a bit overwhelming, but you're going to have a chance to think about it past today as well. And particularly thanks to the people who've spent 2 days online, which is much harder than doing it in person, where you have the chance for the hallway conversation and whatever that intangible value that we have when we're in the same room together, even if we're not speaking to each other, and the thing that we all miss so much during the pandemic. So it has been wonderful to be able to spend time with all of you, and my regrets or sympathies to the people who just got it online, and hopefully they got enough of it. We've done a lot of things at the JPAC over the past few years, some directed or requested by a shifting set of ministers and members, others at our own volition, particularly the work that we've done together with our sister TEK expert panel, where since their initiation, we have tried to prioritize their work, but also prioritize working together, which has been a true joy. I mean, one of the joys of my life, and I know my colleagues share that same feeling. And we really got a feel for it in the meeting that we held in Oaxaca last year on water, where we paired their 2-day historic meeting and gathering with our own JPAC meeting on water to try and start something and get the synergies between the two. This meeting is one of those meetings that is focused on how to help our current 3 environmental ministers, and presumably with the new one from the US coming in, was scoping out next year's, or the plan for the next few years that we'll be working on next year. And you've heard about the 3 areas that they've initially picked over these past 2 days that they want us to focus on: the Earth observation and other GIS tools, sustainable transportation, and ecosystem services, all things that we've talked about at times, but which each have their own unique and peculiar and interesting facets. Now, within them, there are many choices on what to work on, and a lot of you have raised really interesting issues of how to focus on those issues in a different way, how to add maybe different aspects than we talked about on the agenda, which is all completely appropriate and what we've wanted from you. You've given us a depth of feeling and thinking about how to approach whatever it is we do, and you've suggested entirely different areas that you think we ought to focus on. All of that is fair game. All of that is what we want, because our job is to take all of this input from the last 2 days, including what was said in the room, what will be said in the room in the next few minutes, what you've put in from your tables, and what you have the opportunity to submit to us online all the way to January 17th. It's been extended because of the holidays, because we want to get all of your thoughts, including your thoughts on reflection, because we've covered a lot of ground. And after listening to everyone else, you'll have even more thoughts. That's great. We want them all. And we have a really ace team of consultants who not only set up the meeting, but who've been listening to you and who will sort it out for us. And then we will combine it together in advice to the ministers as coherently as well as comprehensively as we can to help lay the groundwork for the beginning of the strategic planning process. And then you will see the draft that comes out of it, and we'll have further consultation. So hopefully we will be able, by the end of the development of this strategic plan, truly demonstrate what it means to try and get outreach from people across 3 countries on a broad array of issues, using a broad array of tools to try and do something that will be valuable at an international level. And I have a comment to make about that, because sometimes people think these levels are a hierarchy. Those of us who have worked at the local level, and many of you in the conversation, it's clear we have many people who've worked at the intensely local level, have been frustrated for years at people thinking that higher levels of government are better somehow or smarter. Those of us who've worked at the local level know they're not. It's just it's a different role, and they can be farther away from the issues. This is a grand attempt to integrate those things. And my experience has been that actually sometimes at the step away level, issues can come through that then create what some of my colleagues call a scaffolding that makes it safer or more appealing or more interesting for those other levels of government in between to take it seriously. So, for example, the UN Human Right to Water Declaration has no force anywhere. And yet countries around the world have adopted it. States like my own state, California, have adopted it, again, with no teeth. But what has followed is action on the ground, subsequent legislation, right? A revolution in an issue that has been plaguing society for hundreds of years, that now action is being, millions of more people have safe drinking water than had before. Similarly, the work over the past decade on traditional ecological knowledge that was started by the creation of the panel, we are now seeing that discussed more and more at the national and the state and the local level. So what we say here and what the ministers say together on any number of these issues can really have an impact. So thank you again for the time you've spent on it. The beauty of how this was set up, and the thing that I really found particularly beautiful about the conversations, are those cross-cutting themes that were set up in the beginning. The important themes of traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous knowledge. Again, the highest priority for both the TEK expert group and the JPAC and the CEC for over a decade. Environmental justice, subnational governments and actions, the states and urban areas and what they can do. And we can do more in the future on the urban issues. We've talked about them and focused on them in the past, and then bringing the private sector in. And so you've heard this engagement and discussion about this at the table. And now we're going to have another opportunity for those of you who want to add some things today before we close to figure out what we ought to focus on to raise the messages up to that ministerial level. So think about which issues and which approaches the three countries together can do something about that may change the course of history, or may change the course of history in a few places that have a real impact on a number of people. The goal is to target those issues where the collective effort of the three nations is greater than the sum of the parts. So try and think about that, but also think about any issues you think are particularly important. As I've already said, it's a feast of ideas, and Sue Rappel, am I saying your name right? Rappel has done an amazing job, and others are collecting all your comments and the discussion at your breakout discussions and the full group discussion. I said everything will go into the mix, and they will collate all of this for us. I have a whole list of things I heard. I thought Kathy's list was terrific. A few of the things, there are 8 of them that sort of popped up. And the thing that's interesting about it, and I'm sure you all felt this during the discussion and the summary from the staff who have done a phenomenal job to date and have an incredibly hard job moving forward, is that there was so much about approach rather than just the nuts and bolts of the topic. And I think that's where we can have a tremendous impact, even as in the nuts and bolts, we have real power. So for example, the Earth observation systems, all of those discussions where Steve talked about, for example, how to do the data sharing frameworks respectfully, what to keep confidential, what not. That's really advanced thinking in this arena. It's where we need to go. It's where if you have frameworks that come out as recommendations at the international level, it will have an impact and be of benefit to all of the other governmental institutions and others at the national and the state level who don't have the time to reinvent those things individually all the time. That's a value add. The work that Judy talked about was so exciting, that can help with things like enforcement that we talked about, but also fixing problems from face. That was really cool. And figuring out how to do it and adapt it at the local level is important. And you have analogous things at the other, on the other topics. So the first one was that we're in the 4th crisis in the planetary crisis, a crisis of cultural loss, inequity of impact, and exclusion. Again, like so many of these comments, focusing on our common humanity and what we can do beyond the hard nuts and bolts of the way we've talked about environmental issues, at least in the US, for too many years. 2, creating spaces for multi-actor knowledge exchange, intergenerational collaboration, voices that have been historically and systematically excluded, community-driven bottom-up needs identification. You've already heard some of that, but it was repeated over and over again at your tables over and over individually. 3, be at the forefront and redesign systems with Indigenous and tribal people together about approaches, frameworks, and policies. We talked about policies a lot too, understandings and common paths forward. 4th, while creating solutions for all, we must recognize it will not be the same solution for all. We need context-based approaches and solutions that recognize the importance of participation and inclusion of diverse values, interests, knowledges, histories, and systematic exclusions. 5, we need to think holistically and look at externalities and impacts as we race to achieve targets. That came up very early in the discussion, for example, about talking so much about EVs, but needing to talk about the impacts of mining. And Armando, thank you for capturing that in your summary. I thought that was a very powerful statement. And one of the first things I start as, that's got to be in there. We need to equip all, number 6, we need to equip all with the knowledge and tools to allow for evidence-based decision-making and acting, which requires data accessibility and usability improvements, already talked about. But again, one of those things that we can pioneer at the 3-country level, create some frameworks and models that will make it easier and faster to do in other places. Capacity building in environmental, climate change, and biodiversity management, data and the tools to access these data related. Data that integrates technical, environmental, social, and traditional knowledges, doing so in ways that recognize the ownership sanctity, great word, and ethical sharing of that data. Educational tools designed with the end users and their views in mind. 7, we need new models, new paradigms, models that consider intersectional inequities, relational values that move from profit-centric to nature-centric goals and human-centric goals. Equitable distribution of benefits, recognizing plurality. And then 8, enhancing collaboration through the creation of and ongoing support for communities of practice, multi-actor engagement, community-located needs discussions, integrated and inclusive region-wide trinational knowledge sharing, co-generation of initiatives, projects, priorities, and regulatory frameworks, convening, consulting, and developing champions. That's just coming from a snapshot of the things that you've discussed at your tables and just a piece of what will come in. That common theme is the humanity that you've brought to all of this and a caring for people. And all of the speakers have done that. And to me, it makes my heart glad. I always say that the biggest challenge in this work is the challenge of ecosystem management, not ecosystem management. It's people are very brainiacs and cerebral in the environmental field. And they not only miss the fact that it's dealing with people, they miss the fact that it's dealing with the people on the other side of the table from you. And you all have been an antidote to that very common experience I've had. So you've made my heart really quite glad. But now I'm gonna let my JPAC colleagues make their observations first, but the goal of the rest of this session is to hear from those of you who want to comment today, now. And there are many ways, right? Some of you are more comfortable raising your hand in the big room. Some of you are more comfortable talking around a small table, and this meeting has really made use of that, and the energy has been remarkable there. But some of you, and not just introverts, but mostly introverts, are more comfortable thinking about it and listening better than the rest of us. I am obviously an extrovert, listening to everything and reflecting on it for a while. And as I've said, you have till January 17th to reflect on it and give us more thoughts. So again, many, many opportunities. These are going to be really hard choices because there are so many good ideas out there, and figuring out how to refine it in a way that makes it doable and, yes, strategic is going to be a challenge. So help us with that. Let's see. I think I'm almost done, believe it or not. I already said that, so I won't. Again, the point is to give the advice to the ministers, and this is really about people getting together to talk about what we can and should do together. So again, the issue is to get these issues to our ministers to elevate those issues. And I mentioned there are issues that we've been able to solve on the ground. There are issues where the grants, and that's come up a lot, the creating access for people to go to these meetings, creating access for people to do projects on the ground that can be inspirations to others, etc. That work is all very important. And then there are the issues where we're elevating an issue into the discourse at the governmental levels that will influence where we go into the future. So a lot of opportunities to bring that in together. So I encourage you to do that. Again, we're trying to get messages to the ministers that I think can inspire them, and as it's inspired us, in a different kind of message than they get in the blah, blah, blah that they get in Ottawa and Washington, D.C. and Mexico City through most of their meetings. In my view, these meetings that they go to once a year are probably the most fun meetings that they go to, and we hope that the advice we give is the most interesting that they get from the hundreds and hundreds of pieces of advice that they get over the years. And in part, that is because of the humanity that this whole institution and how it's evolved can bring, and your participation is key to that. So as Yesenia Hernandez Marquez said so eloquently this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning, if humanity acts together, it can create extraordinary solutions. So thank you for joining us and bringing so much humanity into that conversation. So with that, I'm going to turn to my JPAC colleagues first, if there's anything they want to say that they've heard to seed the conversation, but we've been listening really intently all day. They may want to just listen more first, but I'll turn it to you. I'll start with Octaviana.
Gracias. Is it on? Okay. Well, first I want to say, Dios en Chocutesia, muchas gracias. Thank you so much for all of your participation. JPAC members, NGO leaders, those of you that coming from afar from your own communities to be part of this wonderful gathering. Students, the elders, the traditional knowledge holders, everyone has totally been engaged with what's very important to us, to hear your voices, to take your bold comments and make sure that they are all woven into our message to the three governments that make CEC what it is today. As an Indigenous woman, I was very pleased to hear and to note that we have indigenized the CEC. We have indigenized the CEC. I have been a JPAC member for many, many years, and the discussion, the comments, the knowledge that is being shared at each table impressed me very, very much, and I was very, very pleased. I've been reflecting on all of those comments, the discussion, the recommendations, and I look forward to continuing to hear from all of you. And again, Chocutesia, muchas gracias. Thank you very much for being part of this wonderful journey of engagement for the work that we need to do together.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? Great. Well, first of all, everything's been said that I was going to say. But not everyone has said it yet. But just a few comments, and sorry for the repetition, but first of all, I can't say enough how impressed I am with the level of participation in this meeting. It's been a large crowd for both days, all day. You've been active participants, wrestling with difficult, not easy to solve issues. There also have been many people who have joined us remotely from across North America. who have participated as well. And our facilitators have done just a wonderful job in working with us. And the CEC staff who have put in so much work leading up to this meeting, behind the scenes, all these things that usually go smoothly, only are smooth because of them. And we really appreciate it. And you sort of stole my comment about the Indigenous participation. That's another highlight for me. Looking around this room, thinking of all of your investment and involvement in what you do. It's really important to us. It's inspirational. But we also have a sober sense of the challenges that you face moving forward with all of the things that have happened historically, health-wise, environmentally, and intergovernmentally. The other thing that comes to mind as we talk about all of these wonderful ideas is the daunting task that we have, as you just heard, about whittling those things down to determine which items can be funded, which items perhaps have very little funding, but we could have a big impact by sharing information and doing additional outreach without spending a lot of money. But we do know that our resources are limited. And you know that the federal governments, the state, provincial governments have difficult budgets ahead, and the resources will be limited. So from the very beginning, we know that we can't come close to doing everything that we want to do. Our governments can't begin to do everything that they want to do. And so it's a matter of determining what the priorities are, as well as where can we get that biggest bang for the buck to stretch the benefits. And sometimes, as I said, a small amount of money on an initiative may result in big results. And there are other initiatives that perhaps we play a part in, but the lead is carried by a federal agency or multiple federal agencies that have the resources or have the responsibility in that area. So we really do need to continue to be strategic. We need to be cost effective. We have to reflect the fact that our environmental work is part of the USMCA, and we need to be cognizant of that. And we also have a strategic plan, which is currently in place and which will be redeveloped very soon, as you've heard. And I think this has been a great meeting for all of you to think about all of the range of things that could be done, need to be done. And we need to all be communicating and working together to try to determine what, in fact, should be that work of scope and initiatives carrying forward. We are all close trading partners as we're working to increase and improve trade among our three countries and with our indigenous economies and their trade. There's a lot of positives ahead of us. But at the same time, we know that the challenges that we've talked about today need to be addressed along with the positive momentum that we have looking forward. And as someone who's been involved in the private sector and public sector over the years, I could not be more optimistic about the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Bob. And with your permission, I'm going to turn to Liz. With your permission, because you'll get to go last and wrap it up. Liz, take it away.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon and greetings from snowy Calgary, Alberta. I am one of those people that Felicia referred to. I am an introvert by nature. And so I enjoy listening to presentations and the remarks that we've heard over the past few days, thinking about them, and trying to think about how best to advise the ministers of the way forward, and how to do that and reflect the voices and the attitudes of those that have participated in these very important meetings. A lot of what I'm going to say may sound repetitive, but I do want to make a couple comments, if only to amplify the remarks of both, of all three of the JPAC members that have spoken. The first is the incredible importance, in my view, and we saw the value of it, of evidence-based decision and policy making. I was very impressed with the presentations yesterday morning on mapping in all sorts of ways, and the information sharing that can result in. Evidence-based decision and policy making has become one of the key drivers, not only at the regional trade level, but also at the world trade level. And so I would really encourage us, if we can, and as people reflect on what else to tell us, to think about how our advice to the ministers could support or enhance what we're currently doing, or start something else that leads to the creation of evidence-based decision and policy making for the North American continent. I want to echo the comments of Octaviana and others this afternoon, that the CEC has done an amazing job, I think, at indigenization and making sure that that is a priority for the organization. Having said that, I think there's much to do. There's more we can do. And I want to encourage us to really think about that as we think about the priorities, and people sort of give us more feedback here this afternoon. How can we do more on indigenization, and particularly facilitating Indigenous community economies in a way that works for them? And I think there's some real wonderful things we could think about, and would encourage people to do that. And if I can make maybe a final sort of plea, and that is for everybody in today's world, and these meetings have been incredibly powerful, I think, to remember the importance of cooperation, even as countries diverge in terms of their foreign policies, their other types of decisions, that we have this wonderful opportunity to be cooperative in this moment, and for some incredibly important objectives. And so for us to really take that responsibility on and think about advice and initiatives that we can all cohere around as a North American continent, and as we provide that advice. And I think, Felicia, if I can just finally thank everybody for the wonderful effort that has been put in place to make these meetings so effective. I am very sorry that I'm not there, and I wish that I was with you in person. I have enjoyed the last 2 days, and I really look forward to more of this engagement in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Nicely said. And one final thank you that was a big issue I circled, but that I didn't say, is a special thank you to the youth panel, not just for the enthusiasm and the sophistication, those are perfect words, Kathy, that they brought to this work, but also as they talked about additional issues that were of concern to youth, we can add different issues than the three. And of course, it made my heart glad to hear them speak about water. As happy as I am about having nature-based solutions on the list, about enforcement, about food, and more in the integration of all of those. So please, we're privileged to have them in our midst, and most importantly, in our future. Yeah, you. Go you. Or for those of you from the US who watch a lot of movies, go Utes. Some 3 people got that reference, but all right. Is there anyone who wants to add anything into the mix today before we move on? Again, knowing that there will be more opportunities. You can even invite all your friends and colleagues who weren't here to comment if you dare and if you want to. We'll take it from anyone. But please, I'm sure there are some people who've been reflecting. Go ahead. You have a microphone.
Muchas gracias. Si me permiten,
Thank you so much. This nail Pineo was given to me from the Mañaca family when I was from David Mañaca. David Mañaca was the eldest of the Hopi board of elders. And when we got to his land, he said something that I would like to convey because it summarizes what we're trying to do here. He told us that they were waiting for that there was a prophecy that we were going to be there and that the native First Nations will gather, that we were the 8th generation. We are the 8th generation, and we were the mix of all races, that we had to forget all differences between browns, black, white, yellow, and that we had the responsibility to take care of Earth, our island, for our children and the children of our children, and would like to give away at and the translation is men and women, let's gather, children of the Mother Earth and Father Son, to take care of our Mother Earth.
Tata, tatita, na na nanita. Tata, tatita, na na nanita. Uhe huya, hurieta na na pucha. Uhe huya, sapich. Nanita cheri, tata hurieta. Uhe huya. Vamos ya, hijos del sol y la mamita tierra. Uhe huya.
Children of the Mother Earth, of the Father Son.
Gracias. And then I promise I'll look at that side of the room. Go ahead.
Pues buenas tardes a todas, a
Good
todos.
afternoon, everyone.
Los del Ecuador dicen a todes.
Todes, or everyone.
Para la Academia Española, en el lenguaje inclusivo, la
Inclusive language was added in Spanish. So we say todas, todos, and tode. Now we are in an era where we have cities made of stone and the earth is thick. So it is very important for the political parties, the elderly, the academia, have the vision not only to have a sustainable world, but continue with life, because we are finishing with our earth, the youth have talked about using traditional knowledge, ancestral knowledge. We cannot separate what we have, the racial supremacy, the white supremacy, the black, red, yellow, brown, whatever the color is, as well as the religious fundamentalism. Leads to death because everything fertilizes on the land, but this is not the correct way to pay tribute to the earth or polluting the earth. So it's not only talking about legal frameworks, just like the speaker said, we have to start taking actions. The problem is how we can restore seas, rivers, storms, how we can mitigate all the damage that has been made to our Mother Earth. That is actually the task that we have. More than the restoration, even though we have fauna and flora restoration programs, the damage is reversible. The reflection is what we're going to do as a humanity, because obviously the scientific part is here, the intellectual aspect is here, but the work is on the land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where was the gentleman in the back? Maybe not. Anyone on this side of the room? Trying not to be like Paula Poundstone, only talking to half the plane. There we go.
Hola, buenas tardes. Para mí es un agrado
Good
estar aquí.
afternoon. I'm so happy to be here. And as a Mexican, I am honored to receive people that come from other countries and gather here with the same interest, because we are at a co-flow area. We do not join scientific financial efforts as a country and as individuals. We're not talking about an easy task. We're talking about a difficult task. The future of humanity is at risk, at jeopardy. So we see that the trees are destroyed, the forest is destroyed, but if the forest is destroyed completely, the human will die with the species extinguished. The human being will be wiped out. Why are there so many addictions in the US? Because they want to fill their voice. And why we face poverty if in places like Chiapas and Oaxaca there's a lot of wealth, if they just grab coffee and papaya, fruit and vegetables, they live in paradisiac places with hell in hell, because so it's always difficult because we fight with machetes and we have to work in the three nations. This is in the US, there's leadership, and that's why migrants want to be there. But we cannot have impositions like we used to have. I was in other fora where there was a European researcher that said there are genocide democracies. There are democracies that vote, that choose their presidents, but impose genocide. sites, that these sites for the lives of not only a few, but for millions, millions, and for the territories and the wealth. We have to accept that this is a reality, but there are young women and that have a non-polluted or contaminated mindset. Even though we are advancing little by little, we can provide better quality of life to our children. I see this with my family. People that come behind me, I tell them I need to help them. I need to educate them. They will not understand. But as my colleague said, the ancestral knowledge is extremely important. The knowledge that even though I will have a Western mindset, there is a spirit inside me, because that is the spirit that life. You can say I am an atheist. Overall, the indigenous communities and groups from other nations, they say there is an area where the life, or a carpet where the life starts, and we do not start working for that to support us the food in the forest, the food for the plants to eat, the food for this, the fish, the water, etc. We, there's an easy question. Can I die if I don't drink Coke? Well, another question is, can I die if I don't drink water? That's the question that we have to ask ourselves. And the same thing happens with the food and with everything. So I congratulate everyone for being here. Thank you so much. Now there was a person talking about satellite technology. How can we take that technology to the peoples and the communities, and how the community can go to the ears of the organizations that are present, because we are the intermediaries. I am from the bottom, I'm from the grassroots. I come from an irrigation district in the Mezquital Valley, state of Hidalgo, which is the largest irrigation area with raw water. And it is a paradise because the tomato, maize, and other things are produced there. But there are many diseases. This is the squash and diseases. Organizations like ours here may think you're wasting your time. No, that's not true. We are connecting, we are networking. I'm very happy to see that we are all listening, and there is there's a myelinization. There is a process, myelinization, that nerve network is strengthened. We hope this network also can be strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you all. And with that, I want to thank you again for all of your participation, my colleagues on the JPAC, my colleagues on the TK expert panel, and for the last word, Chairman Esteban.
Gracias, Felicia.
Thank you, Felicia, for guiding this section. And we are at the end. But I want to mention that we are living a crisis of civilization with different dimensions. Within it, the climate emergency, because of the three great problems: climate change, water contamination, air, soils, and the loss of biodiversity. It seems that the panorama is very uncertain. It's pessimistic for some, but I believe that in these 2 days, we have had the opportunity of having a dialogue and see that it is possible to build in a collective manner and to say that those who were excluded are now the actors, the role players, and can take us to a future. The indigenous communities, the First Nations, and it's gratifying to know the experiences that are being rebuilt. They are rebuilding their territories. We trust that we can build in a collective manner. I think that in North America, these type of events allow us to share experiences, knowledge, and be able to face these great challenges and to find opportunities. I would only like to thank you, all of you, for your participation in these 2 days, to express our great thanks to the presenters who were present in a virtual manner and also the ones in person, and the hard work being carried out by the Commission on Environmental Cooperation in order to be able to design this forum. I mean, we had emails, consultations, a lot of information, and great work. Also, I would like to thank my colleagues from the JPAC, and also thank the specialists of traditional ecological knowledge for their participation. It has been very important. And to thank the personnel of Jorge Daniel, the Commission, and the great team that the Commission has, and that is reflected today with this excellent summary that was shared. Also, to thank everybody who was in the event, in person and also virtual. We would like to thank you. We would like to say that all this information is important for the PAC. And with this, it will allow us to send our recommendations to the Council. Also, thank the personnel of the Secretariat for their great support, work, dedication, and also the interpretation team and the technical team that are in the back of the room. They're not as visible, but they have done great work. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, follow us in the website, www.cec.org, in order to see our events, and to wish all of you who have to go back to happy return to your to enjoy the holidays in family. And I would say that 2025 will be the best year in every sense of the word. Thank you and congratulations. Before you leave, I would like to communicate 2 topics. There was a suggestion during these 2 last days to make a list with information in order to communicate among all of us, or if you like to communicate with somebody from the group. Also, we need your permission to share your email. We need your consent before we share your information, in order to send a list with all your information. For that, you know that we love the QRs. And here, I would like to ask you that if you agree on sharing your information and receiving information from the rest of the people, you have to tell us explicitly, and you can do that through this QR code. We are going to leave here on the screen, I think. And when you leave, before you leave, there's a survey, one more survey, and it has to do with suggestions for the people who organize these meetings. It's a great effort, and we know that it could always be improved, and we need your advice. We have 2 QRs, this one for the contact information and the other one for the survey. And please give us your reactions on both. And now the last one, and we leave. a few words, closing remarks from Amelia and Carlos, who gave us the opening yesterday and today to leave with a good energy and to thank both of them for doing it. Amelia and Carlos, welcome and thank you. And with this, we conclude. Thank you for waiting until the end. We, as Indigenous people, the rituals and ceremonies are very important because that is part of our essence. And okay, now I bid farewell and thank each one of you for your words and your great words in order to work together and create a link of brotherhood and sisterhood of synergies so that these good purposes can be complied with. Part of this, I thank the guardians of this site. I thank my sister Zapoteca, who gave us a little bit of mezcal in order to be able to share with the four elements. And I thank the duality that will close with me this ritual in the Valley of the Anahuac. And since all of this has to have a balance and equilibrium, and we have this symbolism of closing, which is a man and a woman, and I will continue if you allow me. I will continue and I will offer towards the east a few drops of mezcal, thanking this site where the sun is born, that provides us with intelligence and and I request the permission so that this light, which we see in these works, illuminate humanity and guide the steps to the perfection of the well-being and the loss. I also ask Toque Articocoli. We turn to the west and we thank giving this offering, the place where we have the women warrior. The changes generated today with these works, the knowledge that was provided in this great event for the benefit of our Mother Earth, water, air, fire, and that this knowledge generates transformation and changes so that humanity can evolve through the sacred knowledge, the ancestors and indigenous communities having peace, harmony, balance, and understanding and love. Acknowledging the force of each one of you for being here and for being those great human beings for the benefit of humanity. I ask for Tecocoli. Likewise, we would bid farewell to the north, offering and thanking the place where we have the knowledge, sacred place where we have our ancestors. I honor and thank everything that has come before us, they have been forming us and have given us life. This ancestral knowledge, I consider that it's harmony with all of our environment and universe, sacred energy, for which I ask for Ticocoli. I thank the South giving this offering a place of the will, and that each one of us had and were part of these works that allowed us to work with a purpose and a common purpose, thanking the intent to clarity and the will of the purpose in order to meet perfectly, or tending to perfection with our path, personal destination, and collective for the well-being of humanity. Tecocoli. The heart of the universe, the celestial cover that allows us to understand our brothers and sisters without forgetting that we are light and energy, and that light and energy is where we should go back. I ask you to please Tokokoli for the universe, the heart of the universe, and for each one of our brothers and sisters in any part of the world. I would like to give to the Mother Earth. I would like to pour on the Mother Earth these small drops of water of this element, basic element. I would like to thank for keeping us on foot and gives us strength. I thank life that gives us the food, the animals, the plants, the fruits, our medicines, for providing with nutrients and good ways of life, for which I ask a Tokokoli. The sacred elements, water, fire, air, and earth. If we are missing one of them, humanity dies. Not this Commission for the Cooperation is what they're trying to do, not to miss any of these and to continue with a healthy humanity and a heart full of love. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos. Celebro ver sus rostros.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for opening your hearts after 2 these days of awareness of giving our hearts. I would like to close this work that has been conducted today as it is an invocation, an easy invocation. We talk to the river of life, to the Moyokoyatsin, who is the one that creates himself or herself, Tlacahuanaque, who is close and next to. That's our conscience, that is the closest thing to us. And then a blow of life. So if you please allow me, at the end, I'm going to say the sacred mantra of our Anahuac land. Our name is not only the Mexico name, it's our greatest mantra from the Virgin and I'm going to start by saying Mexico, and you will answer. And we're going to do this 7 times. Chico, and you will be raising a tone. And in the 7th, we're going to do it all together. Okay? En el nombre del Tlogui Nahuatl, en el nombre de Ipa de Muguán, en el nombre de Yobi Ejeka, en el nombre del Tlogui Nahuatl. Damos gracias. We would like to thank for today's work, for this work of love, of light. I would like to thank the guardians of this place to make it possible for all these hearts to gather for the universal consciousness, this family that we have gathered here. on the name of Mexico.
Gracias.